my gosh, that song is so fun. It makes me dance every time. Oh, we're getting crazy. We're getting crazy. Hi, everybody. Welcome to day 7 of our Lori Vallow coverage. I'm not a drama llama. And here's
this is Annie.
My Annikins over here. Welcome, everybody. Hello, 80s music man. Angie and Lady in Gray. So nice to see you guys. Now, I have not had the time yet to pull up any updates on what's going on because I had to do midday missing at the last minute today, which was fun. Always trying new things around here. So yeah, let's see if I can pull up what's going on in court, get a quick update here. Bear with me. How's everybody doing today? What did you bring as snacks? My favorite question.
Bananas.
Oh, thank you.
Bananas.
You have all the bananas.
I'm going to have bananas for the next 2 weeks.
I don't think they're going to last that long, babe.
Me either. But then I'll have banana bread, banana muffins.
All right, there are no updates. There are no updates for the morning, so. But that makes sense because they're not supposed to start till 2 our time.
Detective Duncan is going to be there. I just pulled up some of the latest tweets.
Oh yeah,
but he walked in, so hopefully he's feeling better and he'll be on the stand today.
Oh, nice. And that means prosecution should probably wrap up.
Which means we could hear from Miss Lori today.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. If this is how I finish the rest of my week, I can't wait.
Somebody made a comment according to him. So we're going to see it. But Lori walked in a lilac blouse under her pantsuit. And he overheard a lady in the gallery say, "She looks a lot better in person than on live stream."
That's funny you should say that because I was thinking, the camera is not great for this trial. It's not, the lighting's not flattering. It's a little blurry.
Somebody agree.
And I was like, good. She's going to hate how she looks because it's very not good and good. I'm happy about it. Lawyer No said the state only has 2 witnesses left. Well, they said yesterday it was
is it still Werther?
Ariel Werther. We're done. He's done. We just have Duncan now. Unless they have 2 others that they could call. They might call Moffitt, but I think Moffitt was taken off the case and it went to Duncan. If I remember right. You're doing good. Oh, you're doing good, 80s. The Blue Jackets won 5 in a row. That's right. Columbus Blue Jackets, our hockey team. They're pretty awesome.
Yeah, you guys are doing better than ours is right now. Every time I look, I'm sad. Hockey's the only sport I care about. The rest of it, I just don't really get.
Really? I did not know that about you.
Yep, hockey's the only sport I like.
Well, look at that. We've been friends for like 3 years now, and I did not know that about you.
Surprise.
Just because Peter said it doesn't make it. I mean, he knows he's a lawyer. I trust what he says more than what we say. I love Peter. Peter is wonderful. He seems like the nicest guy.
I hope they do, 80s. We'll see. So my favorite game that I've seen, this is not a hockey, we'll end it here, but my favorite game I saw was between the Capitals and the Hurricanes, and it was super aggressive because I think it was the year that the Canes kept the Capitals out of the playoffs. I think we saw more fighting than actual playing. I mean, the penalty box, people didn't leave the penalty box. It was one after another. They kicked one of the Capital players off the ice for the duration of the game. We saw like gloves be thrown off. And
wow.
It was crazy.
That's a hell of a hockey game to go to.
It was so much fun. Oh my goodness.
I've been to a couple. and they are a good time. I like hockey. I like basketball the most, though. I've been to quite a few Cavs games in my day. Oh, and he asked, have they proved conspiracy yet, in your opinion? That's a really good question. With the testimony yesterday of, what was his name? Werther, Detective Ariel Werther. He's the one that put all the locations together between Lori's phone, Alex, and Charles's phone. I mean, I think that's enough. I mean, because what that showed was that they either lied about the entire thing that happened, or he was left for dead for a whole hour before they called 911. And that theory actually checks out more than the other one. Because Charles did not travel with her anywhere. Tylee was not in the house with a bat at the time that they're saying. I'm not saying that that couldn't have been what happened at 7:30 as opposed to 8:30 when they said it occurred. It just is not possible. So I think that's good. Is that good enough for some people? Maybe. I think I'm hoping that the detective that's on today, I think he's going to be reading some text messages, because we've heard about a lot of phone data being taken. And I think we need some messages here to really solidify that. I think they found enough, but again, you know, everybody's level of what they require for reasonable doubt for themselves is different, you know. And we do have that kind of extra knowledge that we know more than the jury. Could you imagine after this trial, these jurors find out
who she
is and what all they've done? Because, I mean, they keep mentioning the Idaho case. If I was on the jury, I'd be like, what the fuck happened in Idaho? Like, why do they keep talking about? We're in Arizona, you know.
About that in front of the jury?
Not what happened, but they have mentioned the Idaho case. That's all they've said about it. Because I think one of the insurance guy, he testified in Idaho and said something about it, and so have some of the other people. So we'll see. I mean, what about you guys in the chat? Do you think that they've done proved it, or do we need a little bit more? I hope they draw a right. We know that there were shoes.
Something on her feet.
Yeah. Oh, we're in the courtroom, guys. Let me get all of that set up for us.
Hi, Sam. Hi.
We're gonna have Nathan Duncan on the stand. Here we go. I don't have volume though. Don't know if it's the stream or if it's a volume. So, oh, well, you know what? Went back to the seal. So it was probably just the stream. Well, they don't know what's going on. We'll leave it there for now. We're excited. That way we don't miss anything.
It's too early to be. Ooh, I forgot my coffee.
Angie thinks they need a bit more. I think they need a bit more too, but they definitely made headway, I feel, yesterday with those locations and being like, something really fishy is going on here.
Thank you, Polly.
We told her that as well. Green is a beautiful color on her. I'll be excited.
You guys, my whole wardrobe's going to be green at this rate. Good grief.
I mean, it works well. Ooh, that is a close-up of the seal. What did we learn that dietat do means? I don't know if that's how you say that. Dietat?
God enriches.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. Oh, hey, JC, what's up?
I'll look it up again, but I think it's God enriches.
Okay. I forgot already. Oh, no, there's definitely volume because I see captions.
Yes, God enriches. Wow.
Un momento. Oh, the stream is muted. All right.
Okay, I'm getting coffee. Be right back.
Okay.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Nathan Duncan. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked for Chandler Police Department?
Well, I'm 2 months shy of 25 years.
Can you tell us the different areas you have worked?
After graduating from the academy in September of 2000, I went into the patrol unit as a patrol unit for about three and a half years. I then left there and became a detective, working for approximately the next 11 years in our property crime section. And in the last 10 plus years, have been working in the robbery homicide unit.
In your career, have you been asked to write search warrants to obtain and review cell phone records?
I have.
In your career, have you been asked to write and obtain search warrants for iCloud records?
Yes, I have.
And in your career, have you been asked to basically write search warrants for all different types of social media and digital media?
Yes.
On July
This lighting
11th
is so
of
bad on these people.
2019, were you working that day?
I was.
And what were your hours at that time?
During that time, so weekdays, days, and I believe at the time I was on a Tuesday through Friday schedule, 10-hour shifts.
So on Thursday, July 11th of 2019, did you learn of a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler?
I did.
How did you learn about it?
I actually had learned by listening to the radio. I heard the call kick out and of the shooting at the Four Peaks location. And then soon after that, received a phone call to assist detectives at that location.
When you arrived at the scene, can you describe for us what you saw?
Yes, I believe I parked to the west of the location. When I arrived, I saw crime scene tape had already been placed. There were emergency vehicles such as fire vehicles and police present already. I then walked towards the front of the house where other detectives had gathered and spoke with them regarding the case, and then we were given tasks.
When you arrived, was Alex Cox still on scene, or did you see him?
I did see him from a distance. He was seated on the sidewalk. I did not get close to him and did not know who he was at the time.
This lighting makes it looks like he has jaundice or something.
Lori Vallow was there?
I never saw her.
When you arrived and you said you met with other detectives, were you given an assignment or task to do?
I was.
What was that?
I was asked to assist Detective Coons with the crime scene and basically be an extra set of eyes and hands for him when processing this crime scene.
Okay. So you're with Detective Coons. Was there also anyone else assisting you?
At some point, Detective Werther was there as well. And we had a patrol officer that was standing by helping us, and also a crime scene investigator with us.
Okay. Before you can enter the house, did you obtain or did you have someone write a search warrant so you could go in the house?
Yes.
So does that mean you guys had to just kind of wait around for that to be approved?
Absolutely.
And then ultimately, did you enter the scene around 11:53 in the morning?
We did.
When you were helping to process this scene, you were not the case agent, right?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of the time of the 911, when the 911 call was placed?
I was aware at the time, at that particular moment. No, I was not.
Okay. Is that something you learned later?
Yes,
Did you include that in your report at some point?
I did.
Did you get the time correct in your report?
I did not.
Have you since verified through listening to the 911 call and looking at the CAD report of the time of that 911 call?
Yes, the correct time on the 911 call is 8:36 hours that I noticed through the 911 call and CAD in reviewing for this. Then I did notice that in my supplemental report, I noted the wrong time of 8:32.
Okay. Were you aware of who made the 911 call?
I was.
And who was that?
Alex Cox.
So when you are finally allowed to enter the home, can you tell us what you observed when you first walked in?
Well, prior to walking in, we had a crime scene technician go through and take overall photographs of the entire residence. After that, we utilized the Lizard Q system to take additional photographs. Once that was complete, then we made entry in to kind of make our own observations. The front door faces to the west of this home, and as you enter is a small foyer.
Sorry, 80s. I feel like crap
Blue is
too.
white and black checkered flooring. And then you step into what I refer to as a great room that had no furnishings. There was a mirror on the north wall, a large picture window on the east wall, a mirror on the south wall, and a mirror on the west wall. I noticed the body of the deceased, later identified as Charles Vallow, laying on the western portion of the room. He was in what we call the supine position, with his head to the north and his feet to the south and his arms on each side of his body.
Okay. When you saw Charles Vallow, did he appear to be fit?
Yes.
When you went into the scene, did you notice a lot of blood around the scene?
We did not.
When you were looking at Charles Vallow, you told us that his hands were each to his sides, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any blood on his left hand?
I did.
Where did you notice that?
I noticed some blood in the webbing, we call the webbing of Charles's left hand. And in seeing that blood, and with not seeing any other blood, the only source of blood for that to come in contact with would have been on Charles' chest. So I felt that could have been from him placing his hand to his chest at one point before finally coming to rest.
So the flooring around where Charles's hand was, there was no blood around that floor area?
Correct.
I'm going to put up, if I can have the Elmo.
You think she's going to ask him about the bamboo shirt? I do.
She may.
Oh, she's gone. She's gone. Stupid.
There we go. All right, so what we see here in Exhibit 40, when you arrived, fire had already gone in, done whatever treatment, and removed themselves from the residence, right?
Yes.
So you can still see some of their equipment attached to Charles, correct?
Correct.
And then what we're looking at here is his left hand.
Yeah, his left hand on top of his left thumb and on the side of his left index finger.
And I'm putting 41 up. Is that what you observed?
Yes.
So even around Mr. Vallow, did you notice a lot of pooling of blood around him?
I did not.
Did you notice more sort of after the medical examiner's office came and enrolled him and moved him around?
Yes.
You talked about mirrors in that room. Did you notice any cracks or damage to any of those mirrors?
I did not.
Did you see the bat in the room?
I did.
Was that on Charles's right or left side?
It was on his right side above his, more north of his head.
Oh, I thought it's by the door. Also, I think there's some feedback from your computer.
When you are processing that room, are you looking for any potential blood evidence that's not just on or around Charles Vallow?
Yes, we are. We're constantly looking for any kind of blood evidence that would help us tell the story. Any kind of movement of somebody who had bled and then moved through the house to try to better explain what had happened.
So in this case, did you check that wood floor in that called great room for any blood drops or spatters or smears that might be on the floor that wasn't like right under Charles?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
Did you go into the other rooms in the house and help search for any other blood evidence?
I did.
And did you note any blood drops or smears or anything else on the flooring or walls in any other rooms?
Not on the flooring and walls. The only other location of blood that was present would have been on the faucet of the kitchen sink.
And that was that small drop right on the faucet itself? Or?
I would more smear, or I would call it a drop, but yeah, there was a red substance consistent with blood on that faucet.
Okay. Were you looking around the room for any towels or shirts or anything else that may have been used to, whether it was clean up or stop bleeding?
We were.
Did you find any?
No.
At some point, as you are going through the scene, did you go into what I'm going to call the pink room?
The pink room,
With the gun?
Yes, I did.
Put up an exhibit here.
How long does it take blood to
When you went into
congeal?
that room, were you, and I guess I can call it the pink as well as black and white striped room, Exhibit 71.
I don't know if congeal is the right word, but you know what I
Did
mean.
you observe this orange duffel bag, the garbage bag with some clothes, and then the gun laying on the floor next to the duffel bag?
I did.
Were you responsible
Polly.
for making that gun safe?
I was.
What did you do to make the gun safe?
So obviously, we, with help of our crime scene technician, we photograph the gun, the bag, and everything as it is in place. That's how we found it.
Okay.
At that point, I would place some gloves on and pick up the gun, also looking for any kind of blood or biological evidence on the gun while I'm looking at the gun. I would eventually do what's called making the gun safe. I would remove the magazine from the gun, set that aside, and then cycle the slide to remove any kind of cartridge that's inside of the chamber. In this case, this is a Springfield XD handgun. The magazine was released and removed. The cycle was manipulated, and a single .45 caliber cartridge fell out.
I'm going to put up a couple. We see in 78 is sort of that your hand holding the magazine that you removed,
It is.
and then 86 is that your hand with the single casing?
Yes, it is.
When you were going through this evidence, was there inside that orange
Interesting.
bag that we see in Exhibit 82 a gun case?
Yes,
Did that gun case have any locks on it?
it did not.
It's just plastic clasps to hold it closed?
Correct.
And was there extra magazines inside that gun case?
There were.
Now,
Oh yeah,
when
of course.
you
Ange,
process
of
a
course.
scene and the evidence is then
She also had
taken
no shoes,
to
remember?
police impound, do you sometimes go through it better there away from the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 81 here, that orange duffel bag. I think it's this way. Did you later go through the duffel bag?
I did.
And is there an outside pocket on that?
There is.
Did you locate a debit card in there?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 234. Do you recognize Exhibit 234?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a health savings account card in the name of Alexander Cox.
State will move to admit Exhibit 234.
Any objection?
I hear him. I'm thinking.
234 is admitted.
So Alexander Cox, is that the name of the person who called 911?
Yes, it is.
And when you are, let me ask you a little bit about the gun a little more. So this gun that you made safe, when you're looking at it, Did you
Both clicking at the same
look at
time.
all the sides of it to see if there was, again, any blood evidence on it?
Yes,
Did you see any?
I did not.
And that's something you are going to check to make sure you don't potentially change the way it looks?
Correct.
If they charged her with conspiracy to commit murder, why didn't they charge her with
Did
felonious
you
murder?
know when you went in to process the scene that Alex Cox had an injury to the back of his head?
I don't know when I went in. No, I did not.
Did you learn at some point that he did?
Yes.
This chair. Sorry, guys.
Knowing that he had an injury to his head, did that play in? Well, let me ask you, when did you learn that?
I believe it was during the investigation. We learned that Alex had sustained an injury to his head. So with that, made us more aware of potential other blood evidence, and that's why we were looking for that.
Okay.
Did he
So
go to the hospital? I don't think he did.
one of the reasons why you're looking on this gun to see if there was any blood
I don't think
transferred
so.
from potentially touching his injury and manipulating the gun at some point.
Yes,
I
from
mean, you
our
think he'd want
understanding,
like a CT scan or something?
some sort of assault with this, or assault with a bat, and then Alex then retrieved to the bedroom to get the gun. So our understanding is if you get hit with a bat and you're bleeding, that you would hopefully bring some sort of blood evidence onto the gun, and then what happens after, there's more blood evidence as well.
So you would have documented that and then made sure it was collected if you'd seen that.
Absolutely.
But here we photographed the gun without any blood evidence on it.
Yes.
Do you also, when you obtain a gun, look at the serial number?
Yes.
Why is that relevant?
We want to know who it returns to, who owns that gun.
And did you determine who owned that gun?
We did.
Who owned the gun, the Exhibit 247, that's Springfield?
Alex Cox.
Now, at some point, we've heard the medical examiner came to remove Charles Vallow's body, correct?
Yes,
And were you present when that happened?
I was.
And did you and the others that were processing the scene clean up the blood on the floor that had been left underneath him?
I did.
And when you were cleaning up the blood, did you notice anything on the floor that stood out to you where he had been located?
Yes, I did.
What did you notice?
When cleaning up the blood, I immediately noticed a defect in the floor consistent with a bullet strike that would have been close to or right on this area where the exit wound would
Oh,
have
she's
been.
definitely going to ask about the bamboo shirt.
So you had seen the floor and been processing that room while Charles was laying there, correct?
Right.
And once his body was removed, there's a pool of blood underneath where he was.
That's what I'm saying,
Correct.
Lady in Gray.
And in that area, I'm going to put up Exhibit 60,
I think he just used a razor and like cut himself.
is where you then observed that blood
Wrestlers used to do or do.
That is correct.
I'm going to put up a little bit further back of one. Hold on. Let me put up 56. Although it's harder to see, the marker itself is next to where that bullet strike is.
Yes.
So when you are seeing this, what comes to your mind at that point?
Well, in this scene, we're trying to make sense of kind of what happened with limited information. We know we have 2 casings, and we know we have 2 projectiles. We have a projectile that's into the wall, and we also have a projectile that is near Charles' body. We believe, obviously, the first shot or a shot went through and through his body, causing 2 holes and entered into the wall. The other shot we have is a low left abdominal entry, and what we believe, and not confirmed until autopsy, but a upper left trajectory near his shoulder. We looked through the room to where this projectile could have exited throughout the room and then landed in that spot near where Charles was. And we did not see anything until his body was removed and the blood was cleaned up.
So you're looking like walls and trying to find any other location where the bullet may have struck and bounced back and ended up in the floor there.
Correct.
And you didn't find any defects or any holes or anything other than the one bullet that was in that baseboard.
Correct.
So when you see this now, did you feel that was consistent with the bullet striking the floor underneath Charles and him being on the floor when he was shot?
100%.
Because of that, did you end up actually cutting out and collecting that board?
We did.
And then you said that you were wanting to know if that was confirmed during an autopsy, correct?
Yes,
Did you attend the autopsy?
I did not.
During this initial investigation on July 11th of 2019, did you ever search Charles Vallow's rental car?
I did not.
So Lori Vallow had his car all day and nobody looked inside of it.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Initially, as a person who was just working the scene with Detective Kuntz, did that sort of end your investigation or your involvement for at least July 11th?
Yes.
What was your next involvement in this case?
My next involvement had some prior to June of 2020. June of 2020 is when I was assigned the status of case agent in this case. Prior to that, I did help Detective Moffat with analyzing and just sorting through iCloud phone records and other data for him.
So we have heard about cell phones that had been extracted from retired Detective McDonald. That was Charles Vallow's cell phone. So
Yes.
is that one item of evidence that had been collected?
Yes.
I gotta go get
Did
something to
you
drink.
review any of that extracted data?
Yes, I did.
Did those extractions include things from emails,
Yes.
text messages,
Yes.
sort of anything you might expect to see on anyone's smartphone?
Correct.
When you are looking through this, did you look through both Charles' iPhone extraction and later some iCloud account extractions?
I did.
What are iClouds?
The best way to describe an iCloud is it's cloud storage for Apple products. If you have a MacBook or a phone or a Mac computer and you use an iCloud email address, and then the information from all of those would be stored under one iCloud account.
So someone can intentionally store things there?
Yes, you can choose what you want to store in there. A lot of times there's a default on there, but you can go through and manipulate as to what you want saved in your cloud or backed up in your cloud.
So there can also be things, if a default is on, that are people may be not even aware that are being saved up there.
Correct.
I say up there as if it's really a cloud, but whatever. When you were reviewing this data, did you, without going into anything specifics, did you see interactions between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow prior to about June 27th of 2019?
I did.
And did you see interactions with Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow after June 27th of 2019?
Yes,
Did you see a change in those interactions?
definitely.
Did you learn from reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud accounts that Charles had found an email sent to Chad Daybell that was purportedly written by him?
Yes, I did.
Did that involve an email address, kkwalker75 at Yahoo?
Yes, it did.
Did Charles Vallow, in fact, save a copy of that email into his account?
Yes, he did.
In reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud account prior to this time in June, had you seen any use of this kkwalker75@yahoo.com email address? Prior to June 27th of 2019, had you seen Charles Vallow utilizing that email address?
Had I seen Charles utilize it? Sorry, no, I did not.
Okay. So even though you're going through his account, you're seeing emails by him, right?
Right.
And you're seeing emails that are saved into his own iCloud account,
Yes.
but nothing in there was saved prior to June of 27th of 2019 relating to kkwalker75@yahoo.com.
That is correct.
Was the first time that you kind of became aware of this account when you saw that Charles had saved an email and then began texting Lori Vallow about it?
Yes.
Did you find multiple text messages or SMS messages from Charles Vallow
Yes. Show us.
to Lori Vallow relating to this letter?
Yes, I did.
Did you find evidence
Come on, cameraman.
that Charles Vallow, after discovering this email, contacted Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you find evidence that after Charles Vallow found this kkwalker75 email address, that Charles Vallow contacted Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Was a search warrant executed on Yahoo for that kkwalker75@yahoo.com?
It was.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 289.
I think we're gonna get some deets.
Does 289 include first an affidavit from Yahoo authenticating the kkwalker75@yahoo.com account?
It does.
Does it include information for the subscriber?
It does.
And does it include a portion of the emails associated with that account?
Yes, it is.
When you looked at the subscriber information, what was the name of the person subscribing to this?
Karen Walker.
Did that person provide a phone number?
Yes, they did.
And so when they're subscribing to sign this up, is that often a requirement to provide some sort of phone number or way to authenticate these?
Yes,
Did you recognize that phone number?
I did.
How did you recognize it?
I bet
the
I
phone
know.
number was linked to an old phone number for Lori Vallow.
Was that her 480 phone number?
Yeah,
Shocking.
ending in 4652.
So you had seen text messages from Lori Vallow to other family members and people under that phone number
Correct.
in her iCloud account?
Correct.
Did you also know when that account was opened?
Yes, it was opened in April, get the exact date, April of 2019, April 21st.
April 21st of 2019. Would that have been when Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow were now in Houston?
Yes,
Did you also note in the context itself reference to requesting Chad Daybell come out to Houston?
I did.
The state will move to admit 289 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
289 is submitted.
if I may
Girl.
publish.
Relevance, Your Honor.
All the relevance.
So
So do we get to see it?
I think so. I think we will.
zoom in a little closer for
Come on, camera guy.
this the subscriber information that
Come on,
Yahoo
bestie.
sent. Let me first say, so they send you an authentication, correct? And then they sent you subscriber information. Is that what you were looking at, where you noted a phone number that you recognized as belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes,
And again, this shows when the account was created on Sunday, April 21st.
yes,
But the name associated was Karen Walker.
correct.
Were you provided with a timeline of when this account was used?
I was.
So April 21st through June 26th.
Yes,
In looking at Charles Vallow's iCloud account and cell phone extraction, was this right before he discovered that email?
yes,
Now, some of the emails that were sent starting sort of April 21st
Oh, here we go. I need new glasses. I need to get glasses.
were to Brother Daybell, to Chad Daybell.
yes,
And we see up here to Chad Daybell, correct?
correct.
And then we see the date of Sunday, April 21st of
Correct.
2019.
Yes,
And so in this email, do we see that
There's my eyes.
Karen is inviting Brother Daybell to Houston?
yes,
In these messages was a final message, one that you found saved by Charles Vallow on or around June 27th or 28th. This, what we see is exhibit again 289.
correct.
In this message, it's from the KK Walker email.
It is.
So these prior emails, we saw a person purporting to be Karen Walker using Lori Daybell's phone number, writing to Brother Daybell, right?
Yes,
But here we see someone again from this same email now purporting to be Charles Vallow.
yes,
Again, talking about a Preparing the People conference.
correct.
And had you heard of the Preparing the People conference before?
I had.
Is that something that Lori Vallow was involved in?
Yes,
And is that something we've heard about through testimony here at court?
we have.
In this, does Charles Vallow,
Hey, Buffy.
or the person writing this email, again, ask Chad Daybell to come out to visit,
Yes,
to help write a book?
correct.
And so is this then the email that Charles then began reaching out to Lori, Chad, and Tammy about?
Yes,
We had heard from Adam that he also had learned of this. Did you see evidence of Charles Vallow also sending this letter that we see in 289 to Adam?
I did.
Grounds.
Based upon your review of the case and the dates on here, did Charles Vallow begin confronting Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell about the affair less than 2 weeks before he was killed?
He did.
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Chad Daybell on June 29th and 30th?
I did.
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Tammy Daybell on June 29th and June 30th of 2019?
I did.
At the time on June 29th, 30th, where was Charles residing at that time?
During that time, Charles was in Houston, Texas.
during that time, where was Lori Vallow?
She was in Arizona.
We have this timeline where Charles Vallow begins reaching out to Lori and Chad's wife about this affair. Was the first time that Charles Vallow saw Lori Vallow after him discovering this email on July 11th of 2019?
I believe so. There was a scheduled trip around the 4th of July, but was canceled. So the next time they would have seen each other would have been the July 11th.
So based upon your review of SMS messages, iCloud accounts, did Charles help Lori move here to Arizona about a week before this email?
Yes.
So he had seen her prior to learning about this,
Correct.
and then when he came out here to see JJ.
Yes.
When you were reviewing, well, let me ask you this. Were search warrants executed to obtain not only Charles Vallow's iCloud accounts, but Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts?
Yes, they were.
Were there two different iCloud accounts that were that search warrants were executed on?
Yes,
Was one of them Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
it was.
And was
Lori
the
for
other one
Style.
Lolly Time at iCloud.com?
It was.
In reviewing those records,
Lolly
did you
Time.
ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Lori Vallow went to Idaho in March of 2019?
I did.
And did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow flew back to Arizona together on March 19th of 2019? Now, we heard from Adam Cox last week. When you testified about text messages and interactions that he and Charles had leading up to July 11th, when you were going through the extractions of Charles Vallow's phone, did you see text messages between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
Yes.
And did those match what we observed? And I'm going to put up 210 here that was previously admitted. Were these the messages that were previously admitted, Exhibit 210, the same ones you saw in Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes, they are.
Okay. When you were reviewing the text messages or SMS messages for July 11th of 2019, do phones and the extractions advise when a message is received as well as when it's read?
It would show that, yes, in the Cellbyte report. Yes.
Okay. So, for instance, we see here a time and a read, correct?
Correct.
So when a message is incoming, it'll show when it's read.
Correct.
Obviously, when it's outgoing, we don't have that, correct?
Right.
So as you were looking at those messages on the cell phone extraction, did you see as Charles is arriving, he's sending messages to Adam?
Yes, that's correct.
And then he receives a message from Adam at 7:36:19.
Yes.
And he read that. I'm going to pull in just a little closer so we can see. At 7:36:27.
Yes.
So just a few seconds later.
Correct.
And then again, he gets that message from Adam. They're planning something. And did he again read that like simultaneously?
Yes.
And then did Charles send a message within a few seconds of reading that? Absolutely.
Correct.
And then again, this timing is just within seconds, like just ongoing conversation.
Yes.
Do we see that just a few seconds later, Adam sends a message to Charles? I was supposed to spend the night at the house last night. She probably blocked that.
Yes, I do.
And then again, another 20 seconds later, Charles sends Adam a message, what you do is up to you.
Yes.
Oh,
Then we see that Adam sends a message back to Charles again within another 17 seconds or something. I'm going to put the pressure to have him come get me now, see what he says. And that was read again, when?
12:13.
And again, did Adam send a second message where he says, okay. And when was that?
agreed.
12:13.
Just read it already.
And then Adam sends another message now. So these first two were at 7:37:29 and 7:37:39.
Yes.
And those were not read like these other ones almost simultaneously, correct?
Correct.
So after Charles said, what you do is up to you, it doesn't appear that he is any longer reading those emails.
Correct.
Or text messages, I apologize. The last text message that Adam sent then at 7:49 and 34 seconds was, me and Zach are going to the Stake Center tonight at 8 to play basketball. Holmes is always there, either playing ball or interviewing people. I will try to catch him to have a conversation with my old friend, right?
Correct.
When was that read?
12:13 as well.
Is Charles Vallow alive at 12:13?
He is not.
Nope.
So someone else is reading those.
Yes.
And this is coming from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone.
Correct.
Do you know who was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone at 12:13 p.m. on July 11th of 2019?
Lori.
How do you know that?
She told us, and she turned the phone back over to us later that afternoon.
Did you ever find any other evidence that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox went through Charles Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019?
I think
Yes.
so. I mean, she has something because she was super pumped when she said that. Oof. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to. Oh, goodness.
During this investigation, what we had already heard through Detective Werther, that search warrant was executed on Alex Cox's Verizon cell phone, 480-351-9120. And were you familiar with those records?
I am.
As part of the records that Verizon sent, and this is Exhibit 222 that has previously been admitted, did Verizon provide subscriber information?
Yes.
And that came back to Alex Cox.
Correct.
Did Verizon provide phone calls,
Yes.
cell phone data,
Yes.
cell tower data?
Yes.
And did they also provide some images that were saved by Verizon for associated with this phone number for Alex Cox?
They did.
Is that something that is with every carrier?
No, it's hit or miss as to whether you get them or not. Some carriers save them for longer, some save for shorter periods of time. Some don't.
We've learned that Verizon gives them all the shit.
Were these images, did the
That's what we've
images
learned.
themselves have any type of time date stamp on them?
That's what
The image of itself, it's an image of a phone with a time in the corner of the phone.
Okay.
Let's
and
see.
So let me
Cameraman.
I'm going to put up some of these images that were from this.
Come on.
So
Come on.
many of us talk about a screenshot, right? Is this a screenshot?
No,
Why not? How do we know it's not?
Oh,
because
thank you.
obviously in this case, you can
Thank
actually
you,
see
bestie.
the entire phone, and you also have a counter in the background.
So in this image that Verizon sent, it's showing an actual phone. Have you seen Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes.
Did it look like the same shape as his phone?
Yes.
What
We
some
see a time of
dum-dums.
2:13 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Dum-dums.
When you were going through Charles Vallow's phone itself and the extraction, did you see this message between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
I did.
Did, in fact, Charles place the flight or book a flight for Adam Cox to come to Phoenix?
He did.
Was there another image showing a closer up of the portion of that call with the flight information for Adam Cox?
Yes.
And did it also include a screenshot where Adam talks about going to see Lori at her house and having a talk with her and keeping his phone on record?
Yes.
And were these all messages, text messages between Adam and Charles that you found on the extraction report?
They are.
And these are images that were saved by Verizon associated to Alex Cox's phone?
Yes.
So the Chandler Police Department had Charles's phone back in their possession by 3 or so in the afternoon of July 11th, correct?
Yes.
And it's been in Chandler Police Department's possession?
It has.
And yet the Verizon records for Alex Cox show photographs of Charles's phone and those conversations between Charles and Adam.
Yes.
Now, did you learn in this investigation whether or not Lori Vallow knew the PIN to enter Charles's phone?
I did.
And did she in fact provide that to Detective Inclan so that it was easy to get into Charles's phone?
Yes.
So on July 11th, Lori Vallow has Charles Vallow's phone and she knows the PIN number to access it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it's in her possession.
Correct.
Did you ever find evidence that Alex Cox sent those photos of Charles Vallow's phone showing Adam's flight reservations to Lori Vallow on July 13th of 2019?
I did.
Again, we're talking about those iCloud accounts. Did you find that when you were reviewing the lollytime@icloud.com account information?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach at 2:31. I apologize. I should have also given you 226 as well. Do you recognize 236 there as the affidavit for the lollytime@icloud.com account information?
I do.
When you were investigating this case and you obtained a search warrant for the lollytime@icloud account, how did you authenticate or know that those records were related to Lori Vallow?
So first and foremost, the account lists her phone number in the 956, ending in 9562, associating that number with the account.
No, they don't do court on
you can go
Friday.
through the content of the account, and you see contacts familiar to Lori. You see text messages where she's texting and people are calling her by her name of Lori. You also have photographs and videos on the account that could all associate that account to Lori.
Did that lollytime@icloud account even include photographs of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell's wedding?
I did.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 226, which is the affidavit, as well as Exhibit 231, the photographs.
Any objection?
Relevant, Your Honor.
All right. Give me the numbers again, 226, 231.
226 and 231.
226, 231 are admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
So when we're talking about
140p. Wow.
the iCloud account,
Oh goodness.
are you able to kind of go through this extraction, what is provided to you by Apple, and look for things separated in terms of like emails or text messages or photographs?
Yes.
And then are you also able to then determine both sources and timestamps for some of those things?
You are, yes.
So looking at this report from the Apple iCloud account, do we see the lolly time at iCloud as a source?
Yes.
And then we see a timestamp over here of 7:13 at 5:57 p.m.
Correct.
And then this, does that mean that's converted for Arizona time?
The UTC -7 mean it is Arizona time, yes.
Okay. And then we see from Alex Cox, the 9120 number, the one that we were talking about just recently, correct? So in this report, we see that there's 3 photographs that were sent.
Thumbnails of those, yes.
And then were those photographs also obtained or saved in the iCloud account?
They were.
And so again, showing those, were these the same 3 photographs that you had found in Alex Cox's Verizon records?
They are.
And looking at this, what day was Adam returning?
He was Sunday, July 14th.
So this message, this text message and photographs was sent on the 13th prior to Adam returning.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about that timeline and what you understood when we start including all this information in. Based upon your investigation, did you learn that Charles Vallow's phone left the area of 5531 South Four Peaks Place around 7:49 a.m. on July 11th?
Yes, I did.
That's amazing. I
So
want to
what we
see
see
some
is
pics.
around the time that Adam sent that last text message.
I bet you look cute.
Based upon the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, when she left with Charles's phone around 7:49 a.m., and the 911 call being received at 8:36 a.m., how much time lapsed?
17 minutes? The time?
From 7:49
49?
to 8:36, was that
Oh,
46?
47 minutes?
So
Oh, he's good at time math.
if we
We're not.
have heard testimony from Dr. Baumgardner that Charles Vallow, when he was shot in the heart, would have taken up to a couple minutes to die after he was shot in the heart. And Lori Vallow has told Detective Enclan that she left right after Charles was shot. Would that mean that Charles Vallow just lay dead on the floor for 45 minutes before Alex Cox called 911 at best?
Yes.
Yep.
Wow.
When you were looking at those Verizon cell phone records for Alex Cox, Exhibit 222,
I mean, murder first thing in the morning.
did you look
crazy.
at when and to whom Alex Cox called?
I did, yes.
Now, when you are looking at cell phone records, do they often include sort of dates and times of phone numbers, phone calls, durations, and those sorts of things?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to use the back of one of these here. So when we start looking at July 11th, is the first call that we see on Alex Cox's phone him making an outgoing call?
Yes.
And do we see who he calls?
Lori.
So this 480-692-9562 number is one of the phone numbers that you have obtained a search warrant for that was subscribed to Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And when did that occur?
7:52 a.m.
So Lori Vallow leaves the house at 7:49 with Charles's phone, and 3 minutes later, Alex calls her.
Yes.
And did that last for
Under a minute, I believe.
under a minute? 49 seconds.
Yes.
Did you look at the next call that Adam Cox made on July 11th?
I did.
Was that what we see here at 8:06 a.m.?
Yes, set for the UTC -7 is 8:06 a.m. and that lasted for 55 seconds.
Who was that to?
Also placed to Lori.
So if Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 with Charles Vallow's phone, how much time has lapsed when Alex calls her this second time? I know it's math. Is it about 17 minutes?
All right, 17 minutes, yeah.
Mm.
Okay. And actually, I think so at this point, has Alex called 911 yet at 8:06 a.m.?
At 8:06, he has not, no.
So at 8:06, Alex Cox calls Lori a second time, and Charles Vallow has now been laying on the floor for at least 17 minutes.
Correct.
Understanding that the 911 call isn't made till 8:36, Alex Cox waits another 30 minutes before he calls 911?
Yes.
Did Lori Vallow ever call 911?
No.
Neither of her calls, neither of her phones,
None.
not on Charles's phone.
No.
And do we in fact see the 911 call that was made by Alex Cox on these records?
What do you
Yes.
think he was doing
And it
for an
shows it
hour?
as, these ones have not been converted, right?
Yeah, it's not converted.
Watching,
At the
like-
time, converting that to the -7 would be 8:35:54 seconds.
So when we see the 911 call, that's the connection time with the dispatch was 8:36, basically.
Yes.
So we knew from Charles Vallow's phone and from body cam that Lori Vallow returns to 5531 South Four Peaks at about 8:48 a.m., correct?
Yes.
As you are looking through these phone records, are you looking to also identify whether or not what people are saying matches what we'll call the digital, the unchangeable evidence?
Yeah.
So you were present when Adam Cox testified, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall him testifying that he called his brother Alex on July 9th to see if he could stay with him?
Yes.
Did you look to see if Alex Cox's records show if Adam called him?
I did.
So if we looked at Exhibit 222, those Verizon records for Adam Cox, would we see on July 9th at 13:21 hours that Adam called Alex?
Correct.
Did that call last over 20 minutes?
It did.
Did you also hear Adam testify that he tried to reach Alex when he got to Phoenix on July 10th?
Yes.
And again, if we looked at Exhibit 222, Alex Cox's Verizon records, did you see any attempts by Adam to reach his brother Alex?
I did.
Did you see a call on July 10th at 3:22 p.m.?
Yes.
Did that not connect? There was no conversation time.
Correct.
Did you see a text message from Adam to Alex on Alex's records, Exhibit 222, at 3:23 p.m. on July 10th?
Yes.
Now, these records did not have the context of that, correct?
Correct.
But you can see that Adam sent a text message to his brother Alex.
Yes.
Did you see Alex ever call or text back his brother Adam?
Never.
Did you see another text from Adam to his brother Alex in Exhibit 222 at 6:28 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you see a response back from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
We also heard Adam testify, and we saw in those text messages that between Adam and Charles on July 11th, that Adam said he was going to reach out to Alex and see what he did, right?
Right.
Did you look at Exhibit 222, these Verizon records, to see whether or not Adam, in fact, had reached out to Alex?
Yeah.
And does Exhibit 222 show that at 7:40 a.m. on July 11th of 2019, that Adam, in fact, texted his brother Alex?
Yes.
Did you see a response from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
So did Alex's cell phone records, Exhibit 222, sort of confirm or match what Adam was saying about trying to reach his brother?
They did.
When you were going through the extraction of Charles Vallow's cell phone, did you ever find a copy of a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks?
I did.
If I could have my paralegal approach with 212.
I am back. Did it say let's kill Charles? What did I miss?
Buffy being funny.
Oh, okay. I was like, I mean, these dum-dums, I wouldn't be surprised if they did say that. So,
Okay.
Do you recognize Exhibit 212?
I do.
Is that a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler that you found in that extraction of Charles Vallow's phone?
It is.
If I could have that back.
oh, you're being funny. I mean, it would have happened while I went to the bathroom.
Any objection?
Feel it's a human effort.
I thought it was
Doesn't look like
funny.
the complete amount, but okay. No objection.
Objection. 212 is admitted.
So did this sort of photo of a document that you found on Charles's phone show the lease date?
It did.
And when was that?
June 22nd, 2019 to end on June 30th of 2022.
So a 3-year lease.
Correct.
Wow.
Based upon your investigation, speaking with people as well as just going through Charles Vallow's
Hey, girl. Hey.
iCloud account, his cell phone, where was Charles Vallow living in June and July of 2019?
In Houston. 'Cause- 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 'c
did you, in fact, find evidence that Charles Vallow had flown to Phoenix on July 10th of 2019?
Yes.
So we had talked a little earlier that in addition to the Lolly Time account, that there was a Lori for Style iCloud account, correct?
Yes.
In terms of the Lori for Style at iCloud account, how did you identify that iCloud account as being associated with Lori Vallow?
Very similar to the Lolly Time account. The phone number ending in 9562 is listed as the subscriber phone number. Also the content of the phone, looking at photographs, videos, and communication with others. That is also the Lori for Style iCloud is a address that she actually gave to Banner Insurance as well.
Do we see in the Lori for Style two different phone numbers, both the 808-755-5452 and the 480-692-9562 number assigned to that subscriber?
You do.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 224 and 225. And do you recognize 224 as the affidavit from the iCloud records authenticating them?
Yes.
And is 225 some of the SMS or text messages that were saved in the Lori for Style at iCloud.com records?
Yes, they are.
State will move to admit 224 through 225. Oh, 224 and 225, sorry.
224 and 225 are admitted.
When you were going through the Lori for Style iCloud account records, did you ever find any recordings in that iCloud account related to Chad Daybell?
I did.
Did you find a recording from November 17th of 2018 of Chad Daybell in Arizona?
Yes, it was him speaking at a Preparing of People event.
And have we heard testimony from witnesses who attended a Preparing the People conference here in November of 2018?
Yes.
In the Lori for Style at iCloud account, did you find text message or SMS messages saved between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox?
Yes.
When you were looking through these records, had you become aware of the name Ned?
Yes.
What was the relevance of that name in your investigation?
Through this investigation, we had learned that Ned was the name of a dark spirit that had taken over Charles' body. And so in knowing this, I went through these records looking for a mention of Ned and to the reference and how it was used.
Was this, when we talk about the dark spirit, is this something that through your investigation, as we've heard in court, was a name that Lori had associated or given to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
In Exhibit 225, are these messages in the Lori for Style iCloud account between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox, where they're talking about Ned?
Yes, they are.
Was the first time that you found that reference to Ned from February 15th of 2019 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Yes, it is.
And is that where we see Alex saying that Ned was at the temple yesterday looking for you. He thinks you are staying with me.
Correct.
And so again, we see the source is the Lori for Style, correct?
Yes.
And we see two, this is Lori Vallow's iCloud account, correct? And that's the number that we have associated with her with T-Mobile?
Yes.
And then Alex Cox's Verizon record.
Correct.
During your investigation on February 15th of 2019, is this the time period where Lori Vallow had disappeared and was no longer in contact with Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Is this the time period where Charles had JJ by himself?
Yes.
And do we see then Lori Vallow saying, that's good that he is so off, I guess?
Yes.
The next time we see the reference to Ned is that in March 2nd of 2019, again from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And does he advise, Ned just came by and Tylee unleashed on him. He came to my house and he went to Summers first. He ran up in a rental car.
Correct.
So again, your understanding is from this investigation, from testimony at court, that Ned was Charles.
Yes.
Now, again, we talk about there was a time period when Lori is both, we've heard, in Hawaii and in Idaho, correct?
Correct.
Do we also see Alex trying to get Lori Vallow's new address?
Yes.
And she gives him a lollytimeforever@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
So that's another address that she had. Now we heard, again, Ned being associated to Charles. Do we have a text message on March 26th of 2019 from Alex to Lori saying, Ned is still alive, just confirmed?
Correct.
This next message, is that from Lori Vallow to Alex?
Yes.
And it says, it's not Ned, right?
Correct.
So it's not even a he, it's.
Way to dehumanize. Makes it easier to kill people.
Ned is gone.
Correct.
So is this around the time where we've heard of that girls' weekend,
Yes.
where they were trying to cast out the evil spirit in Charles?
Correct.
Oh, that's right. The casting.
As you continued in this Lori for Style, do we see again Lori texting Alex saying, no one has seen him, right? Just talk to him.
Correct.
And then Alex says, correct, Charles' body is alive, right?
Yes.
So in your investigation and through the testimony here at trial, have you heard people indicate that Charles's body was possessed by an evil spirit?
I have.
And they're trying to cast out this evil spirit?
Yes.
So here we see that it's not Charles is alive, it's Charles's body's alive.
Correct.
Does Alex then respond to Lori, what did you learn?
Yes.
And that one's from Alex to Lori.
Correct.
And then does she respond, a lot, still working on it, we'll call you later?
That's correct.
When you went through a lot of these records, did you see a lot of reference to telling people to call her?
Yes.
Obviously, we don't have those recordings, right?
Correct.
And so would you often see calls then in the phone records to match up with a request to call?
Yes.
Going back to the Lolly Time iCloud account, was that account created on July 1st of 2019?
It was.
Was that created after Charles Vallow contacted Lori and Chad Daybell and Tammy Daybell about the affair?
It was.
When you were going through those lolly time at iCloud account records, did you?
They didn't, no. Maybe today. I don't know. Maybe it got struck. I'm not sure.
Find evidence or find photographs in the lolly time at iCloud account showing the change in Charles's beneficiary form for his life insurance.
I did.
Did you see both a photograph of a computer as well as of documents?
Yes.
Show defense 232.
So this is 10 days before the murder. Okay. Maybe. Or maybe they don't play the Charles body cam because, you know, he's like, she's crazy. And maybe they don't want her to use that as like a defense of like, oh, I couldn't do this because look, I was crazy. I don't know.
I can have my paralegal approach with 232.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize both the report and the photos that were obtained or part of the records for the lolly time at iCloud.com account that was obtained through a search warrant by the police department?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 232.
Maybe.
Any objection?
No objection.
232 is admitted.
And if I may publish.
Alex, this doesn't
So,
surprise me
again,
because even if he was
when
alive,
you are going through
he could be another defendant, so it
these
wouldn't work.
iCloud accounts, just like with the cell phone extractions, are you able to sort of pull out reports and save the documents themselves, both in the report and then print off those documents?
Yes.
Maybe.
So looking at this Exhibit 232, do we see
I don't
both?
know.
It's from the lolly time iCloud account, right?
Correct.
And then we see that on July 28th, that these photographs were sent to a phone number 515-402-0143 with a contact name of Bubby.
I do.
Now let's first go through these records, and then we'll talk about the phone number, okay?
Okay.
So what we see here are sort of the thumbnails. Are these the actual photographs associated or sent in each of these messages?
Yes, they are.
So we see these are MMS messages, meaning there's a photo associated with it.
Yes.
So one of the photos associated with it was this Banner life insurance. Oops, I'm sorry, we're too close. Banner life insurance policy for Charles Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Showing Lori Vallow as the primary beneficiary.
Yes.
And then there was a photograph or of the document showing, again, $1 million policy.
Yes.
Started in
Hey,
2015.
babes.
And the owner insured are Charles Vallow.
Yes.
Then was there a photo of a computer screen?
There is.
And were you able to tell, because you see sort of the icons that you would see at the bottom of a computer screen in this,
Correct.
and a little bit of a glare on it? And is this the designation form that was changed by Charles Vallow that we had talked about previously in court.
Yes.
And so this is a photograph of the computer showing that Charles Vallow, in fact, changed this to Ethel K. Woodcock.
That is correct.
So she knew.
So on July 28th, Lori Vallow is sending copies of this to someone she calls Bubby.
Yes.
Oh, July 28th. I thought she said
Now,
June.
Do you
Never mind.
guys want to find out who Bubby was?
Absolutely.
Yeah, who is it, buddy?
Yes.
Excited for this answer.
Actually obtain a search warrant
Who is
to
it?
get those phone records from AT&T
Is it Chad?
for 515-402-0143.
Yes, I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 223.
He's very excited to tell us.
Do you see in there first an affidavit from AT&T authenticating those records for the 515 number?
Yes.
A thumb drive that contains all of the records that were sent,
Yes.
as well as some of the subscriber information and records.
Yes.
Now, obviously, contact names are just contact names. Were you able to determine who this number was associated with?
Yes.
How?
Once again, looking through the content of the messages that we saw via either photographs sending back and forth or just written content, this person was found to be Chad Daybell. In addition to that, we received an audio recording from a local business in which Chad contacted this business and listed this as his phone number.
Oh,
So this
That's not great.
515 number, there's a
You're
recording
stupid.
of
so
Chad
stupid.
Daybell using this phone number to contact a business.
Yes.
And then the context
The storm.
of the messages that you see in this iCloud account with the contact Bubby confirmed that this was in fact Chad Daybell.
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 223.
Any objection?
No objection.
223 is admitted.
She didn't go with relevance.
So on July 28th
Oh,
of 2019, Lori Vallow is sending photographs of the life insurance policy, original and the change, to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
wah, wah.
As you were going through this iCloud account, the lolly time, did you go through many, many, many text messages?
Yes, I did.
Ooh, let's read them.
Did you note text messages between
Many, many,
Lori
many.
Vallow and her brother Alex Cox that were saved in that lolly time account?
Yes.
As you were going through those text messages, did you note Lori Vallow giving her brother the new address of 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
I did.
Did you see the messages leading up to July 11th? For instance, one on July 9th talking about being like Nephi?
I did.
Did you see text messages between them even out to August 12th where Lori Vallow talks about going to Social Security?
Yes.
And in these text messages, as you looked at these two conversing, did you see text messages talking about other people being Z's, just the letter, because of their association with Charles?
Yes.
Zombie.
Show Defense Exhibit 227.
Yeah, babe. Lolly time. Yeah.
Now, these messages in this iCloud account that are in this report, are these all of the messages that they had?
No,
Are these just a portion of them?
they are.
Was it more than 10? Me too, Sarah. Look at that. Perfect timing. I'm so thirsty today.
It's ready.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm done. And actually, can I have my paralegal approach with 227?
Go ahead.
Yeah, it didn't work out for them. A dramatic reading, please. I mean, if we can find them, but we can do that during the break.
227, are those just that portion of the SMS messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox that were saved on the Lolly Time at iCloud account that we've discussed there? Sort of
Yes, they
leading
are.
up to and right after July 11th.
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 227.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
227's admitted.
Right.
My hands are so cold today.
So let's go through these. So again, we're seeing SMS messages, and we're starting here on July 9th, correct?
Yeah, 3:05 p.m.
And these are from Lori Vallow. This starts the first one from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox.
Yes.
So we see Lori Vallow tell her brother that Mel is bringing Bodie over here for you now, so can you come? Correct?
Yes.
So the 9th is the day that Charles and Adam are making their plane reservations.
Yes.
It's fine. I didn't want to read that anyway.
And do we see that Alex tells Lori he'll be over in a bit?
Correct.
And then as we continue on the 9th, we see Lori respond, perfect, thanks, right?
Yes.
And then Alex has to ask for her address, correct?
Yes.
And so on the 9th, Lori Vallow provides her brother with the address she lives at, 5531 South Fork Peaks, correct?
Correct.
And then there appears to be a response from Alex to her AX.
I believe that's probably an attempt to correct the prior state in the above. He spells it AX as well too. So there's an AX below.
Okay. So a little bit later, we see that was at 4:57 p.m., correct?
Yes.
So at 9 o'clock on the 9th, do we see a message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox? So the plot thickens, call me when you can.
Yes.
Now at that point, when you looked at phone records, did you see any call between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox initially after this first text message?
Not after that first one, no.
So about 47 minutes later, on July 9th at 9:50 p.m., does Lori Vallow send her brother Alex Cox a message, getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and store it or secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you.
Oh, that's not great.
When you saw that message, did you ever check Alex Cox's cell phone records to determine whether or not there was a phone call after that?
I did.
Did you see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow talked on July 9th at 21:56 hours? What time would that be?
9:56.
So 6 minutes after this, or 56 minutes.
Correct.
So 6 minutes after this text message, Lori and her brother have almost an hour-long conversation.
Yes.
Now, In this message, when you were going through these records, did you recognize or learn who Nephi was?
So in going through this particular message, I knew that Nephi was a figure in the Book of Mormon related to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but I didn't understand the significance.
Oh, tell us again, because I forgot.
Did some research to find out who Nephi was.
You were present in court when Adam testified, correct?
Yes.
And did his testimony about Nephi being told by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban and that this was a justified killing match with what you had learned when you researched it?
Yes, it did.
That's not great.
So as you were going through these messages, and let me say this investigation, were you able to get to this like July 12th? You're on it and reviewing all these iCloud accounts?
No.
Did it take significant period of time to start finding phone numbers and finding iCloud accounts and then writing warrants to obtain them?
Correct. It's an evolving process. You would find one, and then that would lead you to another. So you're continually writing search warrants for other carriers and businesses.
Okay. So when you're reviewing this now, you know the scene and you're understanding some of the case, but you're still putting pieces together.
Right.
Now, were you aware from looking at Charles's phone and the messages between Charles and Adam that they were talking about an intervention?
Yes.
So on July 9th, Adam and Charles were discussing an intervention,
Correct.
possibly recording Lori.
Yes.
And then what we see then at 9:50 at night is Lori telling her brother that they're planning an intervention.
Yes.
So the same day that Adam and Lori were, or that Adam and Charles were talking, Lori is already letting her brother know there's going to be an intervention.
Correct.
And they're trying to get her separate and alone for this.
Correct.
And then there's that long phone call that we don't have recorded, correct?
Yes.
Judge, do you want me to keep going through these or break here? I do have a significant number more.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. It's almost 12:05. I'll remind the jury to remember the admonition. We'll resume at 1:30 p.m.
All right, for the jury.
So that's 12:05 to 1:30. It's an hour, 2 hours. Right. Somebody do that math.
Cliffhanger.
With the 30 minutes, I think that means 2 hours for us. Wow. Well, you know what? It's not looking great for Lori.
It's not.
It's not looking great at all. That seems like a lot of planning and talk about that. What time are they coming back? Okay, so an hour and a half for lunch plus the 30-minute delay means they're 2 hours. It would be like, oh, well, we're already the half hour behind. I don't know. It'd be like 5:30 our time. So I think that match. Somebody can do the math for me. Where's that Luffy? He's good with math. And then she has a number to read. Right. He said 1:30, but so there it's noon when he said that. Because we're on a half-hour delay. So it's a total of an hour and a half for lunch. And then we have to wait 30 minutes. So would it be 5?
I think 5.
We'll see. It's 12:30 here Pacific time. Okay. There's something in my mouth that's bothering me today. Yeah, so What did she say she had the text for when she came back, or for when they come back? Who are they between? I forget.
She just said a lot of. She said she's got a lot.
Okay. I mean, how eager was the detective on the stand? Who was just like.
And did you guys want to know who Bubby was? Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, we do. It was Chad.
She's so dependent. Like, getting sleepy. I'm gonna need you to stay close to me for the next few days. What?
To Alex, it's weird. Like, I mean, I'm close with my brother, but like, it's weird.
Yeah, no.
But the Nephi, is that what they said it was? Nephi?
Yeah,
story?
Nephi. That does not help at all. I don't know why she didn't object to that.
Because she's a dum-dum. Get the snacks ready. I do think we're going to need some popcorn when we come back. Oh, hold on. Let me stop that feed.
Okay,
there.
I think 5-2, Lady and Gray and Polly. I think 5.
I think 5 sounds about right. So we can either do 2 things today. We can either stay on. I can pull up some stuff that it looks like they're not showing in trial if you guys want, from like East Idaho News. There's like Charles's phone calls with the insurance place. There's Tylee's interview we can watch, or we can take a break, whatever you guys want to do. I'm pretty good with whatever today. I don't have anything pertinent happening, but you know, that's up to you all. Popcorn. Yes. Yeah.
Let's see what the people say.
What do the people have to say? I wonder what questions Lori's going to ask. It's going to be a lot of, did you see me send those text messages?
Yeah, like Amy said, how do you know I read?
I seem pretty nonchalant today. I'm going to need you to define that for me, please. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, do we have any Karen Reed updates? That's a good one. Yeah, somebody let me know if we have any of that. I think, well, you know what? We'll just hang out. Annie, if you want to take a break, of course, babe, you can, but I don't got anything else going on. We'll see what's up with some East Idaho, what they have on there. Because they have like all the deets. I love them so much. Were you there? She's definitely going to bring up bamboo. I guess we can make a bingo card on our downtime here. Definitely going to do that. Got to use my brain. Tell you what, I've had a headache. Oh, sorry, I had to go earlier. My neighbor knocked on the door. I think I'm going to have to get a sign for my door that says streaming in progress. She's asking about some truck that isn't ours. And I was like, I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about.
Getting YouTube famous. Come back later.
Yeah, like I'm busy. Obviously. No. All right, hold on. It's going to take me a minute to find, because their playlist is ginormous for obvious reasons. Let's see. God, Chad Daybell just sucks so much.
He's the worst.
He is the worst. Oh, that's just testimony. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. All right.
I'm going to be honest. I don't even know which playlist. They have like 7 playlists all about the Vallow Daybells. Okay. We'll just go to videos and we'll just see which one comes up first. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I feel like these live updates, it's so much easier to maneuver than X's.
Oh, I didn't know one of her Idaho jurors spoke out.
I don't know that either.
Watch that. It's like 5 minutes.
Wow,
this is a
there
lot
are
harder than I thought. Huh?
I said there are a ton of videos.
Charles Vallow's landlord talks to police after Charles is shot.
Wow.
We also have Alex. Okay, I found them, by the way. So we have, you guys decide, okay? We can do his landlord calls and talks to police. I don't know why that would be important, but they did. We have Alex Cox's police interview. We have Lori's full police interview. We got Tylee's. And I think we'll leave those 4 options for now, because otherwise I'll lose my spot. So which one do you guys want to watch? It looks like the phone calls are 35 minutes. The interviews are each like 2 hours. One of the Melanies. I get the Melanie is so confused. Mama just said, okay. Okay. I'm thinking either Alex or Tylee.
I think I'm more interested in Tylee, but
Tylee, because I mean, we know she's lying. Not that, you know, here's the deal, right? Tylee is a kid. I mean, she's like 17, but like,
yeah,
we know who her mom is. So, you know, give her a little grace there.
for sure.
And we all know what happens to Tylee, unfortunately. So, okay, you guys want to do Tylee? Let's do Tylee. Give me just a second. Oh, gosh. Oh, this is going to be rough on the ears, guys.
Is it staticky?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's so bad. All right. Let me get it pulled up. I'm going to have to do like one headphone on this because I got a headache and then it's going to be.
oh no. I'm sorry.
Rough. Oh, it's okay. I think it's from the weather and pollinating and changing all the time. Okay, let me pull this here. And we'll see what Miss Tylee has to say. I'm going to speed it up to like 1.25. That should get us close to.
She keeps thinking we're joking. Amy?
Let's see here. 1.25. And I'm probably going to fast forward to when there's like downtime, you know, when like the police are out of the room. I'll probably just fast forward it through that. Okay. Okay. Check. Boom. Okay. All right. Let's do this, you guys. I can't hit play on this StreamYard. I need to do it on the other one. I am so pretty. Oh,
You are so pretty.
I don't know how loud that is for you guys, but it is very loud on my end.
Are they talking now?
No, they're not. Let's just Kylie here. Oh, poor sweet Kylie. Oh, she's in here for a while by herself. Oh my goodness.
Man.
Oh, we're definitely going to be able to watch this whole thing. Oh.
Wow. It's sad to see her and know what happened.
So fucking sad.
Hi. So you have to spell your name because we're all taking guesses on how to spell it.
And
We're
there's
not
no
sure.
closed caption, guys.
T-Y-L-E-E.
Okay, I was right. And what's your last name?
Ryan, R-Y-A-N.
And your birthday? And then, do you have a phone?
Yeah.
What's your phone number? Okay. So I know this is going to kind of sound like kind of a silly question because it's super broad. But can you basically tell me what happened today? And you can start at whatever place makes sense for you to kind of start and explain. I'll probably kind of ask you questions as we go a little bit.
So I woke up probably around like 7:50, I want to say, because I heard yelling from like right outside my door.
It's so bad in my ears.
I don't even know where, but I immediately like jumped up, and I have a baseball bat because when I was living at my uncle's by myself, I just wanted something to like feel safer, and I'm not old enough to get like pepper spray or anything, so I was like, okay, I'll get a baseball bat. So I have that.
So your bedroom, you said it right outside your bedroom door, and I didn't go in the house, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage. So what is your bedroom door open to?
My bedroom door open, so the room that my uncle was staying in, the room that's kind of like the guest room, if my room's right here, that's right there.
Okay.
And then my little brother's room, and then kitchen's kind of back here, so it's like a little hallway, and then right here is kind of where everything happened.
Okay.
Like the big, you walk in and...
Like big great room, kind of living room?
Yeah, right now it just has mirrors up because my mom wanted a dance room.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Kind of unconventional, but...
Hey, whatever makes you happy. It's your guys' house. So.
Right. So, yeah, I immediately just jumped up and I grabbed my baseball bat and I opened the door and it was my stepdad, you know, outside the doorway, and then my uncle kind of in the doorway, and then I could hear my mom behind him. And he was just screaming at both of them, like...
A Bob Evans premium farmhouse makes Easter easy. Just heat, serve, and enjoy. Feeds 8 to 10. We'll make the meal.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was saying because honestly I was just too like wired, I guess. So I told him to take a few steps back. I was like, you're too close, you need to step back. And he was like, don't tell me what to do. And I just kind of just stood there. And then my uncle kind of moved out of the way, and then my mom kind of went past him and into like the big room.
Okay.
Where everything happened, and so I walked with them, and then
So they were more in the hallway?
Yeah, they were at like the end of the hallway, basically. And so my mom walked all the way around, and he kind of followed them, and I just kind of stood. My uncle was like right here, and then my stepdad right here, and then me and my mom were kind of right here. And I didn't do anything with the baseball bat, I kind of just held it there. And he was getting really close to my mom, so I kind of stuck it out like between them. And they were both just yelling, and he was like, if you hit me with that baseball bat, you're going to go to jail. And I just kind of stood there with the baseball bat, and I didn't really say anything.
When you said they were yelling, who was yelling?
It was mostly my stepdad.
Okay.
Well, he was really the only one like yelling. My mom was kind of like responding, but I honestly couldn't tell you what they were saying. It was kind of just like all jumbled up in my head. And so I just kind of stuck the baseball bat out there, and then he just grabbed it and tried to take it. So I held on to the end, and then eventually I fell, and he kind of took it into his hands like he was going to do something with it. And that's when...
So when you fell, he ended up with the bat?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I fell to the ground, and then my uncle kind of like, I saw him take a step back, so my uncle, I think, grabbed him and kind of took him back so he couldn't like do anything.
You saw your stepdad like take a step back?
Take a step back, because he was really close to begin with, and then and so my mom said to go with JJ, and so I ran out the door, and then I kind of just stood there with my little brother. He was in the front seat of the car, and so I just kind of opened the door and just stood there, and like, he was trying to get out, and I was like, no, we have to stay. I have to stay in. And I was like, oh, like, I told him, like, do you want to go in the Jeep? And then he was like, no, and then I realized that my car was blocked in, so I couldn't anyways. I was like, okay, like, just stay here. And then eventually my mom came out, and then we left from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened inside of the house? Has your mom kind of explained it all to you?
I just kind of asked her, like, because I heard a noise, which I know what it was now, but it sounded like, because I knew that the baseball bat was in there, it sounded like someone, like, took it and hit it really hard against the floor.
Okay.
And so I was kind of like, Al's okay, right, because that's my uncle. So I just wanted to make sure that, like, my stepdad didn't do anything to my uncle and stuff. And so she was like, no, like, Al's fine, like, we're just going to take JJ to school. And I was like, okay. So I just got in the car, and then we went to Burger King because my little brother wanted breakfast, which was chicken fries for no reason.
Okay. I do dinner for breakfast all the time.
Breakfast for dinner and dinner for breakfast.
So to kind of back up a little bit, so you had talked about your stepdad, when you put the bat out, your stepdad was coming towards your mom.
Mhm.
Can you describe to me a little bit better kind of what was going on there? Like, is there a reason you put the bat up?
Yeah, he was walking towards my mom, and I just didn't want him to do anything, so I kind of just stuck out the bat. Like, my mom was right beside me, and he was right there, so it wasn't, like, between them.
Okay.
It was kind of just, like, I just stuck it out to be, like, keep your distance, kind of.
When you say you didn't want him to do anything, what did you think he was going to do?
Hit her.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, for the most part, been pretty, like, mundane, but there have been a few, like, violent times with him when I was really scared that he was going to hit me or hit my mom, like,
Okay.
just because everything was kind of crazy. Me and him have always kind of not gotten along, like, just since I was little. And so there have been a few times that we've gotten in fights and stuff like that. And so, so I'm just kind of always scared of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, so that happened, and he grabbed the bat from you.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of tell me that again real quick.
So I kind of stuck it out, and this is when he was like, if you hit me with that baseball bat, you're going to jail. And I didn't say anything because I'm like, okay. And so I'm holding it by, like, the end of that, like, the place where you hold it. And so he kind of took it, and I kind of, like, lunged forward and kind of lost, like, my footing.
Mm-hmm.
And so my mom was like, just let go. And so, I kind of, like, slipped and I fell kind of on, like, my side.
Okay.
Yeah, and then from that, my mom said to go to the car, so I just got up and ran out the door.
Okay. Did you see, when you fell towards your side, did you see what he did with the bat?
No, I wasn't really looking in that direction because from where I fell, the door was kind of more in my line of vision because I fell looking this way and the door was, like, right there, so I didn't look back.
So he was at a different line of sight than what you were looking at?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point you saw him kind of take a step back, and from what you're saying, and tell me if I'm wrong or not, you didn't necessarily see your uncle pulling back, but it seems like that maybe...
It seems like he wouldn't have taken a step back on his own, so it's more of an assumption than anything. I didn't see him physically take him back.
And does that make sense based on where your uncle was at that time?
Yeah, he was behind him because he wasn't on this side with me and my mom, so he was behind him.
Okay.
Because that's kind of just the order where everyone walked out.
And when that happened and then your mom told you to go, did you see what happened with your stepdad and uncle?
No.
Okay. And then once you went outside with your brother, you never came back inside?
Oh, I went to go get my mom's purse from inside so that we could have, like, her wallet and everything, but this was all happening, like I said, like, in the bigger room right here. And so I went through the garage door, and so the garage door is right here, and then there's, like, a little hallway, and then this is kind of where everything is, and then this is my mom's room.
Okay.
So when I went in, I kind of, like, just tuned everything out, ran to my mom's closet, ran back, so I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything.
When did you go back in and get her purse?
After my mom came out.
Okay. So after you heard that loud noise?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you heard the loud noise, was your mom outside or inside?
I'm trying to think. I think she was inside when it happened and the door opened, like, immediately after.
So very quickly after the door opened?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it wasn't, like, a long period of time because I remember not, like, thinking about it for that long, and if my mom hadn't come out immediately, I would have, been thinking about it for a lot longer than I had.
So obviously I don't know, like, your mom and stepdad and uncle, right? You do, I don't. So can you tell me kind of where the three of them were at kind of emotionally and how they were behaving when all this was happening?
When all this was happening or, like, before?
When all this was happening. So, like, when you came out of your room and he took the bat from you and...
Yeah, so my stepdad was, like, he was, like, I don't even know how to explain it. He honestly just looked like kind of a crazy person.
Okay.
Like, screaming, and, like, his face was beet red. He just looked, like, really mad. I remember when he took the bat from me, I saw his face for, like, a split second, and I honestly, like, it didn't even look like him. He just looked like pure, like, rage. Like, he was just seeing red. So, I haven't really seen him, like, all the way like that before. That's, like, the craziest I've ever seen him. And then my uncle was kind of calm. Like, not super calm, obviously. It was, like, a stressful situation. But he's, like, I don't know. He was kind of just standing there in the doorway, kind of just being protective of my mom. But he wasn't yelling or really saying anything.
Okay.
And my mom was just he was yelling, and my mom was kind of just, like, talking.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But you don't remember, if you do, like, what your mom was saying at all, or what he was mad about?
No, not really. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's okay.
honestly, like
We're talking about something that probably happened over 2 seconds of time.
Yeah,
so.
honestly, it feels like 2 seconds and 40 minutes at the same time.
Yeah.
So I don't remember what they were really saying. I just kind of heard yelling over everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I kind of just do that whenever things are like really loud. I kind of just like tune what people are saying out because I don't know, just yelling isn't fun, obviously, for a kid to hear. And with my biological dad, I always heard him like screaming and stuff, so I kind of just learned how to like tune it out.
So when you woke up to yelling, and you had said you weren't sure what they were actually saying, did you know who was yelling when you heard the yelling?
Yeah, I knew it was my stepdad. Well, at first I kind of didn't. Like when you first wake up, you're kind of disoriented. And then I remembered that my stepdad was like coming in to take my little brother to school today, so I immediately like knew it was him. Mm-hmm. And then my uncle I knew was staying, so I knew that was him. And then my mom, obviously, I knew that was her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then, so you stepped out of your room and you took the bat with you. Is there a reason why you took the bat with you?
Honestly, I think that was kind of just like first instinct. Mm-hmm. Like obviously I didn't ever hit him with the bat or anything like that. It was kind of just for like security, I guess, to know that I had it. I didn't do anything with it. In hindsight, I probably just shouldn't have brought it out at all because it caused more trouble. But it was kind of just first instinct, and it was right by my bed. Mm-hmm. So I kind of just like jumped up and grabbed it.
So I'm trying not to put like words in your mouth and stuff.
You're good.
So was there something in particular that you were concerned about that you would have taken the bat with you?
Only if he had been violent towards like me or my mom.
I'm assuming you're talking about your stepdad?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but it wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna take the bat and like do something with it. It was kind of just like, I need something in my hands to like feel safer.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So my kind of second dumb question is, and I don't know that there necessarily is, but I always kind of want to make sure, is there anything that, we didn't talk about or I didn't ask you about or anything that you think is important or anything that I should know? Because it's harder for you because you were there. Mm-hmm. And so I'm asking questions about something I didn't even see. So I just want to make sure like I didn't miss something or anything that you think I should know about.
That was pretty much it.
Okay. And if you think of something, in 5 minutes and tomorrow or whatever else, we can always talk again. It's totally fine. So I talked to your mom about, we have some victim services people that work here. They're not cops. They're really good at what they do. So I really want your mom to talk to them because I think it would be good that your mom has, and you guys have some, maybe kind of some extra support if you need anything kind of go moving on. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to check in with your mom real quick, and if she's good to go, then I'm going to introduce one of them to you guys. That way you guys can talk before I take you guys back. Okay? Sound fair? Okay. Do you have any questions for me at all?
No,
okay. If you do, let me know, okay? Okay.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a question she should have asked. And
I was wondering,
like, why wouldn't you be like, so has that? I mean, because here's the thing, right? Is Charles is a big kind of dude, she's a little girl, yelling, screaming. You're going to be probably intimidated of a grown man and stuff. Like her perspective, she just got woken up out of nowhere to screaming and ugh. But for Lori to send her back inside to grab her purse, knowing damn well that Charles had been shot, gross. Oh, okay. Well, that is literally all of that. So, okay. Oops, sorry. I don't want to play. You guys want to watch Alex?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do anyway.
I don't think I've actually watched Alex's, to be honest with you. Oh, there it is. Okay. No thanks. All right, so they're going to bring a cop in. Oh, they come in pretty quickly. Okay. I don't think Tylee was really kind of comprehending, or seems like she knows how to disassociate a little bit. So okay, I thought this was going to be a little bit faster here, but okay.
How does it feel right now?
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Correct me.
My son just walked home and it scared the crap out of me. All right, here you go. I will be back.
They were so still at first, I thought it was paused.
I sit a lot when I type, sitting in the car, driving around. Yeah. I want to stand a lot of times, but it's just too hard to write and stand.
It probably depends. But I think some of that could have gone away with the coaching from her mom as well. The coaching I'm assuming she received.
Yeah, that's fine. No, we're right here. I'm all set, Robin.
Okay.
You're good.
Yep, I'm good. The only thing is what he was using to
Okay.
clean his head. Other than that, this is all his property.
Okay.
I did call a night detective to have that.
Photograph you did?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I did not.
If you could have a call one for
Yep,
the
I'll do it right now.
downstairs. Thank you.
bet. Are we still on top?
I think they were gonna clear it, but I have my radio off. All right, Alexander, my name's Nate Mop, I'm a detective, police department. I want to walk through what happened today. Let me just write a couple things down. 3744. So, are you still living out on Cherie Street?
Yeah.
Okay. So. TV.
Very likely.
Are you working right now?
I'm off this week.
Okay, where do you work at? What do you do for them?
Drive a truck. Mostly hauling hazardous waste.
Okay. What's the cell phone number for you? Okay. What about Soch? Okay, I have very little understanding or knowledge of what happened. Patrol kind of, the officer that talked to you out there, it kind of turns into a phone game. So, you know what I mean? When they go, yeah, this is what he says, but they're kind of rambling through it real fast. And same with your sister. Your sister's name is Lori or Lauren?
Lori.
L-O-R-I. L-O-R-I? Okay. So the big thing I want to do is just make sure that we have all the details accurate and factual. So, because kind of some of the information we got from Patrol didn't really match up what Lori told us compared to. So walk me through what happened today.
Well, I stayed the night at my sister's.
Okay.
We were planning to go do something fun day. We hadn't really decided. I was thinking maybe I was going to take her to the range.
Okay.
Or go do something.
Okay.
Take JJ to some water park or movie or whatever. So I stayed there last night, and this morning Charles showed up, and I don't know what started it.
And Charles is your brother-in-law. He and Lori were married.
Yes.
Okay.
So he showed up. He was following her and yelling, and then I got between them. And then Tylee came out with her bat, and I had separated for a minute, and then my sister walked around me there in the living room, and then Charles was following Lori and yelling, and Tylee told him to get back. She took her bat like that and shoved him, and he took the bat away. And I said, "What are you doing?" And I got between them, and then he hit me, and I just went down, and when I got out, he was still yelling. And so I went into the bedroom where I was staying, grabbed my gun, I came back.
Okay.
And told him to put the gun down, or the bat down. And he came to me and was saying, what are you gonna do? Like that, come to me with the bat. I said, put it down. He came at me, so.
Okay. So when that argument first started between Lori and Charles, where in the house were they?
I don't know.
Okay. Where did you first?
I was in my bedroom.
Okay, so you were in your bedroom, and you heard the argument.
When they came right towards me.
Okay, so they were coming down the hallway towards the bedrooms? Yes. Okay, so you hear the argument, you step out, what's the first thing that you see?
Charles chasing after Lori yelling.
Okay. Had Tylee already gotten the bat? Did he already have the bat? Okay, so Charles is coming towards Lori. They're coming towards Lori.
And I shoved him back.
Okay.
And I said, what are you doing? Because he's coming at her aggressively.
Okay.
He's a big dude, so he's not gonna hurt my sister.
Okay, so he's coming at her.
Yeah.
And you shoved him back.
Yeah.
What happened right after that? And that's I'm sorry to interrupt.
He got back up and comes right to me, doesn't look at me, and continues to yell at Lori.
Okay.
So he's maybe this far away.
Are you in the hallway of the house, or
right close to the doorway of that bedroom?
Of the bedroom you were staying?
Yes.
Okay. So you're right near the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
So then, I don't remember why, he backed up, and then my sister came around behind me, and they ended up in the living room, and then while they're on the way to the living room, Tylee comes out of her bedroom, which is adjacent to the one I was staying in.
Okay.
With her bat.
Okay.
Yelling at Charles. Actually, she was behind Charles at first, and then she got around in front of him in the living room.
Okay. So he then went back towards the living room.
Yes,
after you shoved him. Did he fall to the ground when you shoved him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so he falls to the ground, he gets back up, you're blocking between him and Lori.
Yes.
And he basically is talking past you, still yelling at Lori.
Yes, exactly.
What's he saying?
I don't remember.
Okay. So as you're standing there between them, what happened right after that? Is that when Tylee came out with her bat?
No, he backed up.
Okay.
He yelled something, and then he backed up, and then Lori went by me and around me in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
So he backed up, I cleared the doorway. So then she came around, and then Charles was behind her, pursuing her again aggressively.
Okay.
Tylee came out, yelled in with the bat.
Okay. And are you guys in the living room then, or still in the hallway?
It starts in the hallway and then goes to the living room.
Okay.
So Tylee gets around in the living room, he stops. Tylee goes around to the front of him, tells him to back off.
What I find it easiest to do in situations like this is to just kind of draw like a rough floor plan.
Sure. Like this is the living room. All right, and then this is the hallway.
Okay.
And then this is the kitchen. So Tylee's bedroom is here, my bedroom is here, and then the living room is here.
Okay, we just put living room on there so I know, and then you said that's kitchen.
Yeah.
And then.
And he said, I think so. I think he fell on the ground.
Okay. Is this area of the house where all of this incident was focused at? Okay.
Yeah. And then there's another bedroom here. This is JJ's bedroom.
Okay. So you first get involved when they're down by your room.
They come all the way into she comes in the room, he comes right here, and I stop there right here.
Okay, so she came into your room.
Yep.
Okay, so she comes into your room. He's coming at her
Yeah.
aggressively, and that's when you pushed him.
Yep.
So you push him down.
Yep.
And then he gets back up.
Yep.
And
And then he yells, and then he backs up,
okay,
and then Lori goes around him, and they're still going at it.
okay,
And then Tiny comes out when she hears what's going on. She has her bat.
okay. Is it a metal bat?
Yeah, it's
plastic
a
bat.
aluminum bat.
Okay,
So she comes at him because she's tiny, so that's like her thing. You know, she doesn't have anything, but she wants to help defend her mom.
okay.
So she comes at him, and then when
And they've already moved back
Right,
towards the
so
living
they're
room.
going this way.
Okay,
So Lori's here, Tylee's here, Charles is here. I'm here. Tylee goes at him with the bat. Then he takes the bat away from her, and I step towards him, and he turned around and cracked me.
is that foot injury that's
Yes.
caused on your head? Okay,
Well, there was some shoving first, and I got spun around.
okay,
And then hot. So I go back here, grab my gun, and come back out. He's still yelling and threatening me.
okay,
And then, so I was standing here, and he was there.
okay. So you're sitting right there, he's right here.
He's there.
And you said, what happened? What happened when you came out with the gun?
I said, put that bat down. He's like, what are you gonna do? So you're gonna threaten me? I was like, no, I'm just gonna defend myself. So you put that bat down. And he goes, what are you gonna do like that? And he came at me,
Okay,
and he already hit me in the head.
okay. So he came at you at the bat. What
Yeah.
was he doing with the bat when he came at you?
It was in his right hand like this.
Okay, so he's holding it low and he's coming at
Yeah.
you? Okay. So you gave him, how many times would you say you told him to like put the bat down?
Once.
Once? Okay. And then he started advancing towards you?
Yes.
How many shots did you fire?
I don't know, a couple.
Okay. Were Tylee and your sister,
I didn't see him, so I don't know where
Okay.
they were.
where's JJ at during all this?
He's already out in the car.
Okay, so he's sitting out in the car.
I think.
Okay. But you, as far as you think or understand, you're not sure where they were.
Correct.
He's in the corner of the living
Yeah,
room.
they were no longer in the room
Okay,
when I come back out.
okay. So they're out of the room, so it's just you and him.
Yes.
And he basically comes at you with the bat.
Yeah.
You tell him to put it down.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah.
what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
And what'd you tell him?
I didn't say anything. He's coming at me, and I'm holding the gun.
Okay,
If you're gonna attack someone with a gun, you gotta be ready for the repercussions.
yeah. So I just wanna make sure, because
Yeah.
he basically, you had said it earlier that he had the bat.
Yep.
And he's asked like, what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
You had already told him to put the bat down, and then he just came at you
Yeah.
and you shot him.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're thinking a couple times?
It was more than one shot.
Okay, so more than one shot. What kind of gun was it?
45.
Okay, what make?
It's a Springfield XDM,
Okay, so it's an XDM 45.
Yeah.
What type of ammo were you carrying in it, do you know?
just standard.
Like full metal jacket?
Yeah.
Target shooting,
Yeah.
okay. So you fire a couple times.
Yeah.
You don't know where they're at.
They're gone.
They're gone. What happened right after that?
Right after that, I went to the kitchen and rinsed my hands off because I had blood on the back of my head. And then I went back into the room and put the gun down and grabbed my phone. And then went back into the kitchen and called 911.
Okay. And then, did you see your sister and Tylee again? Did they come back in or
Not
not?
until they drove up.
Okay. Then they drove up here?
Yeah.
Okay,
When they drove up outside.
gotcha. What's going on with Charles and Lori? I mean, does he live there?
No.
Okay, so where's he living now?
He lives in Houston.
Okay. For work, or are they separated, or?
Separated and for work.
Okay, so both. How long have
They
they been
split up,
separated?
January.
Okay,
Not
so
divorced.
6 months or so, 6, 7 months.
Yeah, he's had some pretty erratic behavior since that split up.
Okay,
He came and threatened me and Tylee at my house. I don't remember, in February or March or whatever.
okay.
And there was a little confrontation from mostly between Tylee and Charles.
Were the police involved in that one?
No.
Okay.
I was just supervising to make sure that he didn't hurt her.
Okay. So, was he working out of state before January? Or?
He always has worked out of state.
Okay, so he always works out of state. What's he do for a living?
He does annuities.
Okay. So, what was he in town for today? Does he come into town often, or?
Occasionally to see JJ.
Okay. Is he JJ and Tylee's dad?
He's JJ's dad. Well, actually, he's Charles's nephew. He's his niece's kid.
JJ.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she was a meth addict, and they adopted JJ.
Okay. So they adopted JJ,
Yeah.
but Tylee is not.
Not his.
Okay.
So he would be a stepdad, I guess.
Okay, so stepdad. When's the last time he's been in town, or when's the last time you've seen him?
Last time I saw him was at my house in February, March.
Okay. Was he here last night? Did you guys have any interactions last night?
No.
Is there any history of domestic violence between Lori and Charles?
Not physically that I know of.
Okay. So, how old is Charles?
60, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. How old's your sister?
About 44 or 5.
Okay.
Is it sad that I don't know?
I have to do the math.
It's hard enough remembering my own age.
Right. Each birthday, like that didn't happen.
After 45, who cares?
Is there anything else that you could think of that I didn't ask about that I need to know right now?
I can't even think of anything.
Okay. Did Lori ever say, like in the last couple of days, that Charles was coming to town?
Yeah, she said he was coming to pick up JJ.
Okay. So you guys were expecting him to show up today?
Yeah.
Okay. So you knew, okay, it wasn't like he just showed up on a
No, it wasn't
Okay.
a surprise or anything like that.
But you don't know what they were arguing or fighting about?
His behavior was a surprise, but him showing up was not a surprise.
Okay. Let me just walk you through my understanding of it to make sure that I'm accurate. You were in your room.
Yep.
Had you even gotten up and like been out of your room?
Yeah, brushing my teeth.
Okay. So you're in your room, you hear.
I'm just on the phone and then I just hear them coming around the hall quick.
Had you seen Charles before or like that morning?
No.
Okay, so you hear them arguing.
Yep.
And
First time I see him is at the doorway.
At your doorway.
And I shove him back.
So Lori comes into your room.
Yep.
You're in your room.
Yep.
You get up at the doorway and basically get between him and Lori.
Yep.
You push Charles back.
Yep.
He probably fell down to the ground or did fall to the ground.
He stumbled back.
Okay. So he stumbles back. He comes right back up and he's talking past you,
Yes.
still yelling at Lori.
Yes.
But you don't know what he was yelling at.
I don't remember.
Okay. So at some point in time, Charles backs up. Lori comes out and they both go around you towards the living room.
Yes.
Tylee comes out of her room with a bat.
Yep.
And basically they've made their way into the living room.
Yes.
So Tylee pokes her dad in the back.
In the front. In
In
the
the
chest.
front. Okay, so she's
Yeah.
come around this way.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's come around.
So this is Tylee and that's Charles.
Okay, so she pokes him in the back
Yeah.
or in the chest with the bat.
Yeah.
You know how many times without or
Just once. And
Just once.
grab that.
So he grabs the bat, takes it away. You come towards him.
Yep.
And then what happened right after that?
He showed me and spun me around
Okay.
and then cracked me in the back of the head.
Cracked you in the back of the head. Hit you one time?
Yeah.
Okay. So you go back to your room.
I stumbled forward, and then I went back in there.
Did you fall to the ground when you got hit with the bat?
No, just my head bounced.
Okay. So you go back to your room.
Yeah.
Get the gun.
Yeah.
Come back to the living room.
Yeah.
Now, Tylee and Lori are gone.
Yeah.
And
It's just me, Charles, and Larry.
okay. And Charles, what's he doing again?
He's got the bat,
Okay.
and he's looking at me, and he's going, "Whoa." And I told him, I said, Charles, put that bat down. And he goes, what are you gonna do about it?
How are you holding the gun when that happened? Okay, so you pointed at him.
Yeah.
You tell him, Charles, put the gun down,
Yeah,
or put the bat down.
Mhm.
And what did he say?
He's like, what are you gonna do about it?
Okay.
And then comes at me.
Okay. And then you fire a couple times.
Yeah.
But you're not sure how many. You know it was more than one.
I'm pretty sure it was 2.
Two. Okay, 2 shots. Where were you aiming on his body?
Just center.
Okay, so you're pretty sure 2 shots center mass.
Yeah.
He falls to the ground. You don't see Lori or Tylee anymore.
Correct.
You go to the kitchen, grab a rag for your head,
Yeah, draw some paper towels and wash my hands off.
and then go back to your room, put the gun down,
Yeah.
grab your phone,
Yeah.
come back to the kitchen and call in.
Yeah.
Okay.
They walked me through. I tried to do CPR.
Okay. Anything else that you can think of?
He did
that
not try
I
to do
need know,
CPR.
or that's important to this?
So that's all there is.
Okay. Trying to think if there's anything else that I need to know. I'm gonna get a tech out here to take some photographs of you. If you're okay with that? So if you want to hang tight for me, you need the restroom or anything?
I'm good.
Yes.
Okay. All right, hang tight for me. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go have somebody take some photographs of your head.
Yep.
This back in there. All right, be right back.
I'm not seeing a head injury.
Dude, right? You're getting
It's a
cracked in
metal
the back.
bat.
Exactly. Like, and you didn't want to go to the hospital, like, after Charles, of all people, hit you in the head. Like, you wouldn't be concerned about a concussion or anything. Because, I mean, if it's breaking your skin, I'd imagine it's kind of hard, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, look at him laying down. He must be tuckered out. And I agree with Amos. She's like, why? You just, like, killed somebody. And you're
Yeah,
just
how are you?
super chill about it. Like, that's kind of weird. And especially because it's somebody you know. You know, it's not like a stranger breaking into your house. And, like, you shot somebody that you've known for, you know,
Years.
15 years or whatever. Oh, what did I do? Oh, sorry. It's first day. Just kidding. Oh, somebody come in for something.
Briefly.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thanks. Can you
Oh.
work with your hands there? Okay. Oh, you got a little cut there?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, you know what? Can we just hold off just a moment because I want to get someone to get a picture of this on your hand.
Yeah.
I'll try to expedite that just quick enough, and if not, I'll try to go grab a camera. Are you okay holding for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You know, also too, he said that he tried CPR. You'd have blood all over you because he shot him right in the heart, right? So you're doing CPR literally where that wound is.
Yep.
Like, there'd probably be blood like coming maybe out the mouth at that point. I don't know. I'm not a ME, but he should have blood on his hands if he said he did CPR. But he was like, oh no, I touched my head, I had blood, and I wiped it off, and then nothing on him.
He would have been tried and charged for murder at this point.
Hands
Yeah.
too, and then your injuries. Did you spell your last name for me?
COX,
And what's your first name?
Alexander.
And what's your birthday?
That was loud. They might.
Well, I'll say that's about the easiest last name to spell in a long time.
Okay. Come on, spell me.
And while she's getting stuff there, I'll just ask you some
Right?
questions about it. So I see you got this.
No bruise, no
on your
bump.
button today.
Yeah.
A goose egg.
And you got something on the back of your head. Do you have any other injuries? You feel any bruising anywhere else?
I don't feel anything.
Okay. And we'll take a look at his back.
Yeah, well,
I might have you take your shirt off and take a quick look and see if you have any marks or injuries back there. Sure.
so I know you're hitting your head. Are you okay to stand up?
Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna have you stand up just right against this wall, okay?
All right.
And then I can drink my bladder after this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll face me first.
What's that?
So
Face
finish
us.
facing
Oh.
first. Basically, I'm gonna do a set of overall photographs, and then we'll do your injuries one by
Okay.
one, okay? And this one, and then I'll.
There ain't nothing wrong with
that one. Just look right at me.
And were you, these are clothes you were wearing at the time of everything? Okay.
Okay, look right at me. Okay, turn to face that way with your whole body. Face the wall so your back's to me. Turn to your right. Okay, face me again. All right, and then
You know what's sad when you're posing for photographs and you don't have a good side?
put your hands like this. Okay, lower and just bring that so your toes are down more.
Okay.
So you're like this, tilt.
Oh, hands
Okay,
open.
yeah,
Okay.
so you can stand
All
this
right.
right. There you go.
Turns out we can move the camera around.
Okay, and then palms up. Okay.
Yes. Both him and
Okay,
Tyler.
so I'm gonna
said
start your
that.
hands right now, just so that
Yeah.
I'm not manipulating so much.
And then, yeah, as soon as she's all done here, I'll get you into, we're gonna, next we'll take some pictures of each of your injuries. We'll check your back out and I'll let you go use the restroom and I'll get you a new water. Or do you want soda or anything?
No, but
Okay.
water would be good after, but
Okay.
not before.
Oh, it looks like there's some like down by the back of his neck there. It could be a shadow, but I think that might be. It's like the bottom of his neck.
I am a full service shop.
Let's see that right
Thank you.
there. Or at least it's a
I
blood
did-
trail.
I
so it
saw
might be-
that earlier.
She's Chinese.
Could be a shadow.
Knowing her, I'm gonna go with sick.
You never know. We all have a little piece of everything, that's right.
Around here, we come in contact with so many different people. And then everyone's got kids.
Yes.
And then you next thing you know, one person's sick, and it could be the middle of summer when there's nothing going around. And within a week, everyone's sick.
Yeah.
This is more just so I don't have my DNA on your
Very good.
cells. I just don't need to have that mixed in there.
I miss the old days when I wasn't in the office. I was out in the field. Then I knew that I only had to deal with the people I was coming in contact with, not all this going on. Is that your house down there?
No, I live in the St. Valley.
Oh, okay.
No, it's my sister's house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a little bit of
I was
blood.
like, that's a pretty nice neighborhood. I've never been in that neighborhood ever before.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I had to sit forever to try to get a code to get inside.
I could Google Maps and I'm like, you're still not taking me where I need to go.
Everything south of Queen Creek is like that down there. When they built all those neighborhoods in the early 2000s, it was more aesthetically pleasing if it was circular and the roads didn't go straight.
Meandered and nobody could get in or out.
Yeah.
Without a Sherpa.
Yeah, I grew up in the North Valley where everything's straight lines, but not down there. Keep that on.
Okay.
That one, relax it.
Okay, this way.
How far out in Santana are you?
Combs and Ironwood.
Okay.
They finally finished Combs and Riggs. It connects.
Oh, wow, about time.
15 years too late.
Yeah, yeah.
They shut down Rittenhouse for a month to do that exchange of Combs and Rittenhouse.
Uh-huh.
You know, where it's a stupid one lane left turn.
Yeah, if you want to go up to the pork chop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they shut that down for a month to do this redo on this road.
Of course, the one area where most of the tourist traffic for over there is the worst traffic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we shut that down.
Federal Drake, Adam Young Robert, 7765.
That's Pinal County, right?
I think so.
Yeah, explain it.
Okay, I'm gonna do a swab of the inside of your cheek. It's just to get your own DNA that way. Okay, so you just open your mouth and I take this X-ray on the inside of both sides.
Sure.
Okay, good. Okay. All right, and finish with your photographs.
Sure.
So the inside of this hand, there's no injury, right? That's
Right.
just straight blood?
Yeah, that's.
So that's new. Okay, so you can just put your arm like this. Okay. Do you know what that one's from?
This?
This one?
One scuffled
Okay.
on the Sunday.
Okay, let's put it back.
It's on the right back side of his head. Kelly,
Is that just the old one?
Yeah.
leg.
Okay.
Isn't that his desk?
Yeah, and no injuries on the top of this head at all, right? Okay. Nothing else hurts on your arms? So the only other thing is the back of your head? Does it hurt only on this side or on this side too?
No, just on the,
Just
just
where
right
that
there.
actually
Yeah.
is, okay.
Yeah, it's just pimples and I got those ugly red moles.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't another, another mark.
I don't know. I can't see the back of my head, so I'm sure it's not pretty.
Maybe he'll do a Looney Tunes impression.
So that, was it still taking a lump there?
Yes.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
The natural causes.
A couple months later, the day after they exhume
That was fancy.
Chad's wife's body, he dies.
Helps when someone's taller, they try to get more little to where they're at.
Yeah.
Not everybody uses this.
I've never seen it used before.
I do it all the time.
No, it's fantastic.
Step tool?
No.
Oh.
I have a viewer on my camera, so I can
Oh,
use
nice.
the camera.
Yeah, yeah.
I was just saying, I've never seen anything, never seen this.
I've got the adjustable LCD on my Sony.
Okay.
They're really nice.
Yeah, it makes you be able to see different angles without the.
Yeah, you can shoot crazy angles and still see what you're doing. You don't have to have your eye behind the camera. It's really nice.
All right, I'm gonna have you sit just so I can do a couple more.
Okay.
That one is like the other one's being shaken all the
Tammy?
Especially when you're holding up at an angle like that.
Oh yeah, look, we were
When
right.
they switch to the new mirrorless, those things are light.
My wife has one of those.
I love that thing. I just got one 6 months ago.
You said the Sony?
Yeah, the A7 III.
And she has the A6 something.
Right. That's 600?
Yeah, I think that's
6,000.
It's more than. So she doesn't let me use it.
Get your shirt.
Sure. I just know what it costs.
Yeah. I own this one at home and this is an expensive camera.
Well, you can also use it commercially too.
What's that one?
She died by
700s, or something.
aspihyxiation, if I remember right.
Frame,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
really nice.
32 meg. That's the resolution.
So have you seen that?
A pillow
check
over her
your
head, I
shirt?
think.
Can I take a shirt off?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
Let's see.
You normally a little red right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, butt crack.
Just want to show. I'm just gonna take a photo that there's nothing there.
No.
No, I don't see any.
Pull your pants
Okay,
up.
face me.
Obviously, if you later on realize or feel you got a bruise
I
forming,
can't stop
it may
looking
not
at
be
it.
visible now. Let us know, and we'll get a photograph of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I said, your neck's pretty red, but that's normal, right?
What's up?
I just want to make sure, so you're pretty.
Yeah,
red
that's
there.
more from driving the sun on the neck.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't ever get enough shade driving the truck.
All right, so
That's
that's
it.
all I need, right?
Come on, let's go.
Yes.
Okay.
I wonder if they were at all suspicious during this process.
I mean, probably because, like, you can't just assume it's self-defense, right? Like, self-defense is really, really hard to prove. Oh, I guess I can fast forward through this part. Sorry, guys. Ooh. Oh, it's so loud in my ears. Alex by himself, just being all do-do-do-do.
But this
You know,
time,
and he didn't even, like, try to talk Charles down at all. Like, that's so crazy to me. I mean, obviously it was planned, but, like, if it wasn't.
What time is it where you are, 80s?
The same time as us.
That's what I thought. It's my dude.
Sorry about
He's a hungry boy.
All right, so
It's fun staring at nothing.
So, just want to kind of go back to a couple things real quick.
Yeah.
Your sister had mentioned something kind of historically. I guess she said she just recently moved back. She went to Houston or somewhere and then recently moved back about 3 weeks ago. She was saying something about Charles texting your other brother. Is it Andy? Adam? Do you know anything about that? Okay.
No.
So I'll kind of walk through an order.
Sure.
When the argument initially came your way, you said you were on the phone?
No.
Okay, you were just in the room?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you said you were on the phone.
No.
So you weren't on the phone with anybody?
No, my phone was in there.
Okay, your phone was in the room, so were you?
Yeah.
And then they came your way?
Yeah.
And then you're not sure where Lori and Tylee were when you came
When I
back?
came back, that's correct.
Okay. Where was your gun at in the room?
It was in my bag in a case at the foot of the bed. So the bed was here, and then the gun was here in a case.
Okay, inside like a duffel bag or something?
Yeah, it was like a zip, a little orange bag.
Okay.
And then my case was in there.
Okay, is it the hard plastic?
Yeah, the hard
case?
plastic with the foam and the extra clips and everything.
Okay. Is there a reason you spent the night there last night?
No, not really.
Okay.
Just hang out. We were going to hang out today.
Okay. Did your sister ever tell you she was concerned for her safety or well-being for Charles coming there?
No,
Okay.
but watching him interact with her, I was.
Okay. So, do you normally carry a gun with you?
Yeah.
Okay. But you didn't have it on your person during this?
No.
Okay. When we talked about Tylee basically having the bat, Charles taking the bat away from Tylee, you said there was a struggle after that.
Yeah.
What happened?
I grabbed it from behind,
Okay.
and then we went to the ground, and then we separated, and he hit me, and then that's when I left.
Okay. So you grabbed him from behind.
Yeah.
And how come you grabbed him from behind?
Because he was in front of me, and he was going after Tylee with a bat.
What was he doing with the bat?
I mean, he just grabbed it from her, and then I jumped in. I don't know what he was
Okay.
with it.
So he was going after Tylee with
Yes,
the bat,
yes.
and you grabbed him from behind,
Yes.
around the neck or?
Over the shoulder like this.
Okay. You grabbed it from behind.
Yeah.
You pulled him back, and you guys
I pulled him
both
back. We
went
both
to
went
the
to the ground.
ground. Okay. Did you see him swing the bat at you?
No.
Okay. So you pulled him to the ground. You got back up.
I got back up. He hit me in the back of the head. I don't know if it was with the bat or not. I assumed it was.
Okay.
Because he had it.
Okay. So he hit you at the back of the head?
Yeah.
And you go to the room?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't know where Lori or Tylee are when you go back to the room?
Correct.
Okay. You come back from the room.
Yeah.
And you basically get, you initial, or mark kind of here on this corner.
Yeah.
That you're basically at the corner of the living room?
Well, this is a hallway here, so there's like a wall here that divides the kitchen.
Okay.
So I'm somewhere in this area.
Okay. And he's in the living room?
Yes.
And he still has the bat?
Yes.
Is he now focused at you, or
Yes.
is he focused at Lori?
He's focused at me, and he's yelling at me, and he moves towards me.
What was he saying to you? Do you remember?
Not really.
Okay.
I just remember yelling.
Okay.
And then I was watching more body language, and when someone aggressively comes at you.
Okay. Are you, you're CCW?
Yeah.
Okay, so you, so he's basically coming at you and he's yelling, you're watching his body language.
Yeah.
And you said you told him, I didn't, when we're talking, I'm not going to try to not take notes and listen to what you're saying.
I'm trying to calm the situation.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop your bat, and then he's fuck you and whatever.
Okay.
Coming at me in.
Did you ever tell him to leave, or did you say drop the bat, or?
First, I just said drop the bat.
Okay. And then did you say anything else after that?
I didn't have time.
Okay. So he came after you with the bat.
Yep.
He's kind of holding it in his hand.
I got his right hand.
Okay. You fire a couple times.
Yep.
And then you go to the kitchen.
Correct.
And then back to the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. When you went back to the bedroom, you washed your hands.
No,
wash your hands in the kitchen.
Yep.
You put your gun back in your room.
Yep.
Where'd you set it at?
Just on the floor.
Okay. So you set it on the floor. Get your phone.
Yep.
Call 911.
Yep.
And then when did you realize Lori had gone? Did you call her?
No.
Okay. So you called 911. Did you do CPR on him?
I did.
Okay.
I tried.
Okay. But you weren't on the, I must have mistaken. I thought you said you were on the phone when
Oh, yeah, no.
Did you hear them arguing about his phone?
I don't. All I heard was her say, "Don't touch me," and then him coming right after her.
Okay. You said that a couple months ago, Tylee was at your house and he came over. What happened? Tell me a little bit more about that.
He was going insane trying to locate Lori because Lori wasn't talking to him.
Okay.
They had split up. So he was bugging everybody in the family, blowing up their emails, phone, just sending text messages, just anything he could do to try and get somebody to tell Lori to contact him. So he was just spazzing out. So Tylee and I were pulling up to my house, and he followed us, and then he sped up and blocked my driveway. And he got out and ran up to me real aggressively, like he was going to do something, and he just stopped and talked. And then Tylee got out and yelled at him. And then that lasted, I don't know, 15 minutes in the front.
Okay.
A lot of screaming Tylee at Charles, and Charles trying to leave and her not letting him because she wanted to get everything out that was bothering her.
Okay. So he didn't go after Tylee at that time?
Physically, he did not do anything.
Have you spent a lot of time around Charles?
Yeah.
Is he hot-headed?
Not normally.
Okay. So have you ever, besides the argument between him and Tylee, have you ever seen him like you saw him today?
No.
Okay.
No.
How would you describe him today?
Very aggressive.
Okay.
Physically aggressive. Going after Tylee, going after Lori, going after me.
Okay.
I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen him behave like that. I was shocked.
Okay. How long have they been together?
15 years, maybe?
Okay.
Oh, good while.
And did they live here before?
Yeah, they lived here a couple times.
Okay.
They lived here. They lived in
That
Austin.
in his phone.
Then they moved. Then they moved to Chandler. Then they moved to Hawaii. And they moved back here. And then I think they split up. And then she went to live in Houston for 2 months, and I wasn't working out. So then she came back here and got a place.
Okay.
And then he had just come back out here.
And he got a place, or she came back out here and got a place. How long ago was that?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Then 2 months.
Okay. So the last couple of months. But she never said anything about having you come over because she didn't feel safe with him or because he was showing up or anything like that. Okay. Is it normal for you?
She had expressed that he had threatened her in some email and text messages.
Okay.
Saying he was going to stop her or destroy her or something to that effect.
And when did she tell you that?
Oh, I don't know. A couple weeks ago when she got the text.
Okay. So that was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
wasn't
we talked about it, but it wasn't anything.
Gotcha.
on
So
the top of my head.
you weren't under the impression that she had you there to make
No.
sure that he was,
No.
didn't cause an issue or anything like that.
Mm.
And you had the gun, so you didn't bring a gun for that purpose.
I always carry it.
Okay.
When I had my other gun in the truck, and my niece just gave me a gun. I thought we'd maybe go to the shooting range because my niece gave me a 380.
Okay.
She didn't want it anymore.
Gotcha.
So I was going to take it from my sister because she's got tiny hands and let her shoot it.
Okay. Just recreational for sport, not because you
Always,
felt you needed it for
no, target.
self-protection or anything.
No, I never considered Charles to be violent or a threat before today.
Okay. When you grabbed him, when he was going after Tylee and your sister, you grabbed him around the shoulder, you yank him to the ground, but you never saw him swing the bat at you at that time.
Correct.
Okay. When you got up, what happened right after you got up?
Well, we went to the ground and separated, and then I was getting up like this, and my head bounced.
Okay. So as you were getting up is when you felt the strike to the head. And then you got up, what did you do? Did you go?
I just went straight to the room.
Okay.
Because I said, hey, this needs to calm down.
Okay.
And that's what I was hoping would happen.
So when you got back with the gun, you were assuming that he was gonna.
I thought he would back down at that point.
Okay. And he did.
He did not.
Okay. Anything else you could think of that I need to know that we haven't talked about?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. You don't need any medical attention for your head?
I'd like to get that cut cleaned up.
Okay. I think we're almost done. So if we're almost done, we'll probably get you and Lori and Tylee back to the house. You won't be able to go in.
Yeah.
Because we're working at this as a scene.
Absolutely.
How did the injury on your arm happen?
I'm guessing somewhere in the tussle.
Okay. Were there any strikes thrown besides you getting hit in the back of the head?
No, just me shoving him.
Okay. And that was initial in the bedroom?
That was when exactly.
Okay.
That's when I got involved.
Okay. And then the only other time he got physical with anybody is when he was going after Lori and Tylee, and you grabbed him around the neck.
Correct.
Dragged him back, and you both fell to the ground.
That's correct.
Okay. No, we're just running a criminal history to make sure that you're not a prohibited possessor, so there's no felony convictions. No.
Correct. There was a confessed felony, aggravated assault.
Okay.
In Austin, Texas, in 2007.
Have your rights been restored, or are you legally able to?
Yeah,
your rights are restored. You're able to possess.
I was never convicted.
Oh, okay.
Pled guilty, but they had deferred adjudication in Texas, so I completed probation. And then
gotcha.
That was that.
Okay, so it's an open-ended thing. So it's a misdemeanor now.
Well, whatever. It's just on there as a whatever. I don't know what the technical record is.
Okay.
I know I went to court, and she said all your rights are restored, and gave me the paper.
Gotcha.
After 4 years.
All right, hang tight. I'm gonna go see if they're done with Lori. We'll get you guys all together so we can get you out of here. And just make sure that the people that are monitoring don't have any other questions that I need to ask.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate your patience, man.
No problem.
Okay, I think that's probably all of that. Yeah, they let him leave. So casual. So freaking casual about everything.
So
it's crazy.
Nonchalant.
Well played. Well played. And he wasn't concerned what happened to Lori and Tylee, who he was protecting. He was just like, oh, I don't know where they went, whatever. But he lied about never calling Lori.
Yep.
He lied about doing CPR because, one, it wouldn't have been helpful, but two, he most certainly would have had blood on his clothing at some point or on his phone.
Yeah.
Like, it would have been somewhere. Liar, liar, pants on fire. But then he's like, oh, no, he's never been violent. Like, never been scared of him. And, oh, I don't know why he was so angry because he was there to pick up his kid and Lori took his phone because you, like, provoked him. Kelly, what? No handstands? I know. So we still got some time to kill. Do you guys want to listen to the landlord call? Because I want to know what could they possibly have to say? You know, was it about Houston or what's happening there? And I do have the court open in another tab. So as soon as it comes back, he said he didn't stay because Lori was afraid of Charles. But and then he was like, oh yeah, we were gonna do stuff the next day, shoot or maybe go swimming. You had one plan.
Murder on his mind.
Murder on his mind. Okay. Let's see what we got here. You know, I get a commercial. It might be like, oh. Ooh, hold on. Let's pause this and read this real quick. Let's see what it says. Hold on. This is from Joe. What's it say? Joe Pon. Oh, crap. Stupid thing. John Pongratz, who is on Lori's witness list. I recognize that.
Is that
name.
the landlord?
Huh?
Is that the landlord?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh.
Let's see. Let's read it first before we do the call. Do you guys want to do that? Okay.
Yeah.
So it says, I've known Lori and Charles since they moved to Chandler many years ago. We rented them the first home they lived in for around 5 years before moving to Kauai. I'd say we were good friends. My family visited them, Charles, Lori, Tylee, and JJ in Kauai. When they returned to Chandler, Charles and I had several conversations during Lori's disappearance, February 2019. He came to my house and cried, telling me he's so sad and that he can't believe she just abandoned JJ. A few text messages followed, and then they resurfaced as Charles tried to make the marriage work. We then rented Charles and Lori another home in June 2019, where Charles was murdered. Oh, so he owns the house.
Okay.
On July 11th. Charles and I were texting the night before on July 10th at 7:49 p.m. and planning to meet in the morning to find him another place to live because it wasn't working out with Lori. That was the morning he was shot. Many very weird events followed. When the neighbors informed me police were at the house and yellow tape surrounded, I immediately texted both Charles and Lori, "Are you okay?" No response until around 11 a.m. and Lori replied, "We're okay. I'll explain later." She and Alex were taken to Chandler PD for questioning and released. That day, the neighbors reported a pool party at the house. The same day, Charles was murdered with loud music and lots of people swimming.
What?
Neighbors also reported Alex was staying at the house for several days following the shooting, even though he lived in the same area. I spoke with Lori several times days following the shooting, and she never sounded shocked, sad, or heartbroken, as you would think a bride would be watching her husband die. I asked her to move out, on which she did August 31st. No communication as to where she was going. I really like Charles and Mrs. Smile and Louisiana, Texas twang accent. He was generous and a family man. Such a terrible loss. I'm so sorry he's gone. I wish I could have helped him sooner. R.I.P. my friend. Oh.
Wow.
Oh. They had a party?
A pool party.
Wow.
Why hasn't that been talked about?
I don't know. That's like after they released the crime scene, they're like, let's have a fucking party. Nuts. All right, let's see what he has to say. Okay.
Hello, this is Joe.
Hey, Joe, Detective Moffat with the Chandler Police Department. How are you, sir?
I'm fantastic. How are you today?
I'm well. Sorry, I called you. I left a couple messages. I think it was actually Christmas Eve, but and then never heard back from you. And it's been on my list to call you back again.
Sure, I completely understand. The 23rd, I disconnected. I think I was on vacation, and then we went up to the mountains for 10, 14 days, and I had no Wi-Fi calling and bad reception. So who knows what happened? So
that's a great 10 to 14 days.
Yeah. There's been a lot of activity in the case since even December, all through December.
Oh, yeah.
But just getting hounded by social media and the Fox News reports guys, and I'm just not interested. I'm not interested in being on that social side of there were a few comments that I had made about how great of a guy Charles was, and that I didn't think any of this happened because I knew him before, during, and I knew events about what was happening at the house after. You might not remember, I'm of course the owner of the house on Four Peaks, right? Yeah. You know that, right? Okay. I think I spoke with you the morning of the shooting.
You probably did, yeah, because I think we spoke that day.
Okay. Yeah, because I called the Chandler Police Department. They said, yes, our police officers are on site. There's a situation. I will have them call you. I identified myself as the owner. You called me, verified who lives there, and you had just said Charles sustained injuries that were not survivable, and that you were on the scene trying to figure out what had happened. So I thought that I would be hearing from you within, a few days or something like that. I just let it, I think it's just been the process of then letting the news reports or at least the police officers do their work. My best friend in, since even high school, his name.
It's very loud.
He lives across the street from me down in Chandler.
Gotcha.
And he's been talking me through understanding that this stuff doesn't happen overnight. You don't solve this case overnight. It's going to take a long time. So just let the police do their work. Don't be part of social things. Don't go on news reports, because that just creates problems for people that do that.
Yeah.
They're questioned, they're ridiculed, they're this, they're that. Early on, I wrote down on a piece of paper detailed events that were happening before the weekend. I spoke with Charles the weekend before. I think he was murdered. I think it was on a Wednesday or Thursday morning. Thursday morning. Okay. I was speaking with Charles on the phone, a live conversation during the weekend before, and he was on his business trip. He said he was coming into town. I think he was coming from Texas. He said he's coming back into town, and he said, Joe, you didn't know Charles, but he had a Texas, Louisiana swing accent. So every time I talk in Charles's voice, I always have to add that, hey, Joe, I can't stay at the house. Lori and I just aren't getting along. And he didn't tell me he was scared for his life, but he says, it's best that Lori and JJ have the house, and I'll just come and go because I've got business in so many different places in Texas, and I think it was in Nevada and California. He was an investment guy, so his partnership, and they would buy books of investment business, and then he would go and start setting up, working the books of business. Well, he was really busy during this time. He was just at 3 cities that he was bringing on new books of business. So he's like, I'm going to tell you, I'm probably going to be there a week, a month. So, it's good that Lori and JJ are here because her family's here, and I want her to be safe, and I want them to be taken care of. And, with Lori's family here, it's a good thing. Now, I also might tell you that going back to January, when Lori disappeared, in the first conversations, Charles came to my house, crying his eyes out. He was a 60-year-old stud, good friend of mine for 10 years, crying his eyes out to me that Lori's abandoned the family. And here's JJ asking every day where mommy is. Where's mommy? Where's mommy? Tell me a little bit about the stuff that she was getting into with just being mentally unstable, has also been supported by a lot of the divorce decree the attorneys brought up the last week as well. Like with all these.
We do have a seal in the courtroom, just to let you all know.
Things that Charles was saying about Lori, he was fearful of his life even back in February. Well, he was doing the same thing to me. I just support that. I know that's exactly how he was feeling. February, as she came and he was looking to rent, the studio above my garage at my house in Chandler. I said, gosh, Charles, I was just kind of like, and he's like, but I don't know if I'm going to need it. But we were talking about it, but then all of a sudden he disappeared. And I think that was maybe the time frame. Of course, March, April, May, maybe Lori returned. Lori returned sometime in his life, right? They started trying to work out.
I think they reunited back in Texas.
Yeah, back to Texas. So, and then June was another call from him to say, we're moving back to Phoenix. Do you have anything? And I said, gosh, Charles, I just cleared out the end of May. I just had a tenant move out of that Four Peaks house. Yeah, Four Peaks is open. So they arrived the middle of June. I think the 20th was when Lori texted me that she had the utilities turned on and she wanted to move stuff in. And I know that I had some cleaning to do. I went over there a few times and met with Lori about a punch list to clean the house up and, fix the sink that, the door handle that, pull this, pull that. And they moved in, she moved in, then Charles would come and go because he was, of course, on these business trips. One time I was at the house and I met with Charles and Lori, do a punch list on what needed to be done. And then Charles would go on his trip again. But then, so that you have some history, at least from last year. But then on that Sunday or Monday, before he came back into town, the Thursday before he was shot, Charles and I were communicating, and he was telling me, I can't be at the house. Do you have another place that I can live? Well, by that time, I had someone that was living in my studio apartment at my house. Because Charles was like, I only need it for like a week, a month, maybe a few days, because I'll be coming and going. But I want to be close to Lori and JJ because I want to be paid. And he goes, but Joe, I can't stay at the house. I can't stay at the house. Lori and I, we've got several things to work through still. And it's not good, and I just don't want to crowd that space. If she's going to be there, I want her and JJ to be comfortable at the house. So I have a neighbor that lives right across our walls connect. Big house in right near my house off of Lindsay and Riggs. So I went over there. I called him. I said, hey, you've got a casita. I've got a business guy that's going to be here once a month, or 1 week a month. And I took pictures. And this guy, he lived in Hawaii at the time, and he said, yeah, here's the access code to my house. I went over there, took pictures of the casita. I sent them to Charles, saying, hey, Charles, my neighbor here has this place. He'd be willing to let you stay there. And Charles was like, fantastic. I'll take it. So he was already planning to not be at the house with Lori because it just wasn't good.
When was he planning on that? The condo or the thing from your neighbor's house?
Well, it was that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I had gone over to my neighbor's house to take pictures. The week he was killed.
Okay, gotcha.
I texted him those pictures Monday or Tuesday. It's in my phone. And then, of course, he was telling me the day before on Wednesday, okay, I'll be there. But in the morning, let's go see the house tomorrow morning. And that was Thursday. He goes, I think I knew that he was going to be dropping off JJ or getting JJ, and then he wanted to go see the house right after that.
Gotcha.
Of course, we didn't meet. So I'm at work Thursday morning, and my neighbors, I'm good friends with neighbors both to the north and to the south of that house on Four Peaks. And they both have my phone number. I'm in communication with both of them. But one of them starts to text me immediately. There's yellow police tape around the house. It's a crime scene. Something's not good. They start sending me videos of the Fox News reports that there's a situation and there's police all over. And so I immediately text Charles, are you okay? And I then another text message to Lori, same text message, are you okay? ? Of course, Charles doesn't respond. Later that morning, I would say 11 o'clock-ish, I get a text, and this is all on my phone. I get a text back from Lori that says, we are all okay. I'll call and explain later. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't even know that I spoke to you at that point, because I remember when you called me, you told me that Charles sustained injuries that were not survivable. Like he was shot and he didn't survive his injuries.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I knew that yet, or if I just, Lori was telling me we're all okay. I'll explain later. I don't know that a text message that we're all okay is I just don't understand. But regardless, the day's events, so then that afternoon, I think the next day I went to my neighbor's house, this neighbor's to the south, and they're telling me, Joe, we don't even get what's going on there, because this guy, the shooter, because they've seen him come and go, had the same gray truck that Charles had, the Ford F-150.
Yeah, his was white, but yes.
Yeah, well, it was sitting in the driveway for the next 3, 4, 5 days, and the neighbors were just up in arms. There is a killer living in the house next to us that's not supposed to be there. Joe, you got to get this guy out of here. Our whole neighborhood is on eggshells. So, and he's telling me, I don't know what's going on at the house, but Thursday afternoon, the day of the murder, they're having a pool party at the house, at Lori's house. There's loud music. There's lots of people. There's kids making noise. There's swimming. It's a pool party. And they're like, wait a second, someone was just murdered there this morning. So I don't know how you guys puzzle these pieces together, but just how crazy the events are that had happened before, supporting all the stuff that's coming out in the last several months about the fact that, from February, Charles was fearful. And then the day before, showing him an apartment and another place to live because he knew he couldn't stay at the house. Alex had been at the house for several days before.
It looks like we got
after.
some movement in the courtroom, you guys. Let me do a little switcheroo real quick, okay?
Proposed jury instructions for you guys to review tonight. Obviously, some of those can change depending on what happens with the defense case, but that's at least something for you to get started with. Let's bring in the jury.
Check for me.
Oh, well, look.
Until they actually start coming.
That's fine. Well, we're waiting. I can't believe they had a freaking pool party. They're just so garbage. Another cliffhanger. I know. All over the place. Getting you guys today. Let me see here. Day 7 of the Lori Vallow trial. That's weird. It showed me the updates and now it doesn't. Oh well. Here we are.
The jury is present. Please be seated. You can continue with this witness.
All right. Spill the tea, Detective Duncan.
That takes a minute to restart when it's shut down. So.
Wait a second here.
should be kicking on. I know when it times itself out, it shuts down. You want to email the AV guys just in case it doesn't pop on here in a second.
They were working on something.
They were working on something?
Yes, I don't know what it was, but they.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back.
Rather than keeping everyone waiting, why don't we go ahead and have the jury go to the jury room? We'll see if we can get this up and running here in a few minutes.
All right, well, before I go do that, I guess we won't be doing that, but we can go back to listen to phone calls while we wait. So look at that. Back to this.
The shooter, Alex, her brother. And, you know, the reasons I had, you know, part of this right at the beginning was like, oh, Lori, maybe Charles had a rough side. Maybe Charles was, was beating up Lori and her brother was there to defend her or whatever. And maybe I was like, gosh, I've known the guy for 10 years, but I've never known that he was like that ever in my life. People sometimes have a separate personality, you know? So early on, I think people were like, oh, you know, poor Lori, you know, like she had to deal with this for so long. And, you know, Alex was just happened to be there and, you know, shot Charles or whatever. But I think all the events that just kept going, like every time I talked to Lori, never cried, never remorseful, never like, you know, Lori, you know, what's the plan for the burial? Well, I've got all these family members to deal with, so I've got to go to Texas and Louisiana and plan something there. And Charles wants to be buried he wanted his ashes to be spread in Kauai, so I've got to plan a trip to take all the family members to Kauai. And this is what she was doing. She's like, so I've got 2 or 3 things to plan. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll give you a month at the end of August. You just need to, you're going to have to vacate the house. I can't have this continue to be a memory for me. Charles was my friend. You're my friend. But I just need to close my doors on this house and just get it out of, I have a lot of rental properties in Chandler. So I'm like, this house just needs to be off my list.
Yeah.
So that's why she was able to stay there through the end of August. But, you know, I think that, you know, she kept asking, well, come over. I want to ask you about a few things. I'm like, no, I am not going over to that house. My friend Jeff, who's the police officer, don't go there alone. Don't go anywhere. Go somewhere public if she wants to talk about the situation. I just think, you know, and I don't know what pieces of any of this. I mean, I've been called by the Vallow family because they knew some of the relatives of Charles's that were able to access his calendar and his appointment scheduler. For the last several years, Charles was very, very meticulous and precise about his appointments, and my name was on those appointments several times. So one of the family members was even telling me, yeah, Joe, you know, like we saw your name. You're the only person, like we're talking to FBI and law enforcement, and, you know, we'll talk to Charles's friends that we can identify because we know who they are on his calendar and his scheduler and his notes.
Yeah.
But they were just telling me about how deep this cult is, how deep this cult is, and that they've been getting threats in Louisiana, and that they've just been off any social communication or any providing any comments about all the social crap that's going on, because it is there's so much speculation out there. I just also, you know, my wife and I, of course, we own the house. We have plans to do things with the house, but we have some like we're religious. We have certain things that we want to kind of ask if there's an opportunity to have any information about the events that happened in our house.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, like I'm just like, if you have any questions for me about Lori, do you have any questions about the neighbors, the comments, the pictures, the text message threads from Charles?
I actually
the
have
text message
threads with you and Charles because I have Charles's phone.
Okay,
so
got
I
it.
downloaded it, so I have that. You know, the pool party was something that was new to me. I didn't know that, and Kay, Charles's sister, hadn't told me that. So you got that information from the neighbors that on either side of them that there was a pool party, or did you go to the house that day?
Yes, no, I with the neighbors on the south side of me. Of course, the neighbors were in communication with me the whole time during the day and afterwards because they were scared. There's a murderer at the house. The house is there. I see the guy come and go driving his car. So I had gone over there, and they had said, why was there a pool party there? And I'm like, what do you need? Loud music? Swimming? Lots of people swimming in the backyard? You could hear kids playing, swimming. I'm like, oh, I don't know. You know, and all I could think was maybe she was trying to turn the normalcy for JJ, an autistic kid. You know, if you keep these autistic kids on a schedule and a routine, that they have some normalcy, maybe.
Yeah,
and maybe the fact that he was used to swimming every day in the afternoon with Lori's sister, who would drive up from wherever she lived in Gilbert, Santana Mesa. She didn't live too far away, but she drove to the house. I saw her there with her family and her kids several times. And I'm like, well, maybe Lori just had the family over to try to give JJ some normalcy because it was a crazy day for him,
Yeah.
But I don't know. But, I hear things like, the shooting happened and Lori then left the house to take the kids to school or different places. And then they came back, she came back, and then they called 911, right? Like planning all the events. Like, you just got.
That's not actually what happened. Lori left, according to her, to take JJ to school, and then Alex called 911 while she was gone, and we were already on scene by the time Lori got back.
Got it. Yeah.
So I do believe there was some delay on Alex's part of calling 911. I don't think he called right away. But 911 had been called, and we were already on scene by the time Lori got back.
Yeah. And, I'm not the person to say the speculation of, oh, well, they were planning the crime scene, they were doing this. You guys, that's your how the story unfolds, how everything. I mean, you hear things. You'll get Lori back for more questioning. Alex's murder is another whole twist in the complete circus of a story.
Alex's murder.
Here's and I also, so here's my thing about it. I was crazy about the fact that here's my friend Charles, which was a sweet, generous family man. Like, we were so good friends. Charles and Lori had rented a house from me years when they first moved here from Texas. They lived in Shadow Ridge, which is like at Lindsay and Riggs. It's another home where we have a rental house. Charles and Lori rented a house from me from there like for 5 years when they both moved here from Texas years and years ago. So for 5 years, Charles and I were like across the street from each other. He'd come over, I'd go over, and even when they left to move to Hawaii, he left all his furniture, all his TVs, almost like was going to give me a car and just say, Joe, here, just take it because we were moving and you can, you keep it at the house, use it as a rental or whatever. That's how generous like Charles was like with things. It wasn't like he was like, pay me $5,000 and you can have this stuff. He's like, here, just have it, right? Well, years later, Charles and I are maintaining friendships while they're in Hawaii, and we're here, and we're talking about doing a house swap. Hey, Charles, you come here with your family, stay in Chandler, so you can visit your Chandler family with Lori, and I'll go to Hawaii and stay in your house in Princeville. And we were, for 2 summers, we were trying to set that up. And finally, one year, we went there. Yeah. We went to Princeville, and we had a barbecue with the Vallows, JJ, Tylee, Lori, Charles, at their house in the golf course. Charles, just carrying my dog, like they live on the top of this house, and the beach was on this really steep hill to go down a hill, and he would carry my kids down the hill, just like this guy that has everything about family and just being generous and everything. So of course, when they came back, I was the first person that he was looking to get a house to rent, So that was the communication that you were seeing with Charles and I, where even 7:49 the night before he was shot, his last text message to me, okay, I'll see you tomorrow morning. I'll call you like when I'm done. And I guess my assumption was that was like after I dropped JJ off at school, I'll be back and we'll go look at that house to rent. Not too many people knew about the fact that, of course, I went to my neighbor's house and they're telling me these things, and the pool party and the things that were happening, and then Alex still being at the house several days before and several days after this happened. I'm in the house, I don't want to do any, I don't want to, if a homeowner has the right to, there's no police report out on what happened other than what you guys released to the news, and I think that's what's out, right? I don't know if there's more. I don't know if I have the ability to go to records to Chandler and say, hey, it's my house. Do I have the ability to receive any additional information so I can either clean the house where it needs to be cleaned, or if I can, do some type of closing so that I can, be able to go into the house. I don't know where the things happened. I don't know where his body was. I don't know, where the gunshots were. If I need to look for, other gunshot damage anywhere.
Since we finished up in July?
I've been in there several times.
Okay.
I got distracted, guys. Sorry. Failed.
For the 10th of July, do we then see text messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox talking about meeting up for lunch with Mel on July 10th?
I do.
And then As those messages go along, does Lori Vallow in fact invite Alex over to her house?
Yes.
And he advises, okay.
Yes.
Are there any text messages between them on the 11th of July?
There are none.
Now, the next messages that we show in this, and again, these are not all of the text messages, correct?
Correct.
Is from the 13th of July, correct?
Correct.
And it says, need you, Adam is freaking out. Based upon your understanding of the case and the testimony of Adam Cox, is that when he found out Charles Vallow was dead?
That is correct.
So this one is from Lori Vallow to Alex saying, need you, Adam is freaking out.
Yes.
Again, as we kind of go through what was relevant, and we're not saying these are all of the text messages, on August 12th, do we see a text message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox saying at Social Security?
Yes, you do.
Based upon your information and review of the case, were you familiar with August 12th being the date that Lori Vallow went to Social Security to apply for survivor benefits?
Yes.
Told us that when you were looking through these messages, we had originally looked at some of the messages from the Lori for Style account. And you had looked for messages involving Ned, correct? When we heard testimony from Serena Sharp, do you recall her using the word zombie?
I do.
And that she indicated that that was a term that Lori used.
Correct.
And it referred to something to do with the possession.
Yes.
As you were looking through these messages, did you ever see Lori referring to people as Z's or
did.
Z?
Just the single letter Z.
Single letter Z. And so when we look at these messages, Exhibit 227, do we see starting on September 3rd, a message from Lori Vallow to her brother, Alex Cox, saying bad news on our brother.
Yes.
And Alex responds, what's that?
Correct.
And she says, Z.
Yes.
And does Alex then say, really, when was that?
Yes.
As that conversation continued on that September 3rd, does Lori tell Alex as of early January?
Yes.
Now, is it your understanding, based upon both testimony from people like Kay Woodcock as well as your own investigation and testimony from Christina Atwood, that sort of in February and March is when Lori Vallow disappeared?
Yes.
By the way, all that typing is not me.
Saying her brother is going to
Just
Z as
remember.
early as January. Does
Very
then
loud.
Alex Cox respond back to her? That explains his interest in Charles.
So her brother, I think, as far as Z or Zach. Zach is
Her
Z.
brother
Yes.
first.
Yeah.
So initially she's talking about her brother, right?
Correct. Yes.
And so in this conversation, as we start through, Lori is telling Adam or Alex that their brother is a Z, correct?
Correct.
As early as January. And it's tied to Charles, right?
Correct.
And in fact, the next text from Lori Vallow to Adam says, Ned recruited him shortly after. This is why, right?
Yes.
Convenient.
She then goes on to say he's part of the 24, correct?
Yes.
And Alex says, that makes sense. Wow.
Correct.
Does Lori then go on to speak of more Z's?
She does.
Does she in fact say, again, still on this September 3rd conversation, more sad news, guess who is the final Z of the 24?
Yes.
And Alex questions if it's Pops or Brandon.
Correct.
And then
Oh.
Alex also says, Zach, oops, may not be showing yet, sorry. So Lori tells, guess who the final Z of the 24 is, right?
Correct.
And we see from Alex, he guesses Pops or Brandon with a question mark.
Yes.
And then Alex also responds, Zach.
Correct.
And sort of the times here are close in time.
Correct.
We have 10:20:29 and 10:20:43. Lori responds, nope, think of Judas, who loved me completely, then turned against me.
Yes.
And then we see Alex saying, tell me.
Is it Tyler?
Correct.
And Lori Vallow says to Alex, yes, our sweet Zach, he is in paradise, the real Zach. It makes final sense.
Can you push that up a little further just to verify? That is correct.
And does Alex then ask Lori, his sister, when this happened?
Yes.
So we're still on this same date. And does Lori then tell Alex about the time he turned? Makes sense, he being dedicated to Brandon and Ned.
Yes.
So again, we're still seeing this reference of Ned being Charles.
Correct.
And so now they're tying Adam, Zach, and Brandon with Charles.
Correct.
They are so crazy.
And so do we see again, so from Alex to Lori, so February.
Yes.
And again, is this around that time period where Lori Vallow disappeared,
Correct.
left JJ with Charles?
Yes.
And we had heard in the interview that the defendant gave with Detective Ann Clan that she told her about her just leaving and disappearing.
Yes.
As that conversation goes on, does Alex then say, how did Zach die, or was he forced out?
He does.
Previously in the Lori for Style, had we seen again a reference of Charles' body being alive, but Ned being gone?
Yeah.
And again, we've heard people testify as to Charles being possessed by that evil spirit.
Yes.
And the unknown of if that spirit went away, what that would mean for Charles.
Correct.
So this conversation then, after Alex asked Lori, how did Zach die, or was he forced out? Does Lori go on to say, it's crazy, I know, but it's sad and true. Now we know all 24, right?
Yes.
And then she also tells Alex, forced out, I think.
Correct.
And did Alex then say with his anxiety, he wasn't strong enough to fight back?
Yes.
And Lori, and he said, So throughout this time period, from February of 2019 up through September after this, are we still seeing Lori talking about Charles being Ned?
Yes.
This concept of Z or zombies?
Correct.
And others that seem to have helped Charles were equally dark.
Yes.
On the day, or the day leading up to, as well as on the 11th of July, so July 10th and 11th, did you, in looking at the reports for the Lolly Time iCloud account, see messages between Lori Vallow and her sister Summer?
I did.
In those messages, did you see Summer providing updates as to the location of Adam and Zach on the 10th?
On the 10th, yes.
And did you also see Summer providing information about a place for Lori to stay?
I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with 287. Do you recognize Exhibit 287 as some of those text messages between, from Summer, Lori's sister, to Lori on July 10th, advising about Adam and Zach?
I do.
State will move to admit 287 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
287 is admitted.
Now, just so we understand again, how is Zach related to Adam?
Zach is Adam's son.
And so we heard Adam say that when he came down here, Zach was staying with his parents.
Yes.
And Zach ended up actually flying home with him.
Yes.
So on the 10th of July, we see, again, this is instant messages now. Is that another type of data that could be saved in the iCloud account?
Yeah, yes, it can.
So in these instant messages, we can see who it's from as a contact of Sum, right?
Correct.
And Adam had told us that Summer was sometimes called Sum.
Yes.
And then again, contact the 480 with the last numbers 9562, is that Lori Vallow's?
Yes, it is.
So instant messages between Lori Vallow and Summer.
Yes.
So on July 10th at 2:04, Summer's asking if Lori can talk.
Yes.
And then about 34 minutes later, does she advise that Mom is in the car with Adam and Zach on the way home from Sky Harbor?
Correct.
And so we knew that Adam came in early afternoon on the 10th, right?
Yes.
And then Summer tells her sister, Lori Vallow, she wanted to know if she could confront him as a preemptive strike. I told her no, just to collect info.
Yes.
So we know from the 9th in that conversation or that text message by Lori Vallow to her brother Alex that she's aware there's an intervention about to happen.
Correct.
And she is rallying the troops around her.
Correct.
And her mom is asking if she can help by doing a preemptive strike.
Yes.
Then do we see an instant message also on the 10th at 2:43 from Mimi? Adam thinks Melanie left for Utah today because that's the last he knew. I just left it that way.
Yes.
Mimi's
Again,
her
going
mom?
Back to that July 9th message. Did Lori tell Alex that Mel had to stay and she couldn't go to Utah?
Yes.
As Summer continues updating Lori Vallow on July 10th at 2:48, does she tell her they're headed to Mimi's house?
Correct.
Okay, Mimi's mom.
And then as we continue on at 7:10 at 3:29, does Summer provide an update again that Zach and Adam are headed to a Spider-Man movie in the time that is happening at?
Yes, they do.
Then on 7:10 at 4:56, we see again a message from Summer. I think so, just me and the kids here. Right?
Correct.
Or M. Then we see a reference to JJ at 7:10 at 6:25 that he left his wrist brace and ukulele there, right?
Yes.
Oh, I love that JJ played the ukulele. I love that.
At 6:26 p.m. on July 10th, does Summer then offer Lori that she could stay at her house?
She does.
She tells her, would you rather stay here this week while we are gone? That way no one would know you were here. We can tell Zach we are putting Zeus in a kennel.
Correct.
So she's willing to lie to Zach so her sister can stay at her house and have no one know where she is.
Apparently.
Then she continues to update Lori that at 8:10 p.m. on the 10th that Zach and Adam are still here playing Phase 10 and eating, right?
Yes.
And as the night goes on, Summer then advises that, again, keeping her updated where Adam and Zach are.
Correct.
Did this message say, again, that Adam was waiting for Al to text him back?
Yes.
So again, we knew Adam was thinking he was staying with Al, right?
Correct.
And then finally at 8:54, we see Adam and Zach just left to go to Mimi's.
Yes.
And so we heard from Adam that they stayed with his parents.
Correct.
And then on the 11th, did we just see instant messages from Summer reaching out to Lori saying, how's it going today?
Yes.
No responses on those.
No.
Now, we've seen a lot of this mention of Melanie or Mel. And when Adam testified, he told us that his sister's daughter was Melanie Boudreau at the time, correct?
Correct.
In the Lolly Time at iCloud.com account, was there a contact name for a Mel B or Melanie B?
Yes, there was.
And did you learn who Melanie B was in this contact list?
That was Melanie Boudreau.
So we see a mention of a Mel in that July 9th Nephi text to Alex, right?
Correct.
And we see other mentions of Mel throughout these other text messages that we've had,
Yes.
including the need for Melanie or Mel not to go to Utah, correct?
Correct.
Show defense 228.
Go ahead.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 228. Looking at 228, are those some of the text messages from the 9th and 10th between Lori Vallow and Melanie B on the Lolly Time?
Yes, they are.
And do those, again, involve sort of Melanie staying here in Phoenix instead of going to Utah,
Yes.
as well as updating on where Charles is and where Al is?
Correct.
State will move to admit 228.
Any objection?
No objection.
228 submitted.
So we had talked about earlier that there are a lot of times where we see sort of the call me things sent. When you first look at this 228, the messages between Lori Vallow and Melanie B on July 9th at about 7:21 p.m., do we start with a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP?
Yes.
Now, when you were talking about the Alex message, let me grab that one. sorry, right here. When we look at 227, we see messages with Alex Cox that are a little bit later, where we're talking the plot thickens, call me when you can, right?
Correct.
So these messages to Melanie B occur before, but it's the same sort of thing. So the plot thickens, call me when you can. We see a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP, right?
Correct.
And then I'll call you in 5, finding out what to do.
Dork.
Correct?
Correct.
And then a response of okay.
Yes.
You're
As
so
sort of the
silly.
night goes on, we see some sort of messages of
Angie, can
Melanie
you hear
updating
me?
Lori of where she is and what's going on, right?
Correct.
And then we see from Lori telling Melanie at 8 o'clock, you can't go tomorrow. It's a setup for both of us, still on the phone, finding out the details.
Correct.
At that time, she hasn't sent the message yet to Alex, correct?
Correct.
So the Nephi message has not gone out yet.
Yes.
So then we see Lori Vallow sending to Melanie B, they have an elaborate plan, I'll call you soon.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Then as the time goes on, we see a message again, now from Melanie saying, I could take all the babies and drive and take our stuff.
Correct.
But Lori responds, you can't go at all. We both need to stay here to defend ourselves, right?
Can you move that up, please?
Sure. Yes. Sorry.
That is correct.
So Lori's telling her you can't.
Cameraman.
Yes.
Come on.
And this is where then we see a message from Lori Vallow to Melanie B. It's coming to a head. This week will change everything.
Yes.
And that's where Melanie B says, probably why I felt sick about going, even when told to plan to go.
Correct.
And then again, we see another call me.
It's not great.
Right?
Correct.
Now, when we look at timing, we know again, when we go to 227, that the plot thickens to Alex is at 9:03, right?
Yes.
And so now we also have the plot thickens also sent here where they're talking.
That's to Alex.
Sorry, that's Alex, yes.
Right.
So as the night goes on, 9:28, this is sort of in between those messages to Alex as well as before the Nephi one.
Right.
And do we see here that Melanie says, I can lay at my house if I need somewhere to go. And then she goes on to say, I think I'll tell him I don't want to get the kids sick, so I'll go lay down at Mimi's, then gym, temple, and lunch.
Yes.
So she's going to pretend to be sick, but she's going to go to the gym, temple, and lunch.
Correct.
Then she continues to sort of advise what's going on the 10th and tell Lori, is it better for me to stay here or leave, do you think? So she's getting her direction from Lori.
Correct.
And then from Melanie, she advises Lori, Adam and Charles don't come until tomorrow, right? Or she asked her. And then she says, Brandon said it's okay, we can get in a flight tomorrow or whenever you're better.
Yes.
So on the 10th, Melanie asked if Charles and Adam are coming in, right?
Yes.
And Lori tells them they both come tonight. Correct?
Yes.
So she already knows that Adam is coming and that Charles is coming.
Yes.
Does it go on okay? This is from Melanie. So today doesn't really matter, but I'm here. I have the kids tomorrow, and that could make it easier for them. So I should probably be sick again tomorrow, question mark?
Correct. Correct.
And again, does Lori say, I think so, but I think they're moving their plans to tomorrow since they will still try to get rid of you.
Yes.
Then there's a discussion from Melanie about wanting to go to this wedding.
Correct.
And Lori saying, I know, baby, I'm so sorry. This is important to your mission, even though I know it's hard to just sit there.
Correct.
So she's given her a mission to pretend to be sick.
She has a mission, yes.
Then we see from Melanie, I just got to the gym, but do you want to do lunch after? What's your day look like? Are you going to Glendale?
Correct.
So we can see a plan going here where she's pretending to be sick for Lori, but they're meeting up.
Yes.
Lori says, yes, let's do lunch. I'm not going today.
Correct.
Then they discuss sort of meeting up. And as we go on in the 10th, is Melanie advising her that Brandon's been here the whole time. He's been on the phone and texting the whole time. I told him I'm trying to get on a flight tomorrow, but he thought the wedding was tomorrow, so he was surprised it's Friday.
Correct.
And Lori tells her maybe she can go tomorrow night. So on the 11th, Lori Vallow already knows by the night of on the 10th, Lori Vallow is already knowing, but by the night of the 11th, Mel need not stick around.
Correct.
So she needs to be there in the morning, but maybe you can go tomorrow night on the 11th.
Correct.
And then we see again, Melanie, maybe I'll tell him I'm not going at all. And then I just end up going Thursday night, but his plans are canceled. And again, so July 11th is Thursday, right?
Yes.
Lori then tells Melanie, I don't want you to regret not going, right?
Correct.
Melanie checks in on Lori. This is still the 10th. How are things on your end? And also, I don't want to regret not going. Meanwhile, I'm over here dreading packing and playing sick, right?
Correct.
So she confirms that she's doing this for Lori to distract Brandon.
She's not really sick, yes.
Then we see Melanie saying, packing for the move, that is, and then asked to be, will you clear me?
Correct.
So still on the 10th, as we get to 6:47, we have Lori telling Melanie, sure, I'll work on you now. Do you want to come over for a blessing?
Correct.
And this is where we then see Melanie ask, sure, I can, but is Charles coming? Is Al there? Right? And so Lori lets her know that Al is here at 7:18 p.m. on July 10th, right?
Correct.
And Charles says he will come over in the morning.
Yes.
So at 7:18, everyone sort of knows Al is over at Lori's, Charles isn't there, he'll be over the next morning.
Correct.
And then we see Melanie say, I'll head over, right?
Correct.
This next message is from the 11th, correct?
Yes.
And we see her tell Lori again, Zach is here, right?
Correct.
And again, now it's closer to 8. He just acted like he was coming over to get his mail. He told Brandon, oh, hey, Adam's in town. And Brandon acted like he didn't know. I asked if he was moving in with Adam Cannon, and he said he doesn't know yet. And then do they confirm after that, I can fly out at 9 p.m. tonight and be back Saturday afternoon?
Correct. And those two prior messages, so you can see the time frame of 7:48. Obviously, the event has taken place, and they're not read until 1:38 in the afternoon.
Okay. So yes, so this is at the 7:53 a.m. when this is sent. That is after Lori Vallow has left the house with Charles's phone in his car.
Correct.
And it's read at 1:28 after Lori Vallow has been interviewed and released back in Charles Vallow's SUV.
Yes.
And they go over to Alex's house.
Correct.
So when you're trying to put this case together, you're having to pull all these different text messages to see when Lori knew what she knew and who she was directing to do things, correct?
Correct.
As you were looking through these messages, were you also having to figure out who some of these people were?
Yes, I was.
We had talked about that phone number, the 515 number that was listed as a contact of Bubby. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
And that you, through looking at the iCloud account, the text messages, the call that was made by Chad Daybell using this phone and recorded, that Bubby contact name is Chad Daybell.
Correct.
When you were reviewing those iCloud accounts, does every text message always save in them?
They do not, no.
So did you also have to look at phone records to see if those matched up or if there were missing records?
I did.
And we talked about, obviously, phone calls are not saved in the iCloud account, right?
Correct.
So when you were looking at those Chad Daybell phone records, did you look to see on the morning of July 11th of 2019 if there were any text messages or phone calls made between Chad Daybell's Bubby phone and Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do those records show a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019 at 6:06 a.m.?
Yes.
And those are all in the records that we previously admitted.
Correct.
Was there another text message from Lori Vallow's cell phone to Chad Daybell's phone on July 11th at 6:12 a.m.?
Yes.
Was there a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:01 a.m.?
Correct.
And another text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:33 a.m.
Yes.
So those phone records don't show us the content of those.
No, it just shows that the message they were communicating, but her iCloud will not show the actual content of those.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited for that, Lady in Gray.
Looking still at that Exhibit 223, as well as Exhibit 223, which is the 515 number associated with Chad Daybell, and looking at the T-Mobile records for Lori Vallow, Exhibit 220. Did you look at those two records to see if there was any calls or text messages between Chad Daybell's phone and Lori Vallow's phone after Charles was shot on
Yes.
July 11th?
Yes.
Was there a phone call between those two phones, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, on July 11th at 12:39 p.m.?
Yes, there was.
That lasted about 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Correct.
So that would have been after Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police and brought back to the residence.
Correct.
Was there no other phone call on July 11th of 2019 from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 2:28 p.m. that lasted a little over 11 minutes?
Yes.
Is that around the time that Detective Enclan was calling Lori to have her come back to 5531 South Four Peaks?
Yes, it was.
Did you see another call between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell at 5:42 p.m. that lasted for over 30 minutes?
I did.
And did you see another call between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on July 11th of 2019 at 7 p.m. that lasted approximately 11 minutes?
Yes.
And did you see a final call on July 11th between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow at 7:54 p.m. that lasted a little over 13 minutes?
I did.
When you were looking at the text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, or contact name Bubby, that you located in those lolly time at iCloud account, did you notice a romantic relationship between them?
Yes, I did.
Prior to Charles being shot and killed on July 11th of 2019, did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad under any of his contact names that you knew of to Lori Vallow?
I did not.
After Charles's death on July 11th, 2019, did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad Daybell under any of his contact names to Lori Vallow?
I did.
Now, were there many messages and between Lori Vallow and contact name Bubby or Chad Daybell?
Yes, there were.
And again, those are all part of that, recovered as part of the search warrant on the lolly time at iCloud account.
Yes.
In these text messages, did Chad write I'll call it, romantic story about Lori and himself that he texted and emailed to her?
He did.
Did he have other names for them?
I believe the names were James and Elena.
Did that story seem to sort of at least match the timing of when they met?
I did.
Were some of them more promiscuous?
Yes.
Did they also include conversations, though, about people like Adam and Brandon?
They did.
And about Ned?
Yes.
I mean, my paralegal can approach with 229. Governor, may the state will move to admit Exhibit 229.
Any objection?
Just relevance to the conspiracy, Your Honor.
All right, the proper foundations been made. I will admit 229.
229.
229 is admitted.
So we've talked about Adam and Brandon, correct?
Yes.
And so one of the first message in this Exhibit 229 is from July 13th, so 2 days after Charles was shot and killed?
Yes.
And do we see, at this point, Chad is asking Lori, how did Adam and Brandon find out?
Correct.
And again, on the 13th at 9:51, we see Lori telling Chad, my mom, because she was so mad, she went off on Adam.
Correct.
And again, when we go back to Adam's testimony, did he indicate he learned Charles had died on the 13th?
Correct.
And that he got in a fight with his mom?
Yes.
At that point, do we see then a message from Chad asking, did he have much to say in his defense?
Correct.
And Lori responds, he was very defensive and tried to justify everything, but my mom kicked him out and said she would never talk to him again. She's dramatic.
Yes.
Pot calling the kettle black there.
So we had learned that Adam had been speaking with Charles and that he hadn't told his family about this intervention, right?
Correct.
And that after this, he said he lost basically all contact with his family.
Yes.
And this seems to sort of confer with that.
Correct.
Do we then see a switch over from talking about Lori's family to now
Here it comes.
Chad talking to Lori about being deeply, crazily, madly in love with Lily?
Yes.
And do we see again messages to and from Lori and Chad talking about sort of their love for each other?
Correct.
They should read the book.
Prior to this, you really had not seen this open, obvious discussions about their relationship.
I had not.
What if I told you I already had the romance novel pulled up in another tab? Maybe we'll read that tomorrow.
So much.
I can't read it tonight, but I will leave it. I will leave it open in my tabs to read tomorrow.
To see again?
Oh my gosh.
Messages of love, as well as a lot of calls.
I did.
Although we won't read through everything here, is this sort of part of that story you're talking about of James and Elena starting in November?
Correct.
Oh, it's so cringy.
When the Preparing the People conference was here in Arizona.
We won't read all of that.
2018.
Correct.
And we've heard testimony from witnesses that Chad Daybell was there.
Yes.
And you found actually a recording on the Lori for Style of Chad Daybell at the Preparing the People conference in November of 2018.
I did.
As we get to July 14th, do we see Chad then talking about cleansing the Houston house?
Clearing the Houston.
Clearing.
Yeah.
Clearing the Houston house, sorry, to remove the darkness he caused.
Correct.
So who was living in Houston?
Charles.
And had you seen and heard people testify that Charles was considered dark by Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And again, we continue to see the affirmations of love,
Yes.
the cheek to cheek and loin to loin.
Yes.
What are you doing? Go lay down. No.
Again, more conversations both of love in text messages as well as phone calls.
Correct.
As we continue on the 14th, did Chad, let me ask you this, where was Chad Daybell living in July of 2019?
In Idaho.
So
Yeah.
Chad is living in Idaho, and you told us that you had seen flights of Lori to Idaho and Lori and Chad to Arizona in March of 2019.
Yes.
He's asking Lori, did everything go smoothly in ending the hotel stay and getting the car returned?
Correct.
And so we see Lori responding to him, I guess I turned in the car, but I don't know what the police did at the hotel, probably just left it.
Correct.
And so we know
Luckily
that
lead to
the
nakedness.
police got the key card from her and went and cleared out the hotel room.
Yes.
Do we see, again, a continuation of that story that Chad was writing to Lori Vallow?
You do.
You do. We all
And
do.
that continues through most of this till apparently Chad needed a shower.
Correct.
So gross.
Now, as we again continue through this, are you seeing sort of every day multiple texts of love
Yes.
between these two?
I am, yes.
Wait
And
till we
again,
make you read the book tomorrow.
Going through
Amos.
the 17th, 16th, 17th, again, more affirmations of love, correct?
Yes.
Now, we know on the 15th of July is when Lori Vallow had called Banner Life Insurance to indicate that she was the beneficiary, right?
Correct.
And on the 18th is when she learned that she was not.
Correct.
So in Exhibit 229, do we see on July 18th at 12:18 Arizona time? So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me to whom, of course, but it's done. I'll still get the $4,000 a month from Social Security.
Yes.
That's not great.
So on July 18th, after she talks with Banner Life Insurance, Lori tells Chad she's not getting the life insurance.
Correct.
But she tells him she's getting $4,000 a month from Social Security.
Correct.
Now we know from Lori Vallow's text to Alex that she went to Social Security on August 12th, correct?
Yes.
And we also had testimony from Social Security about that.
Correct.
But here it is on July 18th of 2018, and she already knows she's going to get money from Social Security.
Correct.
Again, do you see a lot of additional continuing everyday multiple affirmations of their relationship?
I do.
And this email or this report just went through the July 18th where we have that message about the Social Security.
Yes.
Did those affirmations continue on after
Yes,
that?
they did.
So now that Charles is dead, there's a very open texting and calling relationship between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Now, we had indicated that there were multiple contact names that were associated in the Lolly Time iCloud account to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
While you were looking at these text messages in the Lolly Time iCloud account, did you locate any for a contact name Melanie 2 with the number 2?
I did.
And in reviewing those messages, did you identify them as coming from Chad Daybell as well?
Yes, the number linked to that contact of Melanie 2 was for Chad Daybell.
Did you even see a message from Melanie 2 with an attached photo showing Chad Daybell?
Correct.
And were all those, not all of them, were there a substantial number of those messages between Melanie 2 and Lori Vallow, the same sort of romantic discussions that you saw between contact name Bubby and Lori?
Yes.
When you were looking at the conversation between Chad Daybell as the Bubby contact, we saw a discussion about life insurance, correct?
Correct.
Did you also see a conversation between Lori and Melanie 2, AKA Chad, about life insurance?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 288 and 230. Looking at 288 and 230, are those both one of the messages that is from Melanie 2, contact name, to Lori Vallow that was had an attached photo of Chad Daybell and another individual?
Yes.
Was that some of the information used to verify that this Melanie 2 was in fact Chad Daybell?
It was.
And then in 230, is that some of the SMS messages showing both that same romantic relationship as well as that conversation about the life insurance?
Correct.
State will move to admit 288 and 230.
Sorry.
Any objection?
Just the relevance, Your Honor.
288 and 230 are admitted.
Ma'am.
So starting with 288.
She is reaching.
Was this, again, a message, an MMS, so meaning there's an attached photo with it, right?
Correct.
That occurred on July 17th of 2019 from Melanie 2 contact name. And it said, I took a photo with Alan Osmond for Mark.
Correct.
And when we looked at the photo, did you ever learn what Chad Daybell looked like?
I do know what he looks like, yes.
Is that Chad Daybell?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's a stupid face.
So this is the person that she has been texting all the romantic love affirmations with right after Charles died.
Yes.
230, again, we see the same sort of romantic contact between them.
Correct.
And so this is, again, July 18th now, going on with another contact name for Chad Daybell in Lori's phone.
Yes.
And again, we see it's the Lolly Time iCloud account, right?
Correct.
When we get to July 18th, this one, though, is an earlier. For the Bubby one, we saw that it was a noon time message, right?
Right.
And so we learned that Lori received a email indicating she was not the beneficiary, and later she had a phone conversation.
Correct.
Does this one appear to be sort of the earlier one because it references, I just got the letter from
Terry.
the insurance company saying that I'm not
I
the
love that you're in
beneficiary.
your comfy bed.
It's a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay? He
A
left nothing
spear
for
through
JJ.
her heart? What about a bullet through Charles's? But okay,
Did
girl.
that conversation
Okay.
go on? Wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out.
It did.
And did Lori then tell Chad, I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday, I could check the email sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently.
Correct.
Wow.
So we had seen, in fact, photos what appeared to be from a computer that were sent to Chad Daybell, correct?
Correct.
Showing that beneficiary change.
Yes.
So does that seem to match with, again, what Lori's telling Chad here about finding out who got that money?
It does.
Does Chad then say, it seems you would have to agree to change, maybe the name was forged? You should have a good paper trail to prove it, right?
Stupid
Just
Chad.
trying
You
to
don't
help
know
her figure out
anything.
how to get that money. So you then go on to say, I love you, this is terrible. It's probably another step in bringing down, what is this?
Gaddy Anton?
Did you ever learn what that was?
I'm sure I researched it, but off the top of my head, I don't know what it is.
Okay.
By the way, in case you guys were wondering, the jurors are taking a lot of notes.
Did Lori
during
then
all
tell
this.
him,
In case you guys
nope,
were
he
wondering.
can change it anytime he wants. He's the agent and anyone can change the
That'll
beneficiary
make Kay happy.
with their own signature. I'm thinking it must be Kay.
Correct.
So she understood, at least to Chad, that Charles had that right.
Yes.
Does Chad then say, it will be interesting if he got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest?
Correct.
And she goes on to respond, I don't think it could have. You can't change it after the death date. They would review that.
Correct.
And then she goes on to say again, I'm thinking Kay as well. Or he says, I'm thinking Kay as well. She probably freaking out that you got those computers. I'm going to shower and give you a blessing. I'm eager to get home so we can talk. It will be okay, my love. You are wonderful.
Correct.
And then she says, miss you so much. And he responds, miss you the most.
Yes.
So during this conversation, we see Chad and Lori discussing who this likely would have gone to and when it could have been changed, right?
Yes.
And that all occurred before the second conversation we see, also on the 18th, but closer to, I think, 12:30, 12:34, where she knows now it was changed in March.
Correct.
Ugh, it's so gross, Terry. We're going to read the romance
And
novel
in that
tomorrow.
we see Chad referring to the 2 shots to the chest, right?
Yes.
So again, we know they've been talking about this. Did you see any other text messages talking about that?
I did not.
But we saw lots of phone calls between the 2 on the 11th.
Sure.
Now, as we have been talking through this conversation and much of this trial, we have referred to the defendant as Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And that's because she was married to Charles Vallow when he was shot on July 11th of 2019, right?
Tell us, Trina.
During your
Drop the
review
bomb
of
on the jury.
Lolly time at iCloud account, did you find evidence of when she became Lori Daybell?
I did.
Did you see a contract for the wedding?
I did.
Did you see wedding photos?
I did.
Where was that wedding?
Hawaii.
When was that wedding?
Didn't he have a wife? Oh, that's right.
I can have my paralegal approach with 233.
By the way, at Wendy's, you can get they have one of those fancy machines that you can get whatever. I get a strawberry peach Sprite and it's delicious.
That sounds delicious.
It is.
My favorite Wendy's thing is the ghost pepper ranch they have right now.
Looking at
But they'll only give me one.
Is that the report
I don't think B
as
knows
well
about that.
as the actual document that was in the lollytime@icloud.com account that you reviewed that the police obtained through a search warrant relating to when Lori Vallow became Lori Daybell.
Correct.
State will move to admit 233.
Any objection?
Relevance.
233 is admitted.
Is that her fourth or
So
fifth
the
relevance
first part of this,
objection?
we see
Oh, for sure. At least 5.
that, again, it notes that this is an image that was from the account, from the Lollytom iCloud account from 10/31, correct?
I'm stuck with water. I got my soda and my wine, so I'll drink
And
for you, Terry.
Then this is the actual photograph
I got you, girl.
that was uploaded into the iCloud account, correct?
Correct.
So we see Chad Daybell and Lori Ryan. Was Lori Ryan a prior name of Lori Vallow?
Yes.
That was Tylee Ryan's dad?
Correct.
So she used the Lori Ryan name in this. They use a home address of Rexburg, Idaho at that point.
Oh,
Correct.
I bet it's because of the Social Security.
And then the date of the actual wedding is that November 5th of 2019.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So 4 months after
Murder,
Charles
fraud.
Vallow was shot and
Murder.
killed inside of the defendant's home, she has remarried to the man, Chad Daybell.
Yes.
I have
We
no
hope
other
you feel
questions
better,
for this
Terry.
witness.
Cross.
Oh no, you were looking forward to that. I'm sorry. Even though your hair is always beautiful, but I get it. I think I found a gray hair yesterday. I was not
My
happy
husband
about
has
it.
a lot of those.
Really? You guys aren't even like 30 yet.
Oh.
You don't even have a kid yet.
Perspective, Duncan. When did you become the case agent?
I believe it was
Preemptive
June of
grace.
2020.
Okay.
Oh, Lori.
And prior to you being the case agent, it was Detective Moffett.
Moffett, yes.
Is that correct?
That's what we get for talking.
I know.
And was it because he got promoted that they made you the case agent over this case?
Yes.
Or? Okay. And he's now a lieutenant. Is that correct?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
My mom's had Grace
And so
since
he
middle
was the case.
school.
Was anyone in between? Was he the case agent the whole time until 2020 when you took over?
Correct.
Okay. And when you took over the case, what things did you do differently?
I wouldn't say differently. I continued what I was doing. I was looking at records for him. The records in this case, as you're aware, there's volumes of records. So continued to look at all of the independent iCloud records, call detail records, phone extractions, and also kind of reviewing what he had done prior to my assignment is what I'd done.
Right, so kind of reviewing and seeing what you need to look at.
Correct.
So is this, from what I was understanding what you were saying earlier, is this, you weren't really involved in the case since July 11th and now you're back involved in the case?
So July 11th, obviously I was there at the house.
Right.
Shortly after that, I had another homicide and my time was occupied with that. And it was several months later that I offered to help look at records because they were so much.
Why was that?
And
Why was it? Open the door.
And I'd
Lori.
always done that kind of in the background, but never really took a deep dive into them until that June 2020.
Okay, but you were kind of involved, so you kind of knew what was going on in the investigation during those,
Somewhat.
during that time, that year in between,
yeah.
before you became the case agent,
Correct.
but not totally deep dive, but you kind of knew what was going on.
I understood it.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good.
That's good. It's okay.
So let's go over that day again real quick. When you were there, what time were you there at the scene, from when to when?
I believe I arrived shortly after 9:15.
Okay.
And I would have left probably 4:30.
Okay. Were you at the house that whole time?
Yes.
So
Well,
you didn't,
Let me back up.
oh, I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
did leave for a short period of time to obtain a saw that we would need to cut that piece of flooring out and the baseboard.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
But then it came back, yes.
What do you need a
So
saw?
you were at the scene that whole time, besides the time you went to get the saw?
Correct.
You didn't go to the Chandler Police Department?
No.
So you weren't there during our interviews?
No.
Okay. So, and you had mentioned something about you couldn't go in. I was confused. You couldn't go in until after the search warrant, but you were in before that, right?
No. So obviously your first responders, your police officers, the firefighters, they're going in to preserve life and treat the victim in this case. Then they back out. At that point, we will not let anybody in, given the circumstances of this case, until a search warrant is actually signed and executed. So we will wait outside the threshold of the house until that search warrant is signed, and then we will begin our investigation.
So I'm still confused. So you
That's
didn't
not
go
our
into
problem.
the house until after the search warrant, or you did get to go in beforehand?
No, I didn't go in
She
before.
said
I waited until
no.
after the search warrant.
Okay.
What's confusing
So you
about
had
no?
testified, I'm still confused, sorry.
And I'm going to object again to the defendant testifying.
There you go, Trina.
Just ask the question.
Get her.
You had also indicated that you had gone in and that Charles was on the floor. Is that correct?
I think the question was asked of me is, what did I see when I went in? And so that, and I would say after the search warrant we went in, that's what I saw.
But he was already gone in the ambulance at that point?
He never went in an ambulance.
Charles didn't go in the ambulance?
No, he went with the medical examiner's office.
He was dead.
So what time did he leave?
I can't give you a specific time on that. I have to look at the medical examiner's office information for that.
But it was after you entered at 11:50?
Yes, it was way after that.
Okay.
She thought she had something.
So then when you entered, what did you do at that point? Can you kind of walk me through that?
Yeah, so when I entered, obviously I made my general observations about what I saw in that room and of the body. And then talked with Detective Coons about what needed to be done next.
And what did you guys do next?
So we came up with a game plan as far as how to process the scene, which direction, who was going to do what. Like I indicated, I was tasked with collecting that firearm and was also tasked with kind of looking through the house for any kind of blood evidence that might be present. The other task that I had when we were ready, I contacted the medical examiner's office to report the death to them.
What time about was that call, do you think?
I'm surprised she's like, did you try CPR on him?
Sometime
On my
in between
husband?
that, before 4:30, is that correct?
Correct.
I know he's been laying there for 4 hours, but did you try?
And did everyone leave the scene at 4:30? Is that kind of the timing when people were clearing out, or?
Yeah, some might have stayed behind, and a lot of our ID techs like to sit in their cars and type their notes, that type of thing. But right around that 4:30, 4:45 is when the search warrant was completed.
Okay. And then there had been a walkthrough, is that correct?
Yes.
And so Alex had come back to the house just after 3-ish?
I believe that could have been the time, yes.
Okay. And then were you present during the walkthrough?
I was.
And who else was present?
Detective Moffitt, Detective Werther, Detective Coons, myself, and I want to say crime scene technician Jordan might have been there as well.
Okay. And was it Jordan that was wearing a body cam? Was there a body cam made of that?
No, I believe that Detective Werther had a body cam, but it malfunctioned and didn't capture.
So there's no recording of that at all?
No.
And Detective Moffitt was the case agent at that point, right? Because he had been assigned that already?
Yes.
Okay. And so did each of you write reports on that walkthrough then, since there was no recording of it?
That would have all been included in our original, in our report, not a specific walkthrough report, but in our original narrative, yes.
Everyone would talk about it, mention it, their perspective?
Not everybody has to, as long as somebody or one or two people wrote about it to know that it happened. Yeah.
Right. So since there's no recording of it, though, someone is assigned, like, because Moffitt is the case agent, or who would do that? Be assigned to include it in the report, for sure.
It's different. I'll give you the example. If you look at probably my report compared to Detective Coons' report, you might notice, similarities in there. You might notice stuff that I went into more detail on, or he went into more detail. But it depends on whether they write it or not. They could just put something as simple, I was present during a walkthrough.
Okay. So since you became the case agent, have you read all the reports?
At one time or another, yes, I have.
So is there anyone specific that kind of ran through what happened at the walkthrough?
Your Honor, I object to asked and answered and relevance. And hearsay.
Sustained as to asked and answered.
Did you write about it in your report?
I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay, asked and answered.
Mhm.
Sustained
I'm gonna
as
star
asked and
that
answered.
comment. Come back to that later because something was said about that. Look, it's Amy.
You mentioned
Amos.
that
Freshly showered.
Ooh.
it was Detective Werther who had the body cam. Is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
So
Sustained.
did you read his report?
I have read his report, yes.
And did he mention the walkthrough and what happened?
And I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay,
Yes.
and asked and
So,
answered.
to the extent that it would call for a hearsay answer, I'll sustain the objection.
We're joined by the Courtyard.
Ooh. I'm so fancy. Amos is the Courtyard personified.
You can change that.
Detective, when you became the case agent, you were kind of aware, so you knew what had been done in the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes,
And so you knew who had been interviewed. Is that correct?
yes,
And you knew what had been tested or not tested at that point?
correct.
Oh.
So the bat was tested for fingerprints. We learned that in the testimony. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the results were inconclusive.
Correct.
And so there were no latent prints were identified. That's correct.
Correct.
And there were prints, but we just don't know whose they were. Is that accurate?
Sounds about right, yes.
Now, we learned that the bat was swabbed for DNA and sent to the lab. Is that correct? And was that ever tested?
No, it was not.
And why not?
When making this decision, you have to look at the probative value of that and what that would show or what a test would prove. DNA and fingerprints are not time specific. That bat was owned by Tylee, to our knowledge. It was in a household where you lived. It was in a household where Alex was. And at one point, based on the fact of when we understood the bat to have been purchased, Charles was living in the house as well. So that bat was accessible to all those people. So if at one point during that time, that person touched that bat, all that it would be saying is that somebody touched that bat at some point, not during this incident.
Right.
Okay.
But there was no blood found on the bat. Is that correct?
Correct.
But would that be able to be told from DNA?
There was nothing that was visible that could see, like if blood dries or anything like that. There was nothing that would indicate that here's a spot we need to test for that particular, for blood.
Right, but would DNA tell if there was blood? Could they find out if there was blood on the bat from the DNA test?
Once again, blood is, you would see if it dries and crusts, then you would see that particular blood. DNA comes in many forms. It can come in touch, it can come in sweat, blood, but you would think that blood would be visible at that point to be able to test. And we did not see anything like that.
Okay, so if there was none of Alex's DNA on the blood, wouldn't that tell us something? I mean, on the bat at all, then wouldn't that tell us something?
If there were none of Alex's, it would just mean that Alex never touched that bat at any time.
And wouldn't it tell us that Alex was never hit in the head with that bat?
Once again, it's not specific. I can't, if there was blood on the bat, then yes, we would test for that. But there's no visible blood on the bat.
I understand that, but when you're doing an investigation, are you not trying to figure out what happened?
Yes, and that's what
Don't
we did.
you want all the information to do that?
Yes.
And so whose responsibility would it be to request the DNA testing from the swab that was taken?
Once again, that would just show, it's not showing that it's blood. There's no blood on the bat. It was just showing that a DNA swab was taken of that particular area to be able to test later on. But there's no discoloration that would show any kind of blood.
And who in the Chandler Police Department would be requesting that DNA to be tested? Who would have to do that?
That'd be me.
It would be
As the new case agent, that would be me, or Detective Moffat at the beginning.
And so Detective Moffat never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
And you never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if Charles' DNA was on the bat, then wouldn't that tell us something also?
Oh my God.
Did he touch the bat at some point?
Yeah, that he took it from Tylee, like she said in her interview.
It could be at any point.
Check and move to strike that.
Thank you, Trina.
The jury should disregard that last question. That information is not in evidence.
See you next Tuesday, Lori.
I'm gonna go get more
Detective,
wine.
wouldn't that have
She's
answered some
annoying.
questions though, in your investigation?
I don't think it would have, no.
Okay. We learned that the gun in testimony, that the gun was tested just last month. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who requested that test?
I did.
And why did you request that test?
So on firearms, immediately after we have a firearm case, we have the ability to utilize a system called NIBIN. NIBIN is run through the ATF. And what NIBIN will do is we can fire a particular firearm that we have control over and obtain casings from those. We can then take the casings from the scene casings and then compare those together. We already knew that that gun fired those casings very early in the investigation, as a NIBIN report provided. However, ATF will not testify in court. So playing the balancing game of when a trial will begin and whether a trial will even happen, I do not like to make more work for a firearm analyst than I have to. When we know that we are in and going to trial, then I will send that over to them because they were the ones that will testify to that.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So it wasn't after my investigator suggested that none of the guns had been tested
No.
that you
No.
ordered that test?
I never spoke to your investigator about that anyway either.
Okay. So, Detective, when did the Chandler Police Department take possession of the gun?
On July 11th.
And then it was tested in March, is that correct?
Correct.
And then we've established through expert testimony of Detective Coons that the floorboard was not tested either. Is that correct?
Correct.
For
And he
what?
also established that the projectile was not tested either. Is that correct?
Correct.
The murder was 2019.
And Detective Coons also confirmed that no tests were done
I don't
on
know
my
about that.
husband's shirt. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh, ask the bamboo question, Lori.
And then when you became the case agent on this case, why didn't you request any of these tests?
Because I was confident that based on the medical examiner's report of an entry wound to the lower left quadrant, an exit wound to the upper left rear shoulder, and a corresponding defect, or what I would refer to as a bullet strike in the floor, if you take those 3 points and match them up, then there's no other explanation other than Charles was laying on the ground at that time.
So the medical examiner said he could not say that he was laying on the ground for sure, but you're saying that in your detective opinion, you know that for sure?
I believe so, yes.
And so
Your mic's kind of cutting out a little bit, Amy.
Witness it with your eyes?
No.
Just let you know. Maybe it's too close.
Lori, honey.
Detective, to your knowledge, did my brother and my daughter and myself willingly comply with everything asked of us by law enforcement on July 11th, 2019?
I can't speak to that, no.
Did we answer all the questions asked to us?
I have nothing to say you didn't.
Did we follow all directions given to us by law enforcement that day?
I'm going to object to speculation and foundation as to how this detective knows that. He's already said he wasn't at the station.
He's the case agent, Your Honor.
Go, Trina.
He can testify to what he observed for himself. So if you want to tailor your question, go ahead.
He's the case agent, Your Honor.
Would you say that according to every report and every detective that you've talked to and anything else, that you would say that we fully complied with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
Object to hearsay.
Oh, Lori.
I'm going to sustain the objection to the form that it was asked.
So according to all the reports that have been given by everyone who was there, and you're the case agent, so you're in charge of all of these people, is that correct?
I'm not in charge of them, but I've read the reports.
So you have read the reports.
Yeah.
And as far as you know, to your knowledge, we fully cooperated with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
Again, object to hearsay.
It means nothing. Even if you did
Ask me, fully
cooperate.
cooperated with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
Again, object to hearsay.
I didn't do that. If I did, I apologize.
And lack of personal knowledge.
What? No.
Like it skipped.
My feminine
Has it
wiles
come
were.
to your knowledge that we did not comply with everything?
I would object to
Sir,
the
I'm an
same thing,
interdimensional
lack of
goddess.
personal knowledge and hearsay.
He can answer that question.
Can you answer that again?
Have you come to the knowledge that we did not comply that day for any reason?
I have not.
Okay. Did I turn my husband's phone over when asked?
Yes.
Did Alex turn his phone over willingly?
I am not sure when Alex, or if Alex turned his phone on. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So is there a body cam where his phone was placed into an evidence bag? That's correct.
I do remember seeing that, yes.
And then the evidence bag is put into the front of the police car where he was taken to the Chandler Police Department. Is that correct?
I didn't see that, but I trust the fact that it was taken at that time, yes.
And so according to that body cam, it looked like he turned it over on request.
And I'm going to object to speculation.
You don't have any knowledge that he didn't, is that correct?
I'll allow that last question.
I don't have knowledge, no.
Okay. So do you know who had taken possession of his phone at that point?
I don't mean anything.
Do you know who drove him to the Chandler Police Department?
Well, through this hearing, Officer Krautheim.
Oh, that's right.
Okay.
The one I couldn't remember how to spell. I mean,
Again,
pronounce.
Sustained, please don't testify.
Get her, Trina. Get her.
Was a copy of Alex's phone made by the Chandler Police Department?
I don't know.
You don't know?
There's so much information. I don't know whether we received his call detail records or an actual copy was made. I don't know.
So you're the case agent.
Yeah, I'd have to look and see if that was the case.
So you're the case agent, and you don't know if the person who shot my husband's phone was ever.
Yeah, at this moment, I don't recall.
Would you like to refresh the record?
So there's no cell bride of it. Is that correct? In the discovery?
I think the only thing that we have is his call detail records, which would be from his cellular provider.
So what would the typical protocol be for you to, if someone handed over their phone, wouldn't it be to do a digital download of it?
So that can be one of two ways. It could be under a search warrant to do that, or it can be under consent to do that. I do not believe I don't believe that his phone was extracted at that time.
So he would have to give consent? Is that what you're saying?
Or a search warrant, but that would have been through Detective Moffett.
So Detective Moffett would have had to get a search warrant and then he would download it?
Based on their conversation, whether Alex would be willing to do that or whether a search warrant was needed, but that was Detective Moffett's call at that time.
And he decided not to do that?
I don't know what his process is or his thought process.
Well, I'm saying that he did not do that, and you're the case agent now, so you would know if that was done, correct?
You're asking me to speak for Detective Moffett, whether it was done or not?
No, I'm asking you to speak as a case agent now if you know if it was done or not.
I believe it was not.
Okay. Do you think that would be important to your investigation?
Absolutely, knowing what we know now, yes.
Okay, you're a detective, right?
Correct.
You have to look at all the angles, right?
Correct.
You don't know what happened, right? You just stated that you weren't there, right?
Correct.
So wouldn't that be crucial information that the police department didn't bother to take?
Once again, I don't know what the conversation with Detective Moffett and Alex was and what his reasoning for not. Would I have taken it? Yes.
But that was not your call at the time.
Correct.
And so in lieu of that, what did you do to try to obtain that information?
We got his call detail records through his company.
And so is it safe to say that it's much better to have the actual phone to do the extraction so that you can have everything that was on the phone?
Yeah, but you can also obtain a lot of that stuff through other means, through iCloud records, Google records. But yeah, it is nice to have that phone.
So would you call that an oversight by Detective Moffett?
Object to speculation.
Sustained.
I feel like she's getting close to opening a door.
So
a little bit.
Was the phone then returned to Alex that day?
Yes.
How did that happen? Was it just handed to him or?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And that would have also been Detective Moffat's call?
Correct.
And we haven't heard from Detective Moffett, is that correct?
Correct.
So according to your knowledge, that Alex was called by Chandler Police to return to the scene for the walkthrough by detectives. He did so, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
You saw him there?
Yes.
And did he answer everyone's questions while you were there, that you observed?
Yes, he did. There was very little questioning. It was just more of a positional type thing. It was, where were you?
It was more, I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
Where was he? Where was he standing during the time?
Oh, and so he kind of walked it through with you and all four of you were there, right?
Yes.
5. And no one was asking him any questions?
Your Honor, I'm going to, again, we've already gone through this before, asked and answered, as well as verging on hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection. How much do you have left on your cross, you would think?
I don't know, Your Honor. A lot.
In other words, more than a couple minutes. Should we take our afternoon break?
More than 10?
We should take a break.
Let's take
more than 10
afternoon
questions.
break for staff. It'll be about 15 minutes. Please remember.
I don't know, Your Honor, a lot. Wow.
Oh, boy.
Oh, gosh, what I would give for her to open a door.
I know.
So explain how you think she's going to open a door. I'm curious.
Well, if she gets what they warned her about in the last couple of days is she kept trying to ask questions of like, well, why did it take you so long to get this? And like, why didn't you reach out to us? Like, she's opening the door to her and Chad running off to Hawaii, to her kids being like, their actions impeded the investigation is what they're being like, you don't want to open that door, because that's what she was trying to get at of like, well, how come you didn't bring charges till later? Why did it take you so long? Why didn't you contact us? Like, bitch, everybody tried.
Okay, that's a good point. I hope she does open that door.
So there's been a couple of times where, yeah, they do keep, the judge even asked her, I think it was yesterday, he said in a certain line of questioning, he was like, if you get to that question, you need to stop and ask for a sidebar. Let her do it. Just let her do it. But
I don't know. He's trying to protect from appeals, I bet.
I mean, maybe. Will that cause a mistrial? I mean, I don't
think so.
I don't know.
She'd be opening it herself. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, she would be opening it her. I mean, I think the judge is doing it to, cover his own ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. But she has been, it allowed them to bring up the prior bad acts. So the jurors know that something happened in Idaho, that there was a court case in Idaho. They do know this, but they don't know anything that it's about. They don't even know that like she's, serving a life sentence. They don't know that Chad is on the death row. Like they don't know any of that.
I would be amazed that people don't know her name.
If you're not in the true crime world.
Well, my husband even know. Well, I guess I'm in.
I mean, he's married to you. Of course he does.
Even my husband knows.
But I think, that
the
Arizona.
Go back to work.
Just no. No, I think like the Arizona thing, happened before everything really kind of went to shit and crazy. Her and Chad were already together in Hawaii by the time the investigation of the kids came along. And, I think that what happened in Idaho has really overshadowed what's happened to Charles. Because, they kind of reported that it was in self-defense, even though they didn't claim that in investigations. Because obviously they were investigating from the beginning, but it takes time to get all that, stuff. So I think they were allowing the theory of, it was in self-defense, everything is fine, while they were digging up, shit on them. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, do you want to go back to Lady in Gray's starred comment?
Oh, yeah. So Lady in Gray said, some people on X are asking if anyone else thinks Lori at least did the second shot when he was on the ground. I've honestly not thought of that. I feel like somebody in court said something about that yesterday or the day before. Like,
Amy, didn't you say something about that?
What?
Because did they determine the shot to the heart is the first one?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then the belly shot would have been when he was on the floor. Right. That's right.
Yeah,
which means there's no reason for that second shot. Like there's absolutely no reason to have shot him there. So.
But what shot brought him down? What are you saying? The first shot was the one to the chest?
Yeah.
Okay.
From my understanding of the Emmy, and then I think this guy.
To the best of our knowledge,
it seemed like they were saying the shot through the heart came first, and then the belly one came after, because that's the one that makes like the dent in the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So he had to have been on the ground for that shot. That's the one question she just asked him, where she's like, well,
And Alex has only claimed that he shot him in the chest.
He said, we watched his interview earlier, and he just said, I fired like 2 times. That was all he said in the thing.
Mm-hmm. I did it too, Bells.
I don't think they're showing any more videos. I'm not entirely sure.
I feel like they did show some of her stuff already a couple days ago.
Oh, just of her interview, but like they didn't show like what was going on with Charles and all of those. The thing. The second was when he was on the floor, so that would not be self-defense. Exactly. Self-defense is to stop the threat. The threat was stopped when he was on the back. Like that second shot was unnecessary.
So smart, Lady in Gray.
Mm-hmm.
So smart.
Correct.
Yeah. And I don't even know if he even still did the bare minimum.
Like, no, not here in Texas, honey. We teach
not where I am.
Well, different states have different things where you have to give like warnings and like all. I don't know what Arizona's self-defense.
Here, you shoot to kill, but obviously not like a unnecessary use of force. So like if he's on the ground, you're done.
Yeah, you only get one shot.
But I mean, like if you're shooting and he's still coming at you, then you just
mm-hmm.
you keep going.
But they determined that heart one is what made him fall to his knees. Right there. So it had to have been the first one, and there was absolutely no reason for the belly shot. I don't think, honestly, my opinion, I don't think Lori shot him.
I don't know.
Alex fucking does all of everybody's dirty work. She didn't need to get her hands dirty. And why would she want to touch the gun? You know, she wouldn't want her fingerprints on the gun. Though then again, maybe that's why she asked, oh, so you didn't test the gun? You didn't test for fingerprints? Maybe. I just can't see her getting her hands dirty. She uses everybody else to do her dirty business.
I know
Alex
is like that.
Alex, yes. That guy. Oh. I can't believe her families were so. Let me get back to these text messages because I was kind of, you know, in and out with the kid coming home and B coming home. So it's Summer that was feeding Lori all the info about Adam and Charles's plan, right?
From what I understood.
That okay. I just wanted to make sure that that's what that it was her sister being like, you know, filling her in on all the behind the scenes, man.
I'm waiting on Lady in Gray to tell me if I remembered that correctly or not. I got a text halfway through and it was super distracting. So
yeah, I don't think you're actually allowed to unload in most. I mean, that's the thing with self-defense as your defense. Like it is a very like certain things have to happen a certain way. Like a lot of people think that they're doing something in self-defense and then legally it's not. So yeah, she manipulates
because when you're in a situation like that, who's to say how you're going to react if you're trying to defend yourself?
Sure.
I mean, adrenaline can really have a, you know.
Now let's say Charles was standing up. Let's say Charles was standing up and he fired more than one shot at him in that, like, you know, back to back.
Yeah,
that's one thing. That's fine.
But when you're on the ground, there's no need for like your self-defense.
I watch too many horror movies, maybe, because, you know, when they're down doesn't mean anything. They get back up.
But see, that's when they give you charges of like involuntary manslaughter and stuff. That's when you get those charges, is when you're doing
I just
something.
hope I'm never in a position that I have to.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You just gotta shoot quick, like bang bang on the ground,
bang bang. We got him out and we're blazing. Oh, what was the other thing that? Oh, hold on, let me scroll through the day. There was another.
Some Michael Myers thing. Get out of here with that, Bells.
See, Bells, you and I think alike. Which.
What do you guys think now? Now that we've had this, the lead guy, do you guys think that they've proven conspiracy?
I think so. Yeah.
I think all of the other days, all the last 6 days, could have been like you could have just had Detective Werther and Duncan on, and
I think her communication with her sister, with Melanie, with Chad, Alex. I mean, if I was on a juror, I'd be like, yeah, I think she did as an FU and for that $1 million. You know, because they killed Tammy for the same thing. One, to get rid of her, and two, for the life insurance.
I just think it was all money.
Oh, it was all
money and power generated.
So, and then she filled out that marriage application or whatever.
Ryan?
Yes. She did that. I'm convinced she did that. So if they ran something on the Social Security that she planned on getting by being, it would show her old name and not what it would be under. I mean, I don't really know how Social Security works, but why else would you do that? You haven't been Lori Ryan for 15 years. It couldn't have been a mistake, is all I'm saying. Oh, gosh. She is the worst.
Bells, I don't know what
it should have. I mean, we were just talking about this with our friends last night about name changes and stuff. And why would you have her previous married name on there? Because that was Tyler's.
Yeah.
Who also died.
Yeah,
right?
like we know. Yeah, he died a year before this all went down. He died in 2018. And then, again, I think that's suspicious. I think it's as suspicious as Alex,
What
because
name?
think about it.
Huh?
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Oh, Freaky Friday lady.
I love you so
That
much.
is not what she's known for.
I love you all so much.
What she's known for, if not Freaky Friday.
You really are very pretty.
Our lunch breaks are just going to be educating Annie on pop culture things. That's what we're going to start doing.
She was in Freaky Friday with
Lindsay Lohan.
Lindsay Lohan.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes. Yeah, she was. I think she's in the new one too.
I'm proud of myself.
I know Lindsay
You
Lohan.
never watched Halloween, Annie?
I don't do scary movies.
Okay. Well, then that makes sense. You're forgiven on that part.
Yeah.
Thanks.
True Lies. Oh, True Lies is the best.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite movies. It's so good. Actually, I might watch that tonight.
Movie, Annie.
Mm-hmm.
The
With
last
Arnold
scary movie I
Schwarzenegger.
saw was Insidious, and I've never watched another one since then.
Huh.
I love True Lies
I'm
too.
like friends with you guys. I like horror movies.
I feel like they don't make good action movies like that anymore. True Lies was so good. I loved it. I even had the video game on like Super Nintendo. It's so funny. The bullets look like little BBs. Anyway, well,
Welcome to the of our heads, how we jump from one topic to the next. You just never know what you're going to get with us.
It's basically a Discord conversation.
Basically, yes.
I had no idea, Bells. The more you know.
I think she's actually known for more than Halloween. Like, it seems like there was something before that. Even older. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not super familiar with all of Jamie Lee Curtis's career, but I know many of her things.
I knew the name. I just couldn't place it.
I mean, at least you knew the name. At least you weren't like, who is that?
That's true. She was like,
who's that? Who's that
girl? Who's that girl?
Who's that girl? Na 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 na. Is that girl?
I can't even go there. I don't remember enough to. Anyway, I appalled you with somebody that I didn't.
Just like everything. Oh my God. Just like all the time. Why does my camera keep getting blurry like that? Too hot and just fogging it up. It's too much. I don't know why that is. Oh man. Well, I definitely think that because they got when do they go on break? Their time 3:10. They usually end at 4:30, so they got like another hour and 15 minutes.
We'll hear them.
I'm going to advise the defendant that anything that this witness read in another officer's report, he can't testify to whether those things are true or not unless it fits into some exception to hearsay or non-hearsay for you to establish that. So please don't ask any questions that he can't verify. He can testify to things that he observed, saw, or heard. But again, if you're referencing another report that another officer wrote, he won't be able to testify whether the contents of those reports are true or not unless he has some sort of personal knowledge.
I understand, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring you can come back up, get ready to resume your cross. We'll bring the jury in.
You know what I just realized? Trina is doing this whole case herself. Like a boss.
Yeah, I think she's got this. She's got
a bone pick.
Like a boss, man. I just realized they haven't had anyone else do anything but Trina. So get it, girl. Which is, that is impressive.
I mean,
I mean, Lori's doing this whole case by herself.
Right?
That's right. I forgot. She's like pretty much a lawyer.
I
She's
don't- I
definitely a
just-
lawyer in one of her past lives.
I cannot believe how many questions she asked that literally, why?
Why?
It don't make any sense why she's asking some of those questions. It's like, I don't know what else to say, so I'm just going to pretend that I'm a lawyer and ask these questions.
I think Trina's doing the next one. I believe it's the same.
I think
same
so.
ones for the next one because they only decided to split them up not that long ago, and Trina's been doing all the pre-trial hearings and everything like that. So
the hearings that I've been hearing, they were talking.
yeah. I mean, she had a guy sitting beside her, but usually they'll like take turns and split it up.
You may be seated. You can continue with your cross-examination of this witness.
Oh, I gotta pee. Crap. Okay, I'll be back. Should have went during the break.
We need a potty counter.
Detective Duncan, in all those text messages, we saw a lot of people. Did you interview our mother, Janice Cox?
I did not.
Did you read or watch her interview?
I have not.
Did you interview our sister, Summer Shiflett?
I did not.
Did you read or watch her interview?
No.
Did you interview our father, Barry Cox?
No.
Did you read or watch his interview?
No.
So the only source that you have for this investigation of the shooter in your case is through our brother Adam? Is that correct?
And all of the contacts mentioned through your iClouds.
Yeah, but you didn't ask anybody who was mentioned in there or who was speaking in there what they meant by any of those text messages?
Oh my gosh.
Well, none of the people that you mentioned were present during this incident. So you're asking about the actual day of July 11th, if I asked them about that day or about the text messages?
About the text messages themselves. Like, did you ask my mother what she meant in that text message when she wrote it?
No.
Did you ask my sister what she meant in those text messages?
No.
Did you ask Melanie, my niece, what she meant in those text messages?
No.
Did you ask me what I meant in those text messages?
I couldn't.
Okay.
Opening the door. Why couldn't you?
Oh, I'm back. I'm back.
Open the door.
Look at his smile. Did you see that smile?
As you testified earlier, that Alex wouldn't text or call Adam back. Is that correct?
I'm not interpreting as far as he wouldn't do it. What I'm saying is I don't see it. So if there's a message there and there's a text, there's no indication that there was a call back or a text back.
So it looked like that he wasn't calling him or texting him back, even though he was getting calls and texts. Is that correct?
And then Adam also testified that he did not receive a call or a text back, which would be consistent with the records.
So the only person in our family, in our whole family, that you got information from was the estranged brother from our family who didn't know what was going on with everybody else.
You can object to the form of the question, argumentative.
Well, it's also compound, also stand the objection.
Okay, so Adam, our estranged brother, is the only one that you got information from. Is that correct?
Can I object to the form of the question?
Sustained.
Just let her go.
So is this your normal protocol to just talk to one witness and not all the others?
No.
Why didn't you speak to any other member of my family?
Oh.
A lot of members of the family have been spoken to.
Oh, I thought you were going to say dead.
But you were not privy to any of that information as the case agent?
Well, I was privy to the interviews that were conducted by other detectives.
And you just testified to me that you didn't read or watch any of those interviews. Is that correct?
I have been present during an interview or a phone call with Summer, and been present during a phone call in this process, but I have never interviewed them.
How many interviews has Summer had with the police departments?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
Is it more than 10?
More than one or two?
I don't know.
But you knew of at least one.
That Summer has had?
Correct.
Yes.
But you didn't ask her any of these questions or any of the questions about the text messages that you just talked about that were on the screen with Summer?
I said no.
Okay.
Mine said no. Yes, sir, you did.
So as the case agent and a detective, do you form a suspicion and then stick to it and only investigate the things that lead you to that same conclusion?
No.
Girl. You got a trail body. Get out of here. Get out of here.
I read that.
You had testified earlier about the story of Nephi, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you researched it, is that correct? What research did you do?
Well, the very basic research. I Googled who is Nephi. What does Nephi stand for? I've also, through this process over the last 4 or 5 years, have asked other members of the church just a simple question. Tell me about Nephi. And every single person I talk to tells me that same story that was told by Adam.
So are you aware that there's 15 books in the Book of Mormon?
I am not.
Are you aware that 4 of those books are books of Nephi?
I am not.
That there's Nephi 1, 1st Nephi, 2nd Nephi, 3rd Nephi, 4th Nephi?
No,
I am not an
But there's
LDS
many
expert,
stories
ma'am.
of Nephi.
I'm a detective.
Is that correct? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
College action.
So the very
teaching.
first story is the story that
I'm going to object to testifying.
Are you sure he doesn't subscribe
Sounds
to your
like that's the way it was going. So
insanity?
please just ask questions.
You can
So
tell
you
it when
did
you're
not
on the
read
stand,
Book of
Lori.
Mormon?
No.
You did not read 1st Nephi?
No.
You just asked people. That was your research?
I asked members of that particular church, and I also did an internet search. Yes.
So you did an internet search, and it gave you all the stories of Nephi?
That's the story that came up.
So how long did you do that research for?
Oh my God.
I couldn't tell you.
So in your research, did you discover that there's about 25 stories of Nephi in that Book of Mormon?
I didn't see that, no.
And that there's 4 different prophets that are called Nephi in the Book of Mormon?
I'm going to again object as to testifying, and the detective has already indicated, so asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. He can ask if he knows that or not.
What was the question? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I can't remember. Can the court reporter tell
There's
us?
4 different people referred to as Nephi.
Yeah, 4 different prophets in the Book of Mormon that are Nephi. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. So isn't it true that you really have no idea what I was referring to when I referenced Nephi in my text message?
Bitch, please.
I can only go off of what I see. I can't tell you what you're thinking or what you're trying to relay there. But based on my knowledge and based on talking to people about who is Nephi, that is a story that came up consistently.
You relayed to the jury that it was in order to kill. You relayed to the jury.
I said that the story was the same story and similar to Adam told.
Okay, and you said it earlier that that was in order to kill, that I referenced Nephi. I will be like Nephi and you will be like Nephi. To the jury here today.
Ask a question. That's a statement, not a question.
Do you have knowledge that my text message meant that at all?
No.
Are you aware through all of your investigation of this case that my brother was a stand-up comedian, Alex?
I had heard that, yes.
And that everything is a joke to Alex?
I can't speak for that.
So when you're interpreting all these text messages and making all these assumptions, half of them could be jokes and you would not know that?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you speculating when you read my text messages?
I think I'm just reading your text messages. I don't think I was drawing any inference from them. I was just simply reading them.
Well, today you were explaining them to the jury.
Oh,
is that true?
Those were read. There was no
Made up
explanation
stories.
as to what it meant.
The judge is getting a twitch.
As the case agent, what is your communication with the other investigators in this case?
What do you mean by other investigators?
So who is on your team? Who is working for you on this case right now?
I'm the only person working on the case right now. Back in the, when we were investigating it, it would have been myself and Detective Coons. And then periodically we'd have Detective Werther do some work for us if we needed it.
And then do you guys communicate through emails or calls or text messages, or how does that work?
Well, unfortunately, we're cramped in a small little area, so we have the ability to just talk to each other.
So no reports are really made of that communication, you're just talking?
Correct.
And being a detective, is your job basically to be an investigator and search out facts concerning what happened?
Yes,
Do you feel like you've done that in this case?
I do.
So by not testing any of those things, you feel like you've done everything you could possibly do to tell the jury and to tell us what happened that day on July 11th, even though you weren't present?
Correct.
You're confident in that?
I'm confident.
Did you have to meet with Detective Moffett to review the case when you made this transfer?
No.
So he didn't give you any heads up on what was happening?
Well, before he left, he just dropped the case notebook on my desk and then went on his way. We have had conversations before then and since, but nothing in detail.
So you didn't say what's been tested or what hasn't been tested?
No, that's for me to go back through and look at.
Through reports?
Correct.
Okay. So did you think it was important to maybe luminol the bat?
Once again, there was no visual blood present on the bat, and we decided that we were not going to do that particular process.
So can't blood be invisible and still be on the bat if you luminol it?
I guess if it's cleaned off, it would still maybe show some proteins, but that was something we decided not to do. We fingerprinted it to show, because there was indication that Charles had grabbed it from Tylee. So we did our best evidence to try to grab that location where it would have been grabbed, but that's what we did.
Wouldn't that be important to your investigation?
Objection as to wouldn't what?
Yeah, please.
Wouldn't luminoling the bat be important to this investigation, this particular investigation?
I don't believe it would.
What about luminoling the gun? Was that done?
Once again, there's no visible, and we were under the impression that it happened 5 minutes before we got there, and there's no visible presence of blood on the bat.
Well, you went around
That's
the whole
fair.
entire house looking for blood, is that correct?
Yes,
And you had the gun in your possession,
yes.
and you're in a police station.
I was at your house.
I'm saying you have access as the case agent to have any of these things tested, is that not right?
Yes,
So why didn't you test them?
because I did not think that luminol was needed to be tested because there was no visual blood.
So wouldn't you like to know that for sure?
I guess we make choices and we make decisions through this process based on the facts that we have and the facts that are presented to us. And based on the facts presented to us and what we saw and what we had, I did not feel that was necessary.
You have charged me with a crime. Is that correct?
I have not, no.
You have helped them charge me with a crime. Is that correct? The state of Arizona?
I conducted an investigation and I sent it forward, yes.
And you did not feel it was necessary to test any of these things?
Objection.
As the case
asked
agent.
and answered like 4 times.
Sustained.
What logical reason do you have as an investigator to not investigate all of these things that were available to you for the past 5 years?
Your Honor, I'm again going to object to asked and answered. If there's a specific thing that hasn't been asked.
That's a really very broad question. I'll sustain the objection. Yeah.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Detective, I'm going to start by just talking to you a little bit about luminol. Is luminol a process used where you believe a scene has been cleaned up, like somebody actually attempted to remove blood from the scene, and so it's been diluted?
Correct, and it would show the remaining proteins left, yes.
And so luminol is used when there is no visible blood because the scene's cleaned.
Correct.
And so in this case, you were under the impression that this homicide had occurred 5 minutes before police arrived?
Yes.
So you would not be expecting a cleaned up scene.
Correct.
But you did look to see if you saw visible blood.
We did, yes.
And by visible blood, you're talking about drops of blood that might be there?
Correct.
Swipes of blood that might be there?
Correct.
Hairs from someone's head that might be stuck in the bat?
Yes.
And did you see any of that?
No, we did not.
Now, after this, did you learn that there was actually this 47-minute process?
We did.
So when you're processing the scene that day, you were not aware yet of how extensive this timeline was incorrect.
Correct.
In fact, we heard from Detective Werther that it was sort of the next day as he started going through the phone from Charles.
Yes.
And the day after that, as he's going to get videos from Burger King and Walgreens, that you're learning that this timeline is very wrong.
Correct.
I want to talk about the data that you have reviewed in this case. When you talk about what was reviewed, whether by you, well, let's just say by you. In these iCloud accounts, are you talking terabytes of data?
Yes, each iCloud account can have terabytes of data, and you have to, and it's tedious because you can only look at one at the time. We can only look at one particular iCloud at a time and go through that, make notes. Then you'd have to shut down, open up another, and look through one iCloud at a time, and then try to, with your notes, to match these together. So it was a very labor-intensive process.
And as you're
and a
looking at
terabyte is a
reviews,
lot.
Are you then learning more things that then makes you have to go back to the other iCloud account to try to see what you could find in that?
Absolutely.
So when we come in here with just a few documents and a few things, would it be fair to say that's
wow.
just a grain of what you've gone through?
Absolutely.
So on July 11th of 2019, when you arrive at this scene, you think this homicide just occurred, did you understand at that time the relevance of cell phone or iCloud data?
No, what's something that happened, what sounded like it was a rather quick incident. It just happened 5 minutes ago. I wouldn't think of the necessity for cell phone data, like to show planning or anything like that, or show conversations over the weeks and months. Sometimes we get cases where, oh, this person's had beef with me forever. Obviously, I am going to want to take that phone and go look through that. But in this case, we just had something reported to us that happened just 5 minutes and very limited information, as it was almost an impromptu attack. We had no information at the time that this is something that had weeks, if not months, of planning.
On July 11th of 2019, did you start to see inconsistencies between the statements that were being given, the timeline, and the physical evidence at the scene? Did you start to see some inconsistencies?
Yes.
For instance, you were provided with a self-defense theory. Did you see inconsistencies
between that statement and what you're seeing at the scene.
Yes.
And that's where we're talking about the location.
They do it more
of
than we do.
the bullet wounds to Charles, the bullet strike under his left shoulder, and the bullet being by his left shoulder for one of those shots.
Correct.
But again, you're still not aware of the background of these individuals.
Correct.
As you began learning more information about the interaction between Charles and Lori Vallow and learned about the individuals, were you then able to obtain information to allow you to write search warrants to even obtain phone records and iCloud accounts?
Yes.
So that's not just something you can be like, hey, I just want that, so I'm just going to ask iCloud for it and I'll just hand that right over?
Correct. You have to have probable cause in order to get that.
You were asked about DNA and blood, and I think you had said something about it. Is DNA only found in blood?
No.
So saliva can have it,
Correct.
sweat.
Correct.
So when you're asked about blood on the bat, that isn't the only form of DNA that would be left on there potentially.
Correct.
So if you had information that the bat belonged to Tylee, no matter what, you would expect to find her DNA on it.
I would.
Not, regardless of whether she ever bled on it, right?
Correct.
Was blood something different you were looking for, though?
It was.
And was that due to the fact that there's this allegation that Alex Cox was hit in the head with the bat?
Yes.
And so we have the bat here. You looked at it yourself, did
Yep.
not see visible blood,
I did not.
and we have someone else who processed it and didn't see visible blood on it.
Correct.
Even on the edge top of it, do you see any sort of damage to that plastic around the tip of it?
I do not.
Also want to know something funny.
If you had processed that bat for DNA and you found Tylee's DNA on that, would you have told you that she put it on there on July 11th? Did they ticky mark that for you?
It would not.
Just say it was on there, right?
Correct.
Are you able to time that in any way?
No.
When the medical examiner comes out, the medical examiner's office comes out to the scene to collect the body. Body doesn't leave in an ambulance, right?
No, it does not.
They have a van.
Yes.
And does the doctor who's performing the autopsy come out there with you guys and
No, he
check
does,
out the scene?
He does not.
So when a medical examiner testifies as to a wound being shored, but not knowing what it was against, he's not out at the scene looking at the body, right?
Correct.
He's not out at the scene looking at the projectile defect or on the ground underneath Charles's left shoulder.
Correct.
He's just saying that wound is shored. Whatever he was against is what it was.
Correct.
But you were at the scene
I was.
and you saw the shoulder in line with that defect on that ground or on that floor that you collected.
Correct.
Now, did you ever have any information that Janice Cox or Barry Cox or Summer Shiflett were present at 5531 South Four Peaks on July 11th?
We did not.
In fact, it appeared that Summer was actually going out of town, so she wasn't going to be around on the 11th.
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that you were present when Summer and Janice were interviewed. Was that when the state interviewed them when they were listed as witnesses potentially for the defendant?
That is correct.
And in fact, did you recall Summer being asked about her offering her house to the defendant to stay at?
I do.
What we had seen in the text message.
Correct.
Was there anything about that statement that appeared to be untrue based upon your hearing or participating in that?
There's nothing.
In these text messages and iCloud account records, start with Ned. When you first started seeing those, were you understanding the full story of where that came about?
No.
Did you then have to look to other people who, like Serena Sharp or Christina Atwood or others who were aware of who Ned was?
Correct.
Or what Ned was?
Yes.
In terms of Nephi, you said that we heard from Adam when he's asked about Nephi, what that meant to him.
Correct.
And he provided us with a story of Nephi and Laban, right?
Correct.
You said you Googled this like many of us do, right? Start out there.
Right.
And then you actually spoke to other members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I did.
Was that to make sure that you weren't missing something?
It was to make sure that there wasn't another story that might be out there that he's known for. And so, like I said, I would just randomly ask people that. And every single time I would ask that, that was the story that was told to me.
So others who were members of that church spoke the same way that Adam did.
Yes.
You're asked a lot about sort of processing of the scene and processing of the items of evidence. Was this case, let me ask you this, was the physical scene itself inconsistent with what was initially told?
Yes.
And did it require additional research into all of these different iClouds, cell phones, cell tower records to clarify what happened?
Yes, as the weeks and months went on, additional information was learned that basically required those accounts to better understand what took place.
And was that what then you spent months going through?
Right.
And ultimately, after all of that, is when you eventually presented that case or turned it in to be reviewed.
Yes, I did.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I see at least one.
Oh boy, sorry, my house is very noisy right now. So I got chores being done. Little Llama is going on a trip Friday for spring break. So
Mine's awful noisy now too. The dog barking and trash being collected for the curb.
same exact thing going on. I really wish we could see the jury's face. I know, right? Oof.
I've just been talking, but I'm on mute. It's fine.
Well, that's okay.
You call that a
noob?
Noob. Yeah, noob.
What is this? Your like 5th day of streaming? Gosh.
Get it together.
Get it together, Annie. Okay, I guess I'll look that up later then. Oh boy. So Lori did much ado about nothing in her questioning. So that's great. Nailed it. Great job.
She did. She thought she was hot shit though.
Oh my gosh, now somebody's getting a phone call. It's
You
like
can see when I'm on mute. If I mute it with my mic, the color changes.
Oh, really?
It goes solid.
Oh.
Well,
Now you know.
I think we're going to need that exhibit. Go ahead. We'll see if he knows, though. Regarding the pictures on Alex's phone sent to Lori, what was the time on the top left corner of the pictures? Do you recall?
I don't know for certain. It was afternoon.
Would it refresh your memory to look at that
Yes.
photo?
Yes.
Judges,
What exhibit number is that from?
This is 222.
All right, so that's been admitted into evidence.
Time is 2:13.
And the next question is the countertop in that picture, do you recognize that as the
Good question.
whether or not that's the same countertop at the Santana, or the
I think
Four
it'd be
Peaks
Alex's house, actually.
That is not the same as the Four Peaks address, no.
It would be Alex's. That's where they were at the time.
Before I go for follow-up to the parties, are there any other juror questions? I don't see any. Follow-up from the defense based on that juror question?
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, from the state?
Just that in that exhibit, the photo, of the phone, do we see both sort of Tuesday, 9:08, when these messages occurred, let me pull in, as well as sort of what time the phone is showing?
Yeah, and I think the most telling thing is this is a communication between Adam and Charles. Clearly, the only phone that they had would have been Charles' phone, not Adam's.
And this conversation matches what you saw extracted from Charles's phone later between he and Adam on the 9th of July.
Correct.
No other questions from me, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, sir.
Oh, good idea.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further witnesses. The state will rest.
All right, the state has rested its case, which means the state's portion of the evidence is done. I'm going to excuse the jury for a few minutes before you go home for the evening. Let me just do a consultation with the parties about tomorrow's schedule, and I'll let you know what time to report back. It should just be a couple minutes. So please remember the admonition. We'll let you know what time to report back tomorrow.
All right, for the jury.
Oh boy. Well, there you go, guys. There's the prosecution's case. How y'all feeling? How y'all feeling about this?
All right, please be seated.
I think so.
All right. State's rested, so do you plan on presenting evidence?
Can I confer with my
Yeah, go
team
ahead.
for a minute?
I think we'll
Show
Nope.
I think so.
Maybe. Oh boy. Oh boy. Any question? Are you wearing earbuds? Annie?
Me?
Yeah, you're Annie.
No.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, I didn't hear Annie.
Oh. Remind me to send you the link to the ones that Amy and I use.
Ooh,
by the
okay.
way. They're very comfortable, super affordable, and they're really great. If you want a pair, I'll send you the link anyway. You don't have to buy them, but they come in all different colors. I have green. What color is yours, Amy?
Black. Oh, is
Black, like her soul.
I was kidding. That's funny.
They have wireless ones too. I have the one with the cord, but I don't. Do you have the wireless? No, I think we both have wired, don't we? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I have the cord.
Is that
I only wear one.
Something without them?
Hmm?
I said, is it like can you hear stuff without them on my side?
Yeah, we wouldn't be able
Sometimes.
to hear anything. If you
No,
had
I think
them.
she's asking if we're getting feedback from her.
Yeah.
Oh, sometimes, not often. I just also ask because you can actually hear like so much better.
Oh.
So then you wouldn't have to have like your volume like blaring. Like my volume's at like 30.
Mine's at 100.
Yeah. No, it's just nicer and
Cool.
easier.
Okay.
So I'll send you the link for those.
Thank you.
I am not a robot, Amazon. I think. Would I know?
Your Honor, I'd like to address a Rule 20 motion first.
Go ahead.
Okay. The state has failed to show substantial evidence for count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. The state has provided no evidence that I agreed with another person that any one of us would engage in certain conduct that I intended to promote or assist in this premeditated murder. Crime premeditated murder requires the state to establish a person caused the death of another with premeditation. The lack of evidence to show any evidence of a conspiracy to commit murder. There was no plan to murder Charles. No evidence has showed that, in fact, evidence suggested self-defense on the part of Alex. So I would like to put that on the record.
Oh, hello, Ginger.
All right. State want to put a response on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, there's sufficient evidence based upon everything from the iCloud messages from between Alex, the defendant, and others leading up to July 11th of 2019, that Alex Cox was invited over by this defendant, knowing that they were going to be having the intervention and knowing when Charles would be there and bringing a handgun over with him. The timelines on July 11th of the killing of Charles Vallow and the fact that the number of shots and the physical evidence at the scene, the statements by the defendant to Detective N. Clan that she took Charles Vallow's phone and would not give it back to him, the motive for money, and especially the defendant's motive for having an affair with Chad Daybell, all of those looking at together in the light most favorable to the state, the defendant or the jury could find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Last word. Do you want to add anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The standard is whether or not a reasonable juror whether or not there's substantial evidence for a reasonable juror to find the defendant guilty. The court does find that there is substantial evidence that a reasonable juror could find the defendant guilty. The court will further add that the jurors are the ones who judge the credibility of the witnesses, and it's ordered denying the Rule 20 motion.
Does that ever get granted?
Are you going to present evidence tomorrow, either through witnesses or through your own testimony?
No, Your Honor, the defense will rest.
All right. If that's the case, I'm going to tell the jury.
You bitch.
How
You put
long
us through
does the
all of
state
that.
anticipate its closing argument being?
I would assume probably over an hour.
How about the defense?
Less than that.
Oh.
Can we do the closings at 1 p.m.? We can formalize all the jury instructions at 10:30. Is that enough time?
The state would request that we do them Monday to ensure that the state would request we do closings Monday to ensure that we don't finish with a rebuttal closing on Monday.
Well, I'm willing to go in the morning if we want to start in the morning at 11 and do jury instructions at 10:15 or something like that.
So they are having
Does
court
that
Monday.
work?
Again,
asking for Monday, but if the court does not allow that, then we'll go whenever the court says tomorrow.
I say do jury instructions tomorrow. I mean, because is she really going to be able to argue jury instructions?
Do you want to weigh in?
Well, just that we haven't had time to go over the jury instructions. I don't get back to the jail until like 5:30 or 6 o'clock. So
You agree then that Monday's better?
I would agree.
All right, we'll tell the jury to report at 10:30 a.m. on Monday. They don't have to come in tomorrow.
Judge, could we have the defendant rest in front of the jury before they leave today?
Are you prepared to rest today? If you rest, that means you can't change your mind about testifying.
Can we do it on Monday?
We can do that on Monday, but if you change your mind, I need to know in advance because it's going to change the jury instructions and it's going to change the schedule.
Absolutely, I will let you know.
All right. Tell the jury they don't need to report on tomorrow, that they need to report Monday at 10:30 a.m. Okay?
But are they doing jury tomorrow?
So
jury instructions?
let's meet tomorrow, though, to finalize the jury instructions. Why don't we just do that at, what's tomorrow, Thursday?
10:30?
We'll just do it at 10:30. That'll be enough time for you to read those tonight.
Yeah, if I could have time to meet with my advisory council before that, that would be great.
I can put
If
on
I
the
can
calendar.
be brought in.
I can put it on the calendar for 10 and I think you, well,
11?
I can put it on the calendar for 10 so you can meet with them back here and then we'll meet at about 10:45. We'll have come in the courtroom and finalize the jury instructions. All right. If
So she
I
still
did
could
give a copy
testify?
to your advisory
She could.
councils as well, or at least one copy.
She has to let me know by tomorrow morning,
The
though.
advisory councils and or the state review that tonight and see something additional or correction that needs to be made, go ahead and give me a heads up so we can be, I can be prepared to talk about it tomorrow as well. So, all right, we'll see everyone in court at 10:45, but we'll put it on the calendar for 10 a.m. so that the defendant can meet with her advisory councils at 10 a.m. All right, thank you.
So that's somebody that she wanted to testify that they didn't call.
What's that?
I don't think she expected them not to call the one detective.
I mean,
The one that they were referencing today.
Oh, Moffat?
This guy. Yeah, I think she expected, I just got the feeling that she expected them to, the state to call him.
Mm.
And they
Good.
didn't.
I mean, they're not even doing rebuttal witnesses. It seems like the prosecution's not.
Wow.
Because they still have the chance, you know, to bring them back. But that bitch. How dare you, Lori? You rob everyone of everything.
Well, I mean, we did get some out of it. I mean,
yes. But for somebody who wanted to
sadly, we are looking
testify,
for her for entertainment, but
right? But for someone who wanted to testify in every single question, and granted, it's stupid for her to get on the stand. We all know that. Never go on the stand. But we behave so well.
that will be fun. There'll be
Wow.
some spice in that trial. I can guarantee it.
That's crazy that they were like literally a week and a half ago. We're like, yeah, this is going to last till like middle of May.
Nope.
Not even freaking close. Not even close.
I think Lori just realized doing this really how hard it is to defend herself.
Objection,
So
Rowan.
for her, it's not going to be because she's not capable. It's because she's in jail.
She
Obviously.
will never admit it, even
No.
if.
Yeah.
I just don't get. I just. It's so dumb.
Oh yeah, no, the jury's so prosecution's going to be an hour. Then Lori says less than an
Less
hour.
than
She
that.
said so, but less than that. Oh, okay. And then they'll probably have their rebuttal, which is, you know, probably like 30 minutes.
I agree. She probably does both.
yeah.
She's like,
So
These people
But
are
that'll
just so
probably
dumb,
go to the
understand.
jury. Let's see, what, an hour, 2 hours. I mean, they could, I would say that on Monday, okay, they're going to do their closing. The judge is not going to let them go to lunch until closings are done, and they'll send it to the jury, and we will probably have a verdict by the end of the day on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. She missed so many objections that an attorney wouldn't have. Yeah, absolutely. And subpoenas. But
Yep.
Maybe
we
she'll do
are.
it right in the next one.
Yeah. It's everybody's fault. It's not hers.
Oh.
We all are dark. We all are the dark side.
Now, are you guys like, there's a lot of stuff going on in the next couple of days. Are you guys wanting to watch the jury instructions, or we could consolidate the whole thing on Monday?
We could do that.
You know what I mean? Like, there's no way that they're going to spend the whole day arguing about jury instructions because she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. I mean, yeah, in theory, it could take hours, but like, she knows how to do that.
I'm not doing the verdict until after I get free food.
Wonder if you'll change your mind. I don't think she can. She already got rid of the lawyers. That was part of the whole thing. I don't think she's allowed to. Our jury instructions will be tomorrow at 10:45 their time, which is 2:15 East Coast time for us, including that 30-minute delay.
But I don't think they're giving the jury instructions.
No,
tomorrow.
no, they're
right.
Yeah. They're arguing over them.
So court,
unless she decides to
won't resume.
testify, unless she decides she's going to in the morning. But it sounded like the judge was like, you got to tell us before we do these jury instructions. So
I don't think she's going to do it. I don't think she's going to testify.
she can still say she wants an attorney, but they can deny her one, just like they did with Sarah Boone. You've had all your chances, and you said you wanted to do this. Like, that could be seen as, I think at this point, a delay tactic, because she just got rid of them, what, like a month and a half ago or something? Maybe it was in January, because they tried to have her deemed incompetent, and then they were like, never mind, we're done. She's just gonna freaking do this herself, I guess. So I don't know.
Wonder
it's a good question.
She will ask to have attorneys for her next trial.
Maybe.
I don't know if she can, though. Yeah. She's already denied him for this one if they're kind of like, but they're not, they're two different trials. So I don't know how the rules work.
Bills gives the jury 2 hours.
I mean, that's great. I mean, I think the only thing they would spend a lot of time looking at would be like the location data, because that's really the most, I think, confusing, that and the text messages. I mean, what else is there to really review?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, I am very annoyed that she's not testifying. Very annoyed about that. But, what can you do?
I wanted her to testify, and I wanted Idaho.
I know. But you know what? We did get some, good jabs in at Lori during this.
That detective did. I liked how he was like, she's like, did you question me? And he's like, no, I couldn't.
I know, so close.
That jury's going, what does that mean? You couldn't. Why couldn't you?
So
because
close.
You were fleeing. You were gone.
Right? How come you didn't talk to all of my family? Because half of them are dead.
Oh my gosh. They were all trying to find you find your kids.
Her family wasn't.
To be a juror when they get out of this.
Could you imagine? Just wow.
I'd get in my car and I'd look her up, immediately.
I hope we get justice for Charles. I hope Kay and her family get justice for Charles out of this. I mean, I doubt she's going to be found not guilty, but even in the slim chance she does, that bitch is in jail for the rest of her life. So, that's fine. She probably would have if she could do a narrative, probably. I don't think she wants to be asked some of those questions because it doesn't fit the narrative in her head. And she knows that.
If she testified, prosecution would get to cross her, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
You'd have to, interviewed a juror from Idaho. Yeah, I saw that earlier, like just a couple days ago. I haven't watched it, but I did see that. Everyone around Lori is not long for this world. No, they're not. And it sounded like she was about ready to put a hit on her brother and nephew.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if anyone caught that in the text messages, but her telling Alex, like, oh, by the way. And so my question is, okay, so she's being charged with conspiracy to commit murder, which is a felony. Yeah. The murder did happen. So why is she not charged with felonious murder? Because here in Ohio, we had the Pike County massacre, the one family that killed the other family.
Mm-hmm.
And all 4 of them got charged with conspiracy to commit murder and felonious assault, even though the mother of the group for sure wasn't there. And so I'm just wondering, could it be because Alex is, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if he died, it doesn't matter when it comes to felonious assault, because she would be charged too, just like with the Zizians, with Somni and Surrey being charged with Emma's death, on top of that. So I wonder why maybe Arizona doesn't do it that way, or
which one?
Felonious murder. Because she's only charged with conspiracy, but obviously the murder happened.
Maybe Lady Ingram.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking. Maybe because they can't prove. She doesn't have to fire any shots. The felony is the conspiracy. So you don't even have to be there.
Why? I mean, they would go hand in hand.
Right. But maybe it's different in Arizona. I don't know the law. I just know in Ohio, you can conspire to kill somebody and you don't even have to be there and you're charged with their murder. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you were there. It doesn't matter if you're in the car. It doesn't matter if even that person died. You are still on the table. What's that about? Oh, the trial for account. I don't know when that is. Let me look up, because I haven't looked on Billy Wagner in a while. It always pops up this baseball guy when you type in Billy Wagner, and it's like, oof. Oh, I guess I should put in his stupid name. Let's see. Oh, that's not what I wanted. For Pete's sake, come on. Looks like the recent articles January 24th. I don't even know if they've looked. I can look it up online later. I think they're still in. Oh wait, hold on. Let's see. This was from January 25th. The last numbers since to appear there. Blah 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 blah. The state prosecutors inquired the court about a possible venue change. And says he's hunting for where it goes. Venue is on my mind, and blah blah blah. I'm not seeing. Oh, prosecutors have 2 appeals pending. Oh, okay. So prosecutors currently have 2 appeals pending. One against Judge Hine, for dismissing the death specifications for Billy without a request by the state to do so, and the other for a change of venue, which says the trial should be held in Pike County, which I strongly disagree with. It still could take several months before the state appeals issues its ruling. I'm going to go with they're going to have to wait for the appeal ruling on the first one with the dismissing the death specifications, because I don't see how they could so they had the death penalty against.
Let's have a discussion.
Yeah, they had a death penalty against Billy Wagner, and then they took it away, or the judge took it off because like prosecutors didn't like file some shit in time or whatever. I know this judge, by the way. I mean, I don't like know him, but I do know him. So the prosecutors were like, you can't just take the death penalty off, right? Because the whole family all got charged with the death penalty. The youngest brother, who killed 5 of them, agreed to plead guilty and testify if the death penalty was taken off. So by the judge taking away the death penalty, the son, Jake, who killed 5 people, and the mom, who helped conspire the thing, do not have to testify, because that was part of the deal, right? Because the death penalty is gone. So it's a whole thing. I'm assuming they're waiting for that. Oh, stop it, Amy.
That's for 80.
So that's
children.
Because it really complicates the whole thing. Like in the older brother George's trial, they did not take the death penalty. That was a death jury. They did not take the death penalty off the table until after the prosecution rested their case, and both Jake and Angela testified. So I think it's going to be a while for Billy. That's what I think. Anyway. Yeah, that's what I think is probably going on. Because otherwise their whole case is like, you can't. And Billy, I think Billy's a bad dude. Billy definitely killed 2 of those people. Definitely. Anyway, well, that was fun, ladies. Do we have anything else to discuss? I'm not sure what our plans are going to be for tomorrow just yet, so I guess maybe stay tuned and see. We'll definitely be here Monday for the rest of that, and then we'll see about tomorrow.
Play it by ear.
Yeah, we'll play by ear. We'll put something on our community page and in our Discord, which, by the way, if you haven't joined, hold on. Look, you can join our Discord where we have true crime cases and we do fun things together.
What?
What?
Angie, that's crazy. And no, I don't remember that at all. But
what?
Yeah.
There are so many weird, like, funeral home, like that exact scenario. Way too many. And I don't like that.
Hey, can you stop doing that, please?
The brother did get screwed by this whole family, I think. I have strong opinions on that. I'm just saying I don't think he should have got life. I think he should have gotten the same deal as his mama. But she should have got worse, in my opinion. But anyway. All right, guys. Well, is that all we have for everyone?
Oh, I think so.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys for joining us. Join our Discord. Yes, thank you for a riveting day. Day 7 of the Lori Vallow trial. Expected to end this come Monday. So until then, you guys all have a great night. Go forth and be amazing. Oh, tomorrow night's True Crime and Wine Time. Over on the True Crime and Wine Time channel, 9 o'clock Eastern, we're covering the disappearance of Trevor Dealey out of Ireland. And it is very interesting, you guys. So hopefully we'll see you there. But until then, we'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye.